If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. Let's go.
Shit, what you want me to prove? Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Make sure y'all share the live stream. Shout out to the No Cap crew. I appreciate everybody that hits that share button. I appreciate everybody that hit the like button.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
FBA was on trial. We're gonna talk about it.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove? Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Just over a minute before showtime, y'all already know it's gonna be lit. FBA was on trial. Shout out to Sarnetta TV and my aunt, Captain Tazariak. I kicked it with them earlier, a little earlier. And I'm gonna react to the video. Very interesting discussion. Is FBA a hustle? Or nah? Right here on No Cap-tivity with Freezy and the No Cap crew.
No Cap-tivity.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're right with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate the No Cap crew at all times. I really appreciate y'all, especially the early No Cap crew. It's gonna be a real good show. It's always a good show over here. Tonight we're gonna be talking about Foundation of Black Americans and the discussion that we had on Sarnetta TV's channel and Captain Zazaria. It was a very interesting conversation. A lot of things got said, a lot of opinions, and they got a little heated. I was also on that panel. They graciously let me up. I hit the link and I joined the conversation. And I'm going to react to this video with y'all, man. I'm going to react to this video with y'all. I'm telling you. It was a good conversation and it got heated. It's very controversial. Really was, man. But before we get involved, before we go into the discussion, how about I do a roll call to see who's all in the building? Shout out to my brother Big Bad Bull in the building. What's going on, Big Bad Bull? Big Bad Bull says, shout out to my brother Freezy and the entire No Cap crew. Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Justin Wade. Justin Wade said, No Cap crew, what up? What's going on, Justin Wade?
No Cap-tivity.
Great to see you. I say 2 times. She said, peace and love, Freezy. I spoke to you on that show earlier. You was in the chat, sis? Shout out to I say. Sis, shout out to you. You know what is, listen, shout out to you. Shout out to us. It was, you already know it was lit over there then. Shout out to my sister, I say in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to Little Rock. Little Rock, he said, yo, what's going on, Little Rock? Make sure y'all subscribe and hit that notification bell. Shout out to Little Rock in the building. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Shout out to Heed in the building. He said, peace and blessings. Always good to see my brother.
Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Heed? Tyranny. She said, freeze it. What's going on, Tyranny? Shalom says, great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
Big Bad Boy said, I shared it. Whoop, whoop. Shout out. We're going to get to it, Big Bad Boy. Thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Much love, man. He said, Living Humbly said, what it do, Freeze and No Cap crew? It's about to be lit, man. We about to hang out real good tonight, man. Real good.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom, Mark. Shalom. Shout out to JD1975. He said, salute, Freezy. What up, fam? Just chilling, man. God always in the blessing business. You know what it is, JD. You already know. Who else in the building? Shout out to my sister, Why You So Churches, a.k.a. Just J in the building. She said, good day, Freezy and chat. Thank you, sis. Good day to you, too. Much love to you, sis. Always good to see my sister. Shout out to Just J in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else in the building? I said, yes, it was. They couldn't seem to understand lineage. Well, you know how it goes, sis. You already know how it goes, sis. Come on now. Listen, put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. And becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. And fighting against the haters, you know. No
Cap.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream and fighting against the haters. I appreciate anybody that shares the live stream. Anybody that wants to know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Once you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Either way, thank you for sharing the live stream and being a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to I Say, the first one to be a part of the No Cap campaign. Thank you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
And I'm gonna tell you something, I Say, I appreciate you. And may the Most High bless you. And shout out to, speaking of the Most High, shout out to my sister, Her That's Her in the building, man.
No Cap-tivity.
She said, listen, Her That's Her said, Freezy, you already know I'm gonna share the live stream. She said, blessings, Freezy. Right back at you and your family, sis. Let me tell you, I wish both of my sisters, I Say and Her That's Her, $11 million, real talk.
No Cap-tivity.
In your life. Thank you for sharing the live stream. I really do wish that in your life. And the Most High be with you. I appreciate you. Let's see how many people hit the like button. 18 people hit the like button. We're off to a great start. Shout out to the 18 people that hit the like button and the 1 person that hit the dislike button. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to y'all. If you haven't hit the like button so far, please make sure you hit that like button. And to everybody that has hit the like button, I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh yeah, I really do. There's 3 ways to support the platform. There's 3 ways to support the show. Especially if you would like your comments to be read and highlighted. The first way is by Super Cap. That's right, Super Cap. That's the rectangle shape with the $ slap dab in the middle of it, right down there where you type your chats. That's the Super Chat, Super Cap, aka Super Chat. Also, the second way is by Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $ Freezy No Cap. That's $ Freezy No Cap. Shout out to everybody that is very highly opinionated or just simply wants to support the show. I appreciate all my brothers and sisters of the No Cap crew. The third way is by PayPal. The PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze without the Y, right? I appreciate you. That is the PayPal. It's been a long time since we got PayPal. I feel the PayPal coming on soon, man. Shout out to y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
Somebody asked Freezy, how can I become a sponsor of tonight's show? It's very easy to become a sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $20 or more. $20 or more, and you will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Whoever will be the first one to send the $20 or more, your name will appear on the legendary sponsorship billboard that's flashing below. You see it? Who will it be? Who will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show? Whoever it will be, I really appreciate you in advance. Thank you very much.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. Y'all, it's about time to get this show started, man. I appeared on Sonetta TV and my brother, my arc, Captain Tazariak. Actually, I think Captain Tazariak was the one that brought me up because I came in through his channel. But they was having a great discussion about Foundation of Black Americans and a lot of things centered around it. And I wanted to join the discussion. And I'm going to share it with y'all. I'm going to react to this live stream. And we're going to get right to it, man. But Captain Tazariak had a lot of controversial views when it comes to FBA. Sonetta chimed in, and then they invited a whole slew of people. I think it was like a panel of 10. Before it was all said and done, it was like a panel of 10 people, and a lot of people was very heavily opinionated on Foundation of Black Americans. Very controversial topic, and we're going to go over it, man. Let's see. Let me see. Let me bring up the video. My bad, y'all. My bad. Here we go. I'll bring it up right here. Here we go. Let me set it up right. So this is Sarnetta TV. Of those of you who don't know who Sarnetta is very heavily influential in the conscious community. Very influential in the conscious community. To a lot of people, through Sarnetta, he was the first one that actually introduced the brother Polite to the internet. Even though Polite is, he got convicted of being a PDF file, Sarnetta has hosted a slew of debates between the conscious community and the religious community, one being the Hebrew Israelite nation. They was having a very interesting discussion. My sister Asay was there. She was there. My sister Asay was there. Oh, and Boot Camp was there too. Shout out to Boot Camp. I didn't see him in the chat. I think I did see Boot Camp. I think he was there too. But yeah, we're about to cover this because I thought it was a very interesting conversation. Let's see where they start. I think the first question was about foundation of Black American strategy. Sarnetta introduced the question. I'm gonna play it because I don't know exactly what was his, the initial reasoning for the initial question, but I'm gonna let Sarnetta talk and we're just gonna react to the video. All right, here we go.
Hey, the FBA strategy is delineation, and the One West crew, ISUPK and others, strategy is delineation. What is the difference between you two?
So he was saying, okay, now I got it. He was saying that the FBA strategy is delineation, meaning that they're separating themselves. Foundation of Black Americans have separated themselves from other people who claim to be Black in America as well. For different purposes, right? For different reasons. One of the main reasons is for reparations, so the right people can get reparations if they ever do decide to give reparations in America, right? Here we go.
Forms.
And he was asking, what's the difference between FBA and the Hebrew Israelite community? That's what he was asking Captain Desaria. Here we go.
Both of you are going against Africa and you're separating yourself from Africa. What is the difference between FBA and the One West camps and stuff like that?
Hey, Saz, this a Love Africa movement right now?
No. Remember yesterday I told you that I asked you a question. I said, save it for today. Remember?
Right. No, I don't mind it. I just want to say that out loud.
Yeah, you're gonna get off of that. That's the last question I got.
No, listen, don't change your format just because I respond with a little heat. You can ask whatever question you want. I'm just saying these are two back-to-back African questions, and this is what I do like about the FBA. And when you say the delineation, they are delineating what FBA are doing, which I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with their delineating. They're doing something like really. This brother named Lou Fax from Twitter, and I know him from Clubhouse, made a statement to say that the Israelites, we were the first one to delineate from Africa. There was nobody delineating. Malcolm and them wasn't delineating. Khalid.
What was the brother's name?
The Israelites, we would have from Twitter doing something like really. This brother named Lou Fax from Twitter, and I know him from Clubhouse, made a statement to say that the Israelites, we were the first one to delineate from Africa. There was nobody delineate. Malcolm and them wasn't delineating. Khalid, Farrakhan, Muslims, Christians. Nobody ever delineated from Africa or Africans until the Israelites came.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Because I don't even remember anybody else delineating from, just pure Africans or whatnot before the Hebrew Israelites came, or what they call in America Black Hebrew Israelites, BHI, but which we don't even go by that, right? But just for the conversation's sake, Captain Zariak is right. I don't even remember. If anybody else can write in the chat, if they remember, let us know. But I think he's right. The Hebrew Israelites was the first one to delineate from, people who actually consider themselves pure Africans.
So you could say we woke up the ADOS, we woke up the FBA. You're welcome. So delineation would start with ISUBK. Even when you talk about, when I'm saying ISUBK now, even the brothers in Dimona, like Ben Ami and them, they didn't delineate from Africa. Rabbi Wentworth and Ford and Matthews, none of them delineated. It wasn't until ISUBK established ourselves in 1969 and we started saying we're not Africans that started happening. So and nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because you do want to identify as yourself. But the difference with us and the FBA is, though, the FBA is delineating to establish a brand new ethnicity, is what it sounds like to me. Because
have y'all ever looked at it like that? FBA is seeking to establish a brand new ethnicity. When Cap said that, I was like, that's kind of deep. I never looked at it like that, a brand new ethnicity. I looked at it as a movement, but I don't know about ethnicity, though.
To have that term, foundational Black Americans, they're saying our history starts here. Now, that part, I think, is ignorant, because nobody would say, who would want their history to just start from slavery?
So I'm guilty of not really looking into the FBA movement like that. I know exactly what it stands for, but Captain Zariak is making a good point. If they're saying, if FBA and Tariq Nasheed is saying the history of FBA starts here, which basically they're saying foundational, right? They're saying the foundation of Black Americans start in America. He actually raised my eyebrow with that, because I never really looked at it that way. And I do think that's problematic. I do.
Like foundational Black Americans, the error that they make is that.
Good point. I like that.
Yeah, like if you say foundational Black Americans and you're delineating or separating from Africans, then it's like you're teaching your kids that your history is just slavery. So it's damn near like the white man made you at that.
Listen, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do it by Super Cap or Cash Cap. Super Cap or Cash Cap. I appreciate y'all.
Point. As opposed to our delineation is saying our history goes deeper than just being transported over here in slavery in America. Our history goes back to Israel. Our history goes back to the Bible. So we actually have a foundation. FBA don't have a foundation. They might as well just call themselves Black Americans. So I don't understand the foundation without a foundation. Like what? That's a question I would like to ask them. What is the foundation of? What does the F mean? Like, what does the F of foundation actually mean? Because if you take the F away, you're just a Black American, which is what people call themselves now. I'm a Black American. I'm a Black American. Well, you foundational Black American. Well, I want to separate from Africans. I mean, it sounds good. I mean, but Black American already separates from Africans. Technically. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me ask you a question, man. Serious question. Are you clout chasing FBA because they are being talked about more now?
So what Sarnetta is going into is Captain Desariat recent comments on FBA as far as towards Tariq Nasheed, right? He brought up something disturbing as far as FBA and Tariq Nasheed in connection to Twitter, which I'll show y'all right now. I'm finna show y'all exactly what Sarnetta is talking about. Here we go. So this is O'Shea Duke Jackson's video, and he did a piece on what Sarnetta is bringing up as far as Captain Desariat bringing up an issue concerning FBA with Tariq Nasheed, where there's a transsexual, a black transsexual, claiming to be the queen of FBA, right? Claiming to be the queen of FBA. I forgot the name of the transsexual. And it just became a big thing, and Tariq Nasheed spoke out. He spoke back against Captain Desariat, and it just became like a little mini feud or whatever. But I'm gonna show y'all what Sarnetta was actually referring to here. This is O'Shea Duke Jackson's video right here.
X versus the other platforms. Tariq Nasheed is usually on X versus the other platforms. He is on Instagram and he is on YouTube, but the majority of his content is on X, and he uses pretty often Twitter Spaces where people can join in and they have conversations, and he does, a lot of his content over there. And what happens is he either uploads the entire Twitter Space or clips part of the Twitter Space and then reposts it back onto YouTube. And that's what you really see on the majority of his content on YouTube. I think, once a week he goes live on YouTube, but mostly you see it there. Now, of course, on his Twitter Spaces, you will see a lot of trolls, okay? There's a lot of trolls that come on. He doesn't know them, but there's one that comes on by the name of T.S. Giselle, who is...
So this is the trans that's claiming to be the queen of FBA. And he actually got voted. They voted for him to be the queen of FBA. And Captain Desariat questioned this. He questioned Tariq Nasheed about this.
A transgender. And T.S. Giselle is just a troll. I don't know if that's a real individual or not, but, comes on and, Tariq Nasheed typically will have the person on for, like a few seconds or a minute or whatever. Then he just boosts the person off the platform. And that's pretty much what it is, right? But then there is a controversy surrounding T.S. Giselle, as you know, which is probably a transgender person. And so this is what's happened.
Speaking of that, with that T.S. Giselle, there was, and you got to watch these ops. You got to watch these ops. This is one of these Hebrew Israelites. He tried to use T.S. Giselle to start a failed rumor. Did y'all, and some of y'all didn't even see this stupid shit. This dude running around talking about T.S. Giselle is the first lady of FBA. And I really started looking at this dude because I met this cat. And when he started trying to run with that bullshit, I'm like, dude, are you an op? Dude, are you a damn fed even? Are you a fed even running with some shit like that? You know what I'm saying? When you engage in bad faith shit like that, that's Fed talk. Yeah, this dude, T.S. Giselle is a damn trans troll. There's a bunch of them. So T.S. goes in these, this say anything. Nobody takes this person seriously. And then T.S. Giselle running around talking about they're the first lady of FBA. All right, that's just some troll. And this dude texts me. You're like, hey man, I heard that this transgender is the third lady of FBA. What that about? I'm looking at the phone. Like,
so Tariq Nasheed is talking about Captain Desariat texting him, I think. Either texting him or leaving him a voice message.
Why would you ask me some stupid like that?
Can you tell these are AI?
Not really.
Neither can we. Go to Artlist for the best quality AI.
Why would you ask me some shit like? I'm looking at this dude funny for even asking me that. Why would you ask me something so damn obviously stupid and trollish, dude? Why would you even ask me that? And I saw what it was. I'm like, okay, what this dude is doing, he's trying to frame a public narrative. He's trying to text me so he can run whatever response I give, he's going to run publicly with it. I already saw it. And sure enough, he did. Because I'm like, I don't even dignify no stupid shit like that with no real response, bro. I don't even know why you asking me that.
Woo! Tariq Nasheed is discussing a situation with a Hebrew Israelite who is, questioning him about this troll that is coming on to his Twitter space. And I happened to find out exactly who this person was.
Hey man, I'm gonna be real brief, man, and maybe I'll put the video up. Tariq Nasheed is apparently subliminally talking about me because he's too vaginal to say my name directly. So I'm the person that he's trying to call COINTELPRO XYZ because I text and asked him if a man pretending to be a woman that's calling himself the queen of the FBA was something that they represented. And then he gets mad at me for asking him, and I'm only asking him because he's the quote-unquote head, especially on Twitter Spaces. So I figure I go to the source because we had a relationship, and instead of him respecting it, he calls me agent, talks about me subliminally. That don't really matter. What's diabolical, though, is that straight men who's supposed to be about foundational black people would allow a gay man to represent himself as the queen of your so-called movement. What's worse, asking if it's true, or letting some gay man troll you to being that?
Woo! This individual is Captain Tazariak, also affectionately known from what I hear as Cap. I saw him first, on the Sonetter TV, basically debating. He is a member of the ISUPK with General Yohana. That is the commanding leader there.
So you see, that was the reason for the question that Sarnetta asked Captain Tazariak on the show. So let's go back to that. I was just giving y'all like the background of why Sarnetta just asked Captain Tazariak this question. Let me rewind so y'all can.
The mute.
I'm gonna rewind. I just rewinded so y'all can understand, how we got here. So now that Sarnetta is about to ask him about what we just seen, the little back and forth between him and Tariq Nasheed, and Captain Tazariak questioning Tariq Nasheed about the black transsexual claiming to be the queen of FBA. And actually, they voted. A lot of people voted for him to be the queen of FBA on Twitter for some reason. I don't know. Right? A lot of people say it's trolling. Some people, I don't know. Right? But Sarnetta is about to ask Captain Tazariak, why did he, is he clout chasing? Why did he ask Tariq Nasheed about that? Here we go.
Let me ask you a question, man. Serious question. Are you clout chasing FBA because they are being talked about more now?
Actually, no. So the FBA thing with my voice, with my commentary, started, I think, in the beginning of October again. Prior to that, I hadn't talked about FBA. So back in January, I had went on Twitter. Twitter is the worst place to learn about FBA. Because on Twitter is just a bunch of people. And what we find it out on Twitter, that Elon Musk just put this thing where you got to put your location. So when you make a post, it actually tells you where you made the post from. And so they finding out a lot of people that's claiming to be FBA is from not even just Africa. They from India, they from all over the country. And so when I first got on there, I was met by a lot of weird characters. I thought Clubhouse had a lot of weird characters. Twitter has a lot of weird characters. And so every time I would get on Twitter and talk to these FBAs, I'm getting different answers. And then there was a transgender who I try not to talk about him as much anymore because I think he gets off on being talked about. So I try not to talk about him. But at the time, back in January, you had a transgender saying that he was the queen of the FBA. And I'm like, whoa, what is that? Like I ain't understand. So now I'm really tripping on that. And I'm speaking now just for my FBA people that I've talked to. There was a couple brothers that I talked about, and they kind of explained to me the whole thing. So I'm just retelling the story. So this ain't for nobody to take it like I still have this position. I'm just telling this was my position at the, well, excuse me, I don't even want to say position, talk about some damn transgender. This was my statements at the time. All right. So at the time they say this. So every time I would talk to somebody from the FBA on Twitter, they would say, some people would say this just a troll, is not real. And some people say, well, they voted for him and they did all of this. So when I reached out to Tariq, I reached out to him as a brother. I think he interpreted as maybe I could be trolling him. That's the only thing I could think of, because his response back was weird. His response was like I was coming at him sideways, but I really wasn't coming at him sideways. And I could kind of understand why.
So Captain Desariak is clearing it up. He's saying he really wanted it. It was a sincere question. What's going on with this queen of FBA, and why are you letting this ride? What's the deal? What's going on with this, man? I mean, you know, he wanted Tariq Nasheed to actually give him a sincere response, but you know, obviously Tariq Nasheed got offended, and then here comes the mini feud. But
he would look at it that way, because maybe, you know, I could only imagine, you know, a lot of people coming at him about FBA attack this, attack that. So maybe he thought I was one of them. The only reason I don't look at it that way a little bit, because him and I had did a platform together. We had did a show together. And I remember saying to him on the show, he and I agreed we wouldn't let the white man have us go back and forth on his platform. So if we can, I had never spoke to him prior to that. That was our first meeting. So we can establish that. I still don't see why he thought I would be trolling him, because I wasn't. Now I'm trolling the people on Twitter though. Like I am trolling them because they're telling me that they voted for this man. So I am trolling them, but I wasn't trolling Tariq when I asked the question. So when he gave the type of bullshit ass story about me asking him, then it was like, okay, I'm no longer trolling now. It's just direct disrespect at that point. I'm not even so much disrespect to him, because I ain't really said too much about him, other than I do think that FBA is a hustle. Now that's not disrespect. That's just what I believe it is. I think the FBA is the new hustle, because they believe they getting reparations. So their delineations is the hope that the white man gonna give them some money, and they don't want Africans laying claim to that money. And we know them Africans is the greatest scammers on the face of the planet. Them Nigerians will scam the shit out of you. So that's why they delineating. That's the only code they on. The only code FBA is on is that if it comes to them reparations, we want to make sure only foundational Black Americans get it. That's the only code they got.
Which I think that's a good code to have as far as, you know, being foundational Black American. It is a stretch, right? It's a long shot for this westernized government to actually give Black Americans reparations. I think that is a stretch, but I think that's a good code to be on, to make sure, you know, the right people actually get compensated and get reparations. But I think what Captain Desariak is saying is that's the only code that's bringing FBAs together. There's no other type of value system or like core value system that FBAs actually adhere to or share in common. And I think he's saying that's problematic.
So back in January, I talked about it, and then I retold that story in October, and that's kind of what made it seem like I'm talking about it now. And I'm just, the same way I'm answering your question is the same way I was talking about it back in October, but then it caught fire.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit the like button. I appreciate you. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and do so at this present time. And if you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do it by Super Cap or Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $Freezy no cap, $Freezy no cap.
A couple people talked about it online, and so it's become a big thing. And so no, am I clout chasing FBA? No, because if I was clout chasing FBA, I would have been talking about it back in January, February, March. It would become a part of my mantra today. But it's not like I'm talking about it now because I was asked a question about it. Like, I would imagine you and I doing this interview, somebody may take this interview, make clips about it, and then I got to talk about it again. But outside of that, I don't have to talk about FBA because FBA is nothing. If you want to know my position on FBA, it is absolutely nothing.
I told y'all it's gonna get controversial, man. I told y'all. So we finna get into why Captain Tazariak is saying he feels, this is his opinion, that FBA is absolutely nothing. He's finna get into why he feels like it's absolutely nothing. Here we go.
It's nothing but African American. Instead of calling yourself African American, you call yourself Foundational Black American. They tell you they don't have no rules. It's just lineage. So, and I would love for, as we have this conversation, if someone wants to try to correct that, by all means, they can come up here and correct and tell me what morals and rules and laws they got, because they don't have none.
Right, good. Let me ask you, you mentioned Tariq Nasheed. What is your issue with my brother Tariq Nasheed? You got some issues with my brother or what? What's going on?
No, and I have no issue whatsoever with the brother. I think it was a misunderstanding that we probably could have talked behind the scenes. He didn't have to, tell a little story on the internet. If he thought I was coming at him some type of way, I would have just cleared it up then. So I don't have an issue with him personally. Even me saying I think it's a hustle, that's just my opinion. The truth can never be considered disrespect. And we know Tariq Nasheed has hustled a lot of things. He's done things on Haiti, he's done the Hidden Colors and stuff like that. So I'm me saying that, but do I have anything against him? No, I don't have nothing against him whatsoever. Outside
But when you come out and say things like, I think the FBA is just another hustle, you don't think that that's going to get a backlash? Just like our elder, Professor James Smalls, even though I don't think he warranted that type of abuse from them young people who have not put in no goddamn work to come out and disrespect Smalls like that. I don't care what he said. He said what he said. Let it go over your head and die out. You don't come back and just go crazy on Professor James Smalls, man. Do you know who this man is? Do you know the work that he put in? You know how many times he put his life on the line defending Betty Shabazz? Going out, people don't understand the work this man done put in.
And you know what's crazy with Professor James Smalls? And
let me see. Let's go to the next timestamp. The next timestamp is, I think Sarnetta is about to ask him about the LGBTQ community within FBA and how does he feel about that. He's about to ask him about the LGBTQ community. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here's a tough question for you, Captain.
What's the tough question? Let me hear.
This is going to be a tough question for you, brother.
Go on with it.
Hold on.
Look, hey, it must be a tough question. I got the brother choking on this. Like, what's happening right now? Go ahead.
Can LGBTQ community help strengthen the goals?
L, that's L. That's not I, that's an L.
Oh, LGBT, yeah, LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm.
Can they help strengthen the movement? Not only the movement of FBA, but also the movement of Israel. Of Israel, brother.
No.
You man. They can't strengthen the movement of ISUPK? Because Jesus wouldn't turn his back.
So Sarnetta is asking Captain Tazariak, does he think that the LGBTQ community can strengthen the movement of the Israelite movement alongside Foundation of Black Americans? But I think Captain Tazariak is about to answer for the Hebrew Israelites or whatever. And he found it very funny. That was kind of funny.
Oh, no. He would try to clean them up.
Jesus would not allow You see what you, so Jesus would not allow a gay person to continue to be gay. 1 Corinthians 6:9 says, know ye not that no effeminate shall inherit the kingdom of God. So let's say if that gay person wants to be a part or wants to be an Israelite, they would have to stop being gay. You can't be gay and be an Israelite. Just like you can't be.
You know, I've been having, this has been controversial for about a couple of weeks that I've been running into this, right? And much respect to the sisters and brothers who I kind of had some, who I had some opposing views with as far as when it comes to homosexuality and everything. But Captain Desariak is right, man. You know, we adhere to the Bible strictly. And when it comes to building up a community of people the right way, and the men are expected to be leaders, right? You just can't allow, you can't be lenient on a lot of things, especially homosexuality. Now, here's the thing, right? We don't hate homosexuals at all, you know. But when it comes to structure and order, right? Of course, we wouldn't put somebody in the LGBTQ community in charge of any type of mission or anything when it comes to getting the word of God out, right? And especially if they're not trying to change, if they want to maintain that lifestyle and they're not trying to change, I don't think it's wrong for a group of people that actually adhere to strict standards and core values to say, hey, this is not for you. We can't rock with that. This ain't for you. I'm sorry, you might have to go somewhere else. Now, I've been criticized for taking that type of stance. Sometimes I kind of get confused on if especially black women want real black male leaders. What does that really look like? Right? Especially when it comes to biblically. You can't play around with that stuff. You can't play around with that stuff, man. We're trying to raise up a nation of people, especially the kids. You can't subject these kids to just, you can't be lenient and passive about that type of stuff. Because I'm gonna tell you something, that spirit will bleed. It will bleed on a whole group of people, in the whole community, in the whole culture. And this is why we've gotten to where we are now. Because we've been so passive and we've adopted this westernized mentality and these doctrines of men. So Captain Desariak is absolutely correct when it comes to that.
Got to give you pushback on this, man. Got to give you pushback on this. Right. Whether you like it or not, Captain, there's going to be homosexuals and lesbians inside of the movement of FBA. There are going to be homosexuals. Hold up. There are going to be homosexuals and lesbians as FBA. It don't matter. If they FBA, they FBA. You can't change that. They are foundational Black Americans. Now, I'm moving over to you, brother.
Right.
Same with you. You can't change that. You teach that we are Israelites. So if we are Israelites, they are homosexuals and gays here. That's Israelites. Do you agree?
So let me broaden it so it can make sense to everybody. A drug dealer can't be an Israelite either. The leader.
Yes, he could. Yes, he could, brother.
No, he can't.
I'll tell you why he can. It doesn't matter to you. It's the Most High. He just went astray, but he's still an Israelite, brother, according to your teachings. See, he came over here on the slave ship according to your teachings, Captain. The African American, it don't matter if he's a goddamn pedophile, a drug dealer, or none of that. See, I want you to reason with me. He's still an Israelite. He's just a non-practicing Israelite, but he's an Israelite according to your teachings. And you.
So, Sa Neter has been around for quite some time, and he's very familiar with the Hebrew Israelite movement and our belief system, right? He knows that being an Israelite is by blood. So technically Sarnetta is right. Right? So he kind of clarified it when he said he's just a non-practicing Israelite. Technically Sarnetta is right. And I think Captain Tazariak is about to build upon that. And they're going to actually agree.
You can't stop that. Only the Most High can stop that. Just with FBA. It don't matter what they are. If they foundational Black Americans and they doing all this wicked stuff, they still foundational Black Americans and they will get a piece of the pie.
So I'll answer it this way so you can understand.
Answer it.
Well, you're talking about, there's two things you're talking about. So, I always say we all Israelites. Since I've been in the conscious community, I always say we all Israelites. Now, there's a difference between we're all Israelites and then being a part of the Israelite movement. Those are two different things. So you see how you brought up the Black Panther Party 12-point system, right? Mm-hmm. So to be a part of the Israelite movement is now, that's different than, so I look at you, the WAC 100s, the Genuines, 45, all of y'all is Israelites.
Thank you, that's what I'm telling you. Yes.
But none of y'all, like Sarnetta, you're not a part of the Israelite movement. WAC's not a part of the Israelite movement.
Right, but that's still I'm saying that they're Israelite.
Let me explain the difference. Because this
just like Nas. I ain't talking about Nas Escobar. I'm talking about Nas, the homosexual brother.
Right, you talking about Nas
right now?
Who, Nasi?
Yeah, he's locked down.
I don't know. I ain't seen Nasi since it came out what he was doing.
He's locked up, I think. He's in jail. But he's Israelite.
But I'm trying to get you to see the difference of what I'm saying. So when we say that we're all Israelites, so we teach Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are Israelites. That's all of them. But you cannot be a part of this movement unless you repent from the evil that you're doing. Let me finish.
Yeah.
In the FBA, they don't have to stop the evil that they're doing to be FBA. So the difference between ISUBK, the difference between the Israelite movement and what FBA is just something that everybody can identify as. The Israelite movement is something you have to obey. You have to obey God to be an Israelite. So I would not call Sarnetta an Israelite based on that standard. But
let me tell you something. With my back and forth with people who still is engulfed in the Christianity mindset, a lot of people who I've talked to, they don't feel like you have to obey really. The laws are done away with. Jesus Christ died for our sins. And they will embrace a gay person that even believes that being gay is not a sin. We've talked to gay people on certain platforms that believe being gay is not a sin, right? And let alone being a white gay dude. That's crazy as hell to me, being a white gay dude and you embracing this dude. Here it is, I'm a Black man and I'm sticking up for the Most High. I'm a Black male leader. Right? And I'm not tolerating any foolishness, and I'm definitely not going to allow anybody to play in our face. You got to understand, you got to have some kind of discernment. And I know on a few situations I was in, they always talk about discernment. What is the right discernment though? What's the right discernment? According to the Bible, the right discernment is there shall be no sodomite or effeminate man in the house of Israel. None at all. There's no if and buts about it. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. A lot of the men, and especially in this Western hemisphere, we've gotten, I'm gonna just be honest with you, I think we've gotten soft, man. And we've allowed different type of spirits to infiltrate us, and they're going to continue to infiltrate us. They're going to continue to infiltrate us. If you're gonna adhere to a strict culture on way of doing things, if you want more successful marriages, if you want more less violence, you have to really adhere to the Most High God's law, statutes, and commandments. You got to do that. You can't compromise that. But there's been a lot of compromising going on and catering to. And I'm gonna tell you something, I just can't get down with it. I cannot get down with that, man. You know, within the past couple of weeks, I've reevaluated a lot of stuff. And it's not that I don't love all my sisters and brothers. I love all my sisters and brothers. But I love God more, and that's just it. I really do. I love the words of the Bible more, and I love the Most High God more. And I know what it say, and I'm never going to be swayed away from that. No matter if somebody actually falls away from me, falls out with me, I don't care. Captain Desariak is right. You know, shout out to my sister Venus in the building. What's going on, Venus? Shout out to Venus in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Here we go.
I would call Sarnetta an Israelite that got to wake up. So the FBAs, the Christians, the Muslims are all Israelites that have to wake up. Once you wake up, then you can be a part of the movement. Example, if somebody is queer, if somebody is trans, if somebody is a drug dealer, no, not drug dealer, if somebody is an entertainer, if somebody is a Christian and they're prominent and a good speaker, they can go and speak on behalf of the FBA getting reparations. If you take that same queer, trans, drug dealer, singer, Christian, and he come and say, I speak for the Israelite movement, you're going to see every Israelite come out the woodworks and say, no, he does not. Because he cannot speak for us. She cannot speak for us because they don't obey and follow the law, statutes, and commandments. Our morals.
Listen, I totally agree with this. I totally agree with this. You got to be careful who you associate yourself with. You got to be careful who you allow to speak for you, even when you're not around. You really got to be careful with that, man. If we really about true change, you can't go light on these demonic spirits, on these devilish demonic spirits. I'm telling you right now, that's the easiest way for you to be infiltrated. And a lot of people, a lot of y'all have been infiltrated or going to be infiltrated. I'm telling you, if you want your life to get better, if you want your life to improve, if you want more structure, if you want families to be better off, if you want stronger men in society, if you want stronger men in society, stronger, especially black men, let's start there, black men, and you're asking black men to compromise, that's oxymoronic. If you ask me, that's very oxymoronic. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals in the building. What's going on, Fear No Mortals?
No Cap-tivity.
Let's go.
Separate those that can actually be a part of the movement and those that cannot. The FBA don't have the morality that says that. That's what's separated. So I get what you're saying. You're saying at the surface level, we all Israelites. At the surface level, we all FBA. You're right. But as far as the movement goes, that person that's breaking the law, statutes, and commandments cannot represent the Israelite movement, is what I'm saying.
Man, this is why I felt like this was so important to react to, man, because Captain Desariak was cooking, real talk.
No Cap-tivity.
He was cooking, man. Shout out to Red Bull. What's up, my brother? Shalom. He said, much needed stream. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Good to see you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Good to see you, man. Shout out to Purge, the BS. What's up, Purge?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Purge in the building. What's going on, Purge? Here we go.
Now, with that, this is not about Israelites, but being that I got you here.
Wait, before you say, I want to give an example. I'm going to give an example. And I actually, well, I ain't gonna say that part, but I'll tell you this part. I'll tell you that part behind the scenes. But I'm gonna use this as an example. As prominent as Gorilla Hebrew was, when it was found out what he was doing, we got rid of him.
And this is an Israelite he's talking about, Gorilla Hebrew. Gorilla Hebrew, very well known dude in the Israelite community. We found out his deviant sexual behavior, and guess what? We stopped recognizing him as a respected messenger of God. We stopped recognizing him. And it's very strict because listen, if we found out that you are an extreme hypocrite, if we find out you're an extreme hypocrite, why would we want you representing us? This goes back to, having men who's very serious about improving our communities, being an example. Don't you guys want good examples? Don't you want men to be examples? Don't you want men to be examples? Or do we just be talking? Do we just be talking?
That's the difference. In the FBA, as prominent as Gorilla was, he would be allowed to still be prominent. It wouldn't matter what he was doing. That's the difference between FBA and Israelite. And I'm using Gorilla because Gorilla was a brother that was extremely popular. You could argue between him and I, if you wanted to, on that level. I put Commander Jenny Hunter above everybody, so he's not in this conversation. But when it comes to this world here, Gorilla and Gorilla and myself would be like the number one and number two. And as prominent as he was, when it was found out what he was doing, he could not exist in our movement anymore. That's the difference. Whereas in the FBA or anywhere else, he would be able to still be that same person. That's the difference between us and FBA.
Got you. Yep. I understand what you're saying, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did join this show later on, and I expressed why I did feel like it was important to embrace the FBA movement and my reasonings for it, right? Me and Captain Desariat had a back and forth on that. But I did understand what Captain Desariat was saying as far as not curtailing to just any type of behavior, any type of ideology, any type of walk of life that could fragilize the movement, right? Or water down the movement. This is very important, man. Having strong men in the front lines on the forefront. It's very important, man. And let me tell you something. My sisters know I love them. My sisters know I love them. But when you see a strong man that's doing right and wants to obey the Most High God, doesn't want to cause you any harm, and really, really, really loves structure and wants order in the household and the community, with the children as well, man, listen, let that guy flourish in the spirit of God. Let him do it. Don't stop him. Don't stop this dude from doing that. But a lot of times, especially with the LGBTQ community, we have women, they're more so, right? Women will go softer on especially gay dudes in the LGBTQ community. They will have more compassion and go softer and expect for other men to follow suit. No. This is why I got so attracted to actually the strict tenements of the Bible and the pure and adulterated truth. Right? It's less infidelity, less divorce. We're talking about putting families together. Right? Even with FBA, we're talking about having a more functional community. This is why this is a great discussion, man. Listen, if you got any comments that you would like to be read and highlighted, or if you just simply want to support the show, please do so at this when you know if you feel it in your heart, right? By Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or the Cash Cap is $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap.
How did enslavement in America affect African Americans today and the descendants?
Okay, we're gonna move past that. We're gonna go to the next timestamp. The next timestamp is, where are we? Okay, this is when they started inviting people up. This is when they started inviting people up on the panel. Here we go. So people started coming up and it started getting a little contentious about this FBA conversation. It got real contentious, y'all. I need y'all to stay with me.
Are you FBA, brother?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to you.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to you.
We say, Crown Prince say, I'm really attempting to be respectful. What does that mean, Crown Prince? You really attempting to be respectful to me? Because you ain't got no choice but to be respectful to me over here. I'm trying to figure out what are you attempting to do. But I mean, I'm okay if you disagree with anything. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by you attempting to be respectful. I don't even understand that. But here we go.
Mr. Kraft, are you FBA, brother?
For sure.
Okay, do you have a question for the captain?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him about why people be so disingenuous and speaking on a movement that they know nothing about. For like the FBA, it's not a scam because who's making money off of making money off of FBA? It's more about the knowledge, and then the fact that everybody make it seem like it's a money grab.
What's the knowledge?
Really I'm about to tell you now. It's about the true history about what really happened, like how everybody try to point us to Africa. It's about really letting the youth know that we have a claim to the land because we always been here. So it's like, fake like your grandma died, right? And you stand in a house and your uncle and your auntie and them is over the house and they just controlling everything. And then you find out that you the sole owner of the house. You're gonna move different. Once the youth find out they belong here. When you believe
what's
that,
your question though? What's your question, brother?
But when you say what it's about, when I say money, I'm not talking about anybody making money off FBA. I agree with you. Ain't nobody making money off FBA. The reason why I said it's a hustle, and I didn't say scam, I said it's a hustle because y'all believe y'all gonna get reparations from the white man, and so that's why you delineate.
But I'm saying,
hold on, brother. You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish, man.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is the hustle, like because when you say what it means,
and listen, I do believe that Foundation of Black Americans are owed reparations. I do believe that Foundation of Black Americans are owed reparations. Whether we're gonna get it or not, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But I think Captain Desire believes that too, that Foundation of Black Americans are owed reparations. All right, here we go.
Everybody that I've talked to when it comes to FBA, they just say it's just a lineage. There is no rules to it.
All right, so this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. That's the point I'm making. It's about the knowledge of the lineage. So if we get money, that's just a plus. That's a plus on it. But the main objective of FBA is to let the youth know that we belong here. And this is our land.
What's going on, Elite Belly Zoe? Great to see you, sis.
But don't they already?
Shout out to Melanated Vessel in the building as well.
Don't we already know we belong here though?
No. If we already know that, why do they have so many Pan-Africans? And everybody telling you from Africa. Everybody don't know that.
Listen, you just said that the youth have to know that we're from here, from America. And I asked you, doesn't the youth know that they're from here? You said no because everybody is
Pan-African. I'm talking about the ancestors, brother. Come on, I'm talking about the fact that they make it seem like we all come from Africa is not true. That's what I'm saying.
Who's the we when you say all come from Africa?
The people that they call African Americans.
So me, for example, I wouldn't come from that continent.
Like this, the point is, like when he made the documentary, brother.
Mm.
And when he made a documentary, he was saying that a few people came from Africa, but majority of us was already over here.
That's what I'm trying to. I just want to repeat what you're saying, so you know I'm listening to you. So you're saying that people are indigenous to this continent.
Yes.
So that's different. Because I don't think that's what, and you see, and this is what I mean when I say different FBAs give you different answer. You're speaking from an indigenous North American position, not coming from Africa. So when you're saying foundational, is that what you're saying? Tariq is saying that we're indigenous.
Yeah, that's what Tariq is saying. Everybody else is trying to take and trying to run and make their own thing. What Tariq is saying that we've been here, so we're not separating ourselves from Africa. The reason why Africa is even a thing because they did have a small amount of people that came from Africa that was enslaved and it made us.
Somebody said
so. By them making us, of course we got some African blood, but I'm saying we really are originally from this continent.
All right.
Well, I think I got a cash cow. If you got a comment that you would like to be read and highlighted, please send it either through Super Cap or Cash Cap. Super Cap or Cash Cap. Let me see. I think I got a Cash Cap. Here we go. Oh man, shout out to my brother Red Bull. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Red Bull, who is the initial sponsor of tonight's show with a $20 cash cap. I appreciate that, bro. $20 cash cap. Red Bull said admiration of your perseverance. Thank you, Red Bull. Shout out to you and your wife, man. Hope God bless you and your family. Red Bull is the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Let me go ahead and put him on the sponsorship board. Here we go. Shout out to Red Bull, man. Red Bull is the official sponsor of tonight's show. Let's get it. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $20 or more. $20 or more to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. Let's get back to the show. Here we go.
Stop. Brother, did you just say, of course, that we have some African blood?
During slavery,
Stop. So if you've been here, how the hell you get African blood?
Man, you fucking retarded. I just said they had slaves come over here and mate with the people from over here.
Then how the hell are you foundational Black American? You got African blood in you.
Hey, Si, I don't think he.
Man, Si, come on, man. Si be with the bullshit, man. Si, you listening? You listening to what I'm saying?
I don't. Hey, brother.
It's an interesting conversation.
You know what, Si, what you gonna have to do? I mean, and this ain't no disrespect to the rest of the callers when they come on here. This ain't got nothing to do with y'all. This is why Tariq you gotta do an interview with Tariq, and this is why Tariq gotta set a standard, because I don't think Tariq says that. Now I'm not gonna say with 100%, but I don't know if you're speaking for him correctly. Because I don't.
This is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. When I read it,
let him finish. Let him finish, brother. You gotta let him finish, brother, and then you can.
Yeah, because when I sat with him, when we was on No Jumper, maybe I'll re-upload that. I don't think he said that we were all indigenous. He would say some of us are indigenous. When I would mention the Taino Indians and stuff like that, he would say some of us are indigenous. But I don't think he said we were all here. I don't know if that's out, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm speaking absolute either, but I think only he can actually clear that part off. But I don't know. I think you might be an Aboriginal type of cat. I don't know if you a full.
No, but listen, this is my point. Captain been up here talking the whole time. Y'all said y'all want to understand it. If you want to understand it, stop cutting the callers off. That's FBA. The FBA is trying to let you know what the FBA is about.
But I'm not.
If you want to know, let me talk.
But I didn't cut you off. I just said I've never heard.
Because I keep saying let Cap talk. Cap been talking the whole time.
Wait,
when you ask a question, you gotta. You said the same bullshit. Cap been talking the whole time the same bullshit. That's disrespectful, brother.
No, what I'm saying is Cap don't know what he's talking about. Cap is an Israelite.
Man.
He's asking about the FBA, and I'm trying to tell him.
Right, I get that part. This must be the YN FBA. This the Y inside.
This is the reason why. Because we're gonna be the ones to fight. So that's why the youth have to know the truth.
Well,
you ain't fighting
so let me ask you a question.
No, what I'm saying is intellectually.
When you say that, when you're gonna fight for them, right? Because I fight for the youth currently, right? What morality does the FBA offer? What's your code of ethics?
This is what I see the FBA offers. What it offers is it gives our people a chance for the Israelites, the Christians, the Muslims, and everybody to stand under one thing and understand that who we are. That's what I see that it does for the people. I don't know what nobody else gathered from it. I like to look at what can we, you know what I'm saying? What could positive come out of this thing? Is it something that all us could stand under without worrying about, oh, I'm an Israelite, I'm a Christian, and I'm a this and I'm a that. At the end of the day, when we find out the truth that we are really originally from this continent.
So you're saying that, let me just, I just want to speak right here. So you're saying that the Christians, the Muslims, the Israelites, everybody come up under the FBA umbrella, understanding that we are foundational Black Americans and it doesn't matter what you believe. But that didn't answer my question, brother. My question was, you said you want to give something to the youth. I do this, I give something to the youth all the time. And so my question was, what is your code of ethics? What is your morality? Where does that come from under FBA? Because it sounds like the morality comes from the Christian that joins FBA, the Muslim that joins FBA. Like, do you have that?
What I'm saying is what it does for a young Black. What I'm saying is, like the history that I was taught.
So Captain Desariak is trying to say, does FBA have a moral code? And I think it's fair to say that FBA is not, I think Venus put it in the chat earlier, FBA is not a religious group. It's not a religious organization. FBA is basically an identification group that separates Foundation of Black Americans from other so-called Black Americans that did not have descendants from slavery. Now, I will agree with Captain Desariak. For the most part, I would say the purpose of it is for potential future reparations that might be handed out. But also, I would say, I spoke about this earlier when I joined this panel. I joined this panel as well because I thought this was an interesting conversation. I did say, when we have situations or incidents happen like what happened to Sonia Massey, Carmelo Anthony, Trayvon Martin, a lot of people, so-called people that look Black in America, that's not really from America, or their ancestry is not from America, it's not descendants from slavery, they don't have a lot of compassion or as much compassion for the Foundation of Black Americans' plight. So I do understand that aspect. And I spoke up for that. I spoke up for that when I joined this panel, right? I did speak up for that because let me tell you something. When it comes to Foundation of Black Americans, I do believe that we experience the most racism in America. Not saying that other Black Americans adjacent to the Foundation of Black Americans don't experience racism, but the racism runs deep all the way from slavery, and people have to understand that. And I do think that people adjacent to Foundation of Black Americans, along with other groups in America, can be very insensitive to a lot of the tragedies that happen to FBA. Shout out to my sister.
No Cap-tivity.
Super chat. First super cap of the night. Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe for the $4 super cap. for the $4 super sticker. Thank you,
No
sis.
Cap-tivity.
First colored up chat we got tonight. Thank you for coloring up the chat, for being the first one to color up the chat. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either do so by sending a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash app, to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Shout out to my sister El Cheapo. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to El Cheapo in the building. What's going on? Shout out to Scam Likely in the building as well. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in the building. I appreciate y'all. Here we go.
School that we came from Africa, we weren't really supposed to be here, and then we got beat. When you find out your true history, brothers, what I'm trying to say is,
I'm with you on that.
What I'm saying, when it gives you your true history, it helps you defeat that inferiority that we don't belong. So you move different. Ever since I found out my true history, I've been moving different. So that's how I know it's effective when you find out your real history.
I agree with that.
History.
No, I agree with knowing.
So I'm saying that's what it does for the youth. All
right, hey yo, McCraft, I'm gonna come back to you. I just gotta get the other brothers that's here. I'll come back to you, brother. Terrence Jackson. All right, Terrence Jackson.
Shout out to Cassandra Brown in the building, and shout out to Kills in the building. What's going on, y'all?
Left. All right. Let me go to my brother here, Dash.
Let me see. So I'm finna go to when I join the show. I'm about to go to when I join the show, y'all. Here we go. Let me get rid of this. What was it? 114. Here we go.
Great grandmother, great grandfather that was on a plantation. You are FBA because your lineage goes back to them. No club. That's why Tariq say he's not a leader. These people can have their own way, just like everybody got their own way of doing things and showing out. He's not representing nobody. You automatically a lineage if your people came back from slavery.
Okay, let me move on. Man, where we at? Let me get the brother no captivity with. Let's go, brother. You want to call?
Shout out to Red Pill Crip in the building. What's going on, Red Pill? Great to see you.
Oh, yeah. Get the brother move on. Let me move on. Man, where we at? Let me get the brother no captivity with. Let's go, brother. You want to call?
Yeah, thank you for having me up, Sonetta, and shalom to Captain Cesario.
Are you FBA, brother?
Yeah, I'm FBA.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with Captain Cesario as far as the FBA movement being perverted, because it's just a melting pot of Christianity, LGBTQ, a lot of stuff I can't get down with. But one question that I do have for Captain Desariak is this: when we have like situations that happen to Black Americans, such as Trayvon Martin, Sonia Massey,
right.
Carmelo Anthony, that just got into the situation with the Austin brothers. I myself I tend to lean towards FBA because I've had shows on my platform where people who don't identify as FBA that we would consider tethers would actually speak down on Trayvon Martin or Carmelo Anthony or Sonia Massey because of the disconnect. What's your views on that when these events happen in America as far as towards Black Americans? When these events happen in America. Shout out to Sonetta. He said that was a good question. Because what's your views on that when these events happen in America as far as towards Black Americans?
The tethers, can you explain the tether part so I could know?
Well, to my knowledge, a tether would be a person that would not be considered a foundational Black American.
Okay.
And not just that, but also is kind of disconnected to the movement of being
to the plight of the they could be a Black person. They could be a Black person, but they a coon type of Black person.
Yeah, because just
Okay.
because you might be Carib doesn't make you a tether, you know.
Right. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Like y'all probably call me a tether, Salakia. But anyway, so when it comes to that though, I would probably side with y'all. I'm gonna say y'all. I'm gonna just say black people. I would side with black people in those instances too, because there's always tethers, and I'm glad.
What's up, Smitty? I could drop the link. I could drop the link right after this. Right after I react to this last segment, Smitty.
You broke down tethers because a black person could be a tether based on the subject that you're talking about with Sonia Massey, XYZ. Because I know people that said that the cop that shot was right, but they was black. I know people that the cop that said that the cop was right. That's Taino. I'm screaming, not Taino. That's Puerto Rican. That's Mexican. That's the nature of man, to where they're gonna have an opinion. I think black people are the most targeted people on the planet. And then I think Latinos follow right behind them as the most targeted people on the planet. So when something happens to black people and we don't get the compassion that we're supposed to get, I don't think that just comes from tethers. I think it comes from our own people as well. Our own people's side. What's that famous black guy? What's the famous black guy that's always capping for white people? It's a couple of them. You got the Hodge twins, but
Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum is FBA, right?
I think so. Yeah.
You look at him, and he don't do nothing but talk about us. So that's not. We can't make that only be we sometimes. Sinetta would say this, that we become our own worst enemy too, and that's why we don't get the respect from everybody else, because we don't have that respect for ourselves. Which is why I like the Israelite movement, because the Israelite movement forces us to be and live according to what God would have us be, what would make us more righteous. And if we was more righteous, we wouldn't have that stigma that floats around about how we live wrong. Like the stigma that Israelites have is you're racist. I'm fine with having a stigma of being racist, but we don't have a stigma of being homosexual. We don't have a stigma of being drug dealers. We don't have a stigma of being whores. We don't have a stigma of being that. And so because we don't have that stigma, we stand out for being right. Whereas if we're just black without morals, like even though, like, for example, you identify as FBA, but you use the word shalom. Now I would use shalom. So that means even though you're FBA, you still went to find a righteousness to live by. So you don't live by the foundation of being FBA, you live by the foundation of being Israelite, but because you're foundational Black American, you can call yourself that. So even you found something to live by that would stand out from that, if you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, because just simply being an FBA, it doesn't really have a moral code or anything. It's just an identity. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's the only right. And so I don't have and this is Captain Jazayak's official stance on FBA. I don't have an issue with the term FBA. But when you make the FBA be anything more than just lineage, then I have a problem. That's my only thing with FBA.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just instead of African American, we saying FBA, that's fine. But when you start identifying people and saying, well, they're a tether, even once you say something's a tether, you set a standard. Especially if you're saying if a black person is a tether, and then you identifying him as a sellout, but then the gay person is not a sellout for being gay. The drug dealer is not a sellout for being a drug dealer. If they talk black, now you're biased. You have an agenda. So you can't make black people, like if black people can be tethers, then you do have a standard. And if the standard is you have to be about black people and stand on black business, then I don't see how gays are black business. I don't see how drug dealers are black business. I don't see how PDFs are black business.
So here's the thing, right? Even within FBA, there are people with degenerate behavior, right? And There are black coons, right?
And dear motherfucking house niggas.
There's house niggas.
Motherfucking house niggas. Mad because everybody else don't want to be no motherfucking house nigga like you.
So, you know, there's all kind of personalities that are FBA that claim to be FBA, right? You know, there are FBA people that speak against black people. So I think that's what's being broke down on this panel. And I don't think it gets talked about enough, right? Because we can pretend that all FBA are pro-black people, but they're not. You know? But I will say it's an issue within the black community, within the foundational black community. Right? But there's FBA that work against, there's FBA that work against FBA. Would you agree with that? Right? So there's a lot of stuff to iron out. That's why I really do embrace the Bible and embrace the tenements of the Bible, because, you know, it's a clear-cut order of things to go by, a moral code, right?
I don't see how anything that goes against black people is black business.
All right.
What I found, I just can I just
let him respond? It's I let him respond and then.
But here's the thing: there are foundational black Americans that will try to stop reparations. There are foundational black Americans that will try to stop reparations. How do you deal with that? That's why there does have to be a, see, I understand what Captain Zarek is saying. There does have to be some type of code, you know. Here we go.
Go to the next one. Go ahead, brother.
What I found was that Israelites who are not from, let's say, tribe of Judah, they still have some type of compassion for, let's say, somebody like Sonia Massey, or I'm talking about the people that's in the Israelite movement. They still would have some type of connection and compassion for Sonia Massey. Well, you haven't seen Tato. Shout out to Tato Mills. Tato Mills say, I haven't seen that yet, Freezy. So you telling me you haven't seen any black coons or house ninjas speaking against reparations? Is that what you saying? You must don't live in America, or Carmelo Anthony or Trayvon Martin, something like that. But outside of the Israelite movement, I do recognize tethers. I do recognize the people that try to impede on black Americans and the well-being of black Americans in America. I do recognize that. But I do think it's a difference between somebody that's in the Israelite movement that understands and have all the information and is spiritually intact versus somebody who's outside of the Israelite movement.
All right, I'll let you have the last
all right.
word,
Thank you. Hey, Khalif Bernie, you there? Khalif Bernie, you there?
Yeah.
All right, you got to cam up if you want to get on.
But yeah, so I wanted to say that it's a
No, you got to hold on. Let me get the rest of the people. Let me get the rest. And I want to get all FBA first. Are you FBA, Khalif?
Yeah.
Come out the dog, brother. Don't be no pussycat. Come out the dog, brother.
Hey, so I'm going to about 5, just so you know.
Okay, I got you. You got to come out. Hey, if you're going to be FBA, you got to come out of the dog. You can't be a pussycat. You fight, brother. You fighting.
Don't be scared.
All right, let's go, man. Come on. What's on your mind, brother? You have a question?
He said I'm scared. Stop playing with me, son.
I said don't be scared.
Yeah, don't be scared. Come on, man.
So I'm saying, like, I just came in a little bit late, but what's going on right now as far as like what y'all talking about?
We're trying to find out a little more about FBA. What is it about? And are there any standards, laws, rules, anything that y'all go by, and other things, amongst other things?
Okay, yeah. So boom. It's like this, like it ain't nothing like when people be like, yeah, Tariq is the leader and all of that, right? Like it ain't nothing like that, because Tariq ain't my leader at all. Like I rock with Tariq and all that, but I don't see him as my leader. Like I see him as someone who started something and he want everybody else to jump on in and do their own thing. Start up their own legacy and all that. So out here, I'm in Alabama, right? But I'm from North New Jersey.
What's going on, Jalen? Shout out to Jalen in the building. What's up, Jalen?
No Cap-tivity.
But
I could tell.
I'm out here. I'm from Alabama. I'm out here in Alabama though. I'm in Birmingham. And what I'm trying to do out here is people out here. Yeah, I know you from you in Bloomfield, right?
No, I live in East Orange, but I'm from Jersey City. I'm in East Orange.
Oh, word, you ain't EO. You ain't EO. Shout out to EO, man. Word is born. But look, word is born. But I'm out here in Birmingham, right? And what I'm trying to do is out here, I want to start next summer. I'm trying to start an FBA tour, and I'm trying to go to each major city that got a dense population of foundation of Black America, like Detroit, Newark, Birmingham, things of that nature, Omaha, North Omaha. I've been in mad places, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to start up like little micro institutions, like little police departments, like that could be like in a little storefront, something like that. You know what I'm saying? Little things like that, like little institutions to like start up. And you know what I'm saying, to talk to people that are leaders in these communities and see how we can pool together our money and resources to start these type of little institutions, these micro institutions. But I say that to say this, Tariq Nasheed ain't got nothing to do with that. You feel what I'm saying? That's me starting that up. But he not our leader, you know what I'm saying? FBA don't got no leader, it's a lineage. So if you got ancestors or anybody in your family that go back to a not even to just a plantation, but like if your family been here for over the 500 years, then you FBA. The same thing that makes up a Puerto Rican, you get what I'm saying, makes up an FBA. Because a motherfucking Puerto Rican, excuse my language, but a motherfucking Puerto Rican is what? What makes up a Puerto Rican? Taino Indian, Arawak, right? Spaniard, right? And then the African, right?
A Spaniard would not be a Puerto Rican, though.
Yeah, nah, I'm saying, but that makes them up. That makes up a Puerto Rican. You got to have Spaniard blood, right?
No. So the way we look at it as if you Taino or Arawak, those two tribes, that's a actual
that's a Puerto Rican.
Right. If you're a Spaniard or African, you would not be Puerto Rican. You might be called Puerto Rican, but you would be a Spaniard. Spaniard would be a white man. An African, you would just be African.
All right, word. So boom. The same thing with that though. Whatever makes up a Puerto Rican, whatever makes up a Dominican, whatever makes up a Haitian, et cetera, et cetera. The same thing with FBA. We've been here for years, yo. Hey, yo, I did my family tree because I got up into a lot of shit, right? I found out a lot about my family when I moved to Alabama and talked to my grandparents and all of that, right? So boom. Word is born to a law, yo. I'm not even playing, yo. I found out mad stuff about like us being Indians and all of that too. Like Cherokee and all of that shit. I know.
All right. So listen, I'm about to put the link in the chat. So anybody want to discuss this? I'm gonna put the link in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. If you got any comments that you would like to be read and highlighted, you can either do so by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or you can do so by Cash Cap, aka Cash App to $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap. That was the live stream that I was on. I finished reacting to all of it. You know, I'm interested to hear what y'all got to say. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of opinions in the chat where, listen, don't just type in the chat. You know, if you want your opinions highlighted and read, either send a Super Cap or a Cash Cap or hit the link, man. Come on, hit the link and come talk to your brother Freezy. Here we go. I'm about to put the link in the chat, y'all. Shout out to all them, shout out to the mods, to top tier mods that's put, you know, reminding everybody to hit the link or reminding everybody to support the show by Cash Cap or Super Cap. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it, man. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. Swing like slide. Was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me? Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. I'm tripping that stick, keep my mind in tow. I'm cleaning my step, cause my tight is tight, so tight I can't guard. Another one smoking in, that's right, riding newly. That's good life is a movie. Who else can speak up on that? Ooh, ooh. They know you should like, comment, subscribe, it's all be. You can't try me, no captivity. Freezing, I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community, no captivity. Freezy, believe me,
No captivity.
no captivity. Freezy, believe me. 2 streets.
Shout out to my dogs in the building. What's up,
No
Smitty?
captivity.
And shout out to Living Humbly in the building too. What's going on, Living Humbly? Who else we got? We got we got my brother. We got my brother Robert Watkins in the building. Shout out to all my brother. Rob, man, you got the booty face, man. What's going on?
Yeah, took it all off.
Man, I'm getting ready for 2026 already, Freezy.
I see. But you look about 2 years younger.
Man, thanks, man. I'm trying, man. Getting over this cold.
I know it's
Man.
cold up there. It's snowing up there, right?
Man, I think, hold up, man. I'm gonna give you the real number, man. Hold up, man. Hold up. 36 degrees right now, man.
Damn. That's cold.
Hey, it's gonna be 20. It's gonna be 20. It's gonna be 27 degrees in 15 minutes, dog.
You got snow over there?
Nah,
I need a girl. That's what I need. I need somebody to keep me warm.
Cut your camera back on, Rob.
Oh, my bad, yo. I was looking at the weather, man. I'm high as shit, yo. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Shout out to Taylor Bell in the building. What's up, Taylor Bell? Smitty, what's your opening thoughts on what you've been seeing so far? I'm gonna drop Rob until you could.
Just like with
oh, there you go.
a lot of these beefs that be taking place, a simple conversation would fix a lot. Yeah.
You think it's beefs as far as like what do you think is beefs about?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's beefs, but it's just misunderstandings. Like when he was talking about how he what's his name? Tazariak, that's how you say his name?
Yeah, Captain Tazariak.
Yeah, when he was saying he had a message on Tariq Nasheed about the troll person.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
But as far as the whole FBA versus Hebrew Israelite thing, or not even verse, but just the whole two different sides or whatever with the whole FBA thing, I think people, Black Americans, do need to delineate because you have too many people that come over here and cosplay as us, and then when they do, not saying that we don't do dumb shit, but when they come over here and do dumb shit, and you know what I'm saying, they come over here, they do dumb shit, or they come over here and get a lot of benefits that they don't have in the countries that they coming from. And then once they get to a certain point, then it's kind of like, then they try to separate themselves from us. Like, oh, I'm not this. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like you came over here, you didn't acted like you was one of us for the last 10, 15 years. You didn't got on food stamps. You didn't did this. You didn't did that. And, not saying that they don't work hard either, but you know what I'm saying? It's just like, and that shit's been going on for too long. So, I mean, but also too, that's not necessarily on them. That's on us too. Like, you know what I'm saying? We play a role, a part in that too.
Yeah. And I think the need for the delineation of that a lot of foundational Black Americans are starting to adopt is because they've heard a lot of adjacent Black Americans or non-FBA people kind of dismiss a lot of the atrocities that have happened to Black FBA Foundation of Black Americans and still happen in Foundation of Black Americans, and they don't really have no real connection or compassion to a lot of the atrocities that happen.
No,
You
they
know.
don't. And as you know, my thing about it is somebody that has traveled the world, lived in different countries, been to, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people on the outside, prime example, right? I'm gonna give you an example. When I was in Japan, when me and some of my friends were out at the club or whatever, one of my homeboys ended up meeting this Japanese girl, and you know they end up exchanging numbers or whatever. And the
Mm-hmm.
Japanese girl kept calling us the N word with the ER then. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Really?
so my homeboy, but she wasn't saying it in a demeaning way, and I'm not trying to take up for her or justify. I'm just telling you, she wasn't saying it in a demeaning way.
Okay.
She was just using it. So then when my homeboy like took her to the side and he like, yo, you can't be saying that. Like, what's wrong with you? Then she explained to us like, I'm sorry, but based on what I see on TV and movies and all this other stuff, you know, this is over here. This is how we think it's like a cool thing to say, or like there's something that we can say. Like, you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I'm again not justifying what the girl was doing, but a lot of people in different countries, because of the media is controlled. And not saying well, it is controlled, but we don't really have control over our image, and that's black men and black women. A lot of people in other different countries just go off of what they see off of the internet, off of damn TV, off of movies, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they already, so when it comes to understanding like slavery or just the day-to-day things that me and you face as black, you know, as and I hate saying black Americans, because at the end of the day I was born in America, so I'm American, like, you know what I'm saying? But as a black American, a lot of them they can't grasp that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They can't grasp that, oh, well, in the 60s or the 70s or whatever it was, that when black people try to go get loans from banks, they either was given like a predatory loan or you wasn't getting no loan. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand that, like, you know what I'm saying, after slavery, like, yeah, they told us we was free, but then we was walking into a burning building. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was all these things already set up that we wasn't even thinking of, like, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you just gotta, you know, go ahead.
They don't really have no true connection to it, and you know, compassion for it, because you know it didn't happen to their ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So basically,
and then also, go ahead.
a lot of times the position that they're going to take is pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. You know, stop complaining and all that kind of stuff, right? And
but also too, that's what, and I was about to say also too, it's not, I can't speak for everybody, I'm gonna speak for myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect people to give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's still our responsibility to, within our power, to do our part. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So and I think that's where as a whole where we mess up at. Like, you know what I'm saying? We be expecting.
No. Yeah. We can't use it as an excuse to stay stagnated and crippled. We can't allow that to cripple us for the rest of our life or generations. You know, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I do think that it's okay to demand respect for what has happened to your ancestors and your people.
Oh, no, for sure. No,
Yeah.
definitely demand respect. But I was just saying, like, you know, my thing about it is I love history. I'm a real big history person. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nowhere in history has a race, an area, a group, or whatever been conquered, and then the people that conquer you just openly in all arms just one day wake up and be like, you know what, man, we've been burning and pillaging your race for the last three generations or whatever. We just, you know what, we gonna give you whatever, blah 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 blah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's always been the lesser person, the lesser group had to forcefully come and establish, like, nah, this is what we taking. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I understand what
you're saying. Yeah.
Living Humbly, you there? Living Humbly, shout out to Living
No
Humbly.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister Jalen in the building too. Living Humbly, what's your initial thoughts on this conversation?
Well, it was just a lot of people in the chat like trying to compare like, oh, with FBA is a bloodline and Israelite is a religion. But you know, me and you, we don't look at that as a religion because even the word Israelite is a nation of people. We look at it as a bloodline too. The only difference is, like y'all was saying, we got laws. We got laws and commandments. But you wouldn't call you following the laws of America as, oh, you following the American religion. But when we say we keep the laws and commandments that was given on Mount Sinai, they say it's a religion. So I mean, that's pretty much all I had to say on it right now. I just wanted to address that fact.
No
No, that was a
captivity.
good point. That was a good point. It's a culture, right? More so than religion, it's the cultures, which is, which we should be trying to keep intact, because we always talk about black culture in America too. People care about that. Let me go to Jalen. Jalen, what's your initial thoughts, Jalen? What's going on, sis?
Hi.
How you doing, sis?
Can you hear me by the way?
Yeah, I hear you good.
Okay. So I just want to say before, because I feel like this conversation is going to go left in a couple hours. So I just want to say in advance, I have no issues with every African. I have issues. Could you play the flute for me?
Okay.
I have an issue with the ones that be saying that they better than black people and be trying to live in America with the
Right.
black people and be saying we causing all these issues, but be trying to live in America and get the same type of HBCU grants, scholarships. They be identifying as black. They don't be trying to say they not black on legal documents and shit. So honestly, I have an issue with those Africans. Those. Them specifically. Okay? Everybody else, I have no issues with them. I just have an issue with those select few that be saying that they better.
Yeah.
I think
And the
that
ones that say, we wait, y'all came over here on the boat, we came over here on a plane. Those type of Africans, yeah.
yeah, them, the ones that be, doing genocide on their own people, but they don't want to talk about that history.
Right.
Anyway,
Gotcha.
they don't want to talk about their history. They want to talk about ours. But they only want to talk about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They don't want to acknowledge all the other shit that our ancestors went through. They just want to talk about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King because they don't do the deep dive in our history at all. They just want to stick to the stereotypes and what they see on movies and roots and motherfucking weird ass stereotypical documentaries. They don't want to
Not
look at
weird.
all of our history. But, shout out to, I call them the dirty foots. Them
Oh shit.
specifically. Let me say that again. Them specifically. I'm not saying all Africans. I'm saying them dirty foots. Play the flute one more time.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
Them.
look. Hey, Priest, I gotta
Them right
say something. I
there.
gotta say something, man.
Hold on, let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
I'm finished. I'm finished because I'll go on a whole diatribe. I'll take up all the time. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
Can I talk to Jaden specifically?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you the young lady with the glasses?
I do wear glasses.
You are a smart young lady. I'm really impressed by you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I try.
You are, I'm gonna tell you why I'm impressed with you. You are race. What's the word I'm looking for? You're race conscious. You're on you're on code. You understand the history that's behind you. And you
Of
got you
course.
got you have such good satire also.
My family is Creole. They taught me about my history.
Oh
Like
shit, you New
I
Orleans?
well, they derive from Louisiana. I was born in Houston. Like me and my
Yeah,
first
you
cousins, we were all born in Texas, but they were born in
yeah.
Louisiana. So we literally have our family tree, like all of the documents. We know our ancestors' names. We visit the plantations that they lived on. We visit the farm that our family used to own, that they bought as sharecroppers. Like we know. So it's not like I'm just walking around not acknowledging my history or the history of my people. It's just I know how to operate in America. That's just it.
What's your
And
fiance's
I don't
name?
have to wear it on my sleeve. But I'll definitely say fuck dirty foots and fuck white people all
Oh
day.
shit,
I'll say
it's
that.
the dirty. Hey, look, hey, freeze it. I just want to freeze it because I want to. I think what she said with the dirty foot is comedy gold because I remember. I think it was 2 days ago when you talked about the African dude and freezy. You the one that started it because you said every time I think about this dude, I think about flies.
Oh,
Oh,
come
you
on.
dirty. You dirty as hell, dog. You was dirty as hell for that one.
I got a question. Shout out to Rush in the building. What's going
No
on, Rush?
captivity.
Rush,
Salute,
before I ask
salute,
the
salute.
question to
What's
the panel,
poppin'?
what's going on, Rush? What's your initial thoughts, bro?
Well, my initial thoughts is, all these organizations like the FBAs, the Hebrew Israelites, it separates us as a people. But I myself, as a believer, as an Israelite or whatever, like, Captain Cesariak, he makes a good point, on, us, holding the laws of Yah, you know what I mean, and you know, just following the laws of Yah, and keeping us on, you know what I mean, on point, on a morality level, But like with the FBAs, that have a lot of that preach like hate speech towards people like Pacific Islanders, and other people from different countries that's melanated. It's just not good. I mean, I understand where the friction comes from. It's just not a good thing for us to harbor a lot of hate towards one another. I mean,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Why do you think there is friction?
I, there's a lot of friction because due to a cultural aspect. Sometimes different cultures may clash. Once like FBA sees like a Pacific Islander or whatever, they may not agree on a lot of things because due to culture.
Yeah. Do you think it might be because of insensitivity too towards a lot of sensitive situations?
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold you, man. For example, if somebody's a Pacific Islander, they and number one, yo, shout out to all my FBAs out there, man. I mean, like, if it wasn't for the 14th Amendment, a lot of these people from these different countries that come to the United States won't be able to come to the United States and thrive, man. Y'all ancestors held it down for us. You know what I mean? Y'all paved the way for us, man. And I always will give love and respect towards my FBA brothers and sisters, man. I mean, but yeah, man, aspect, and a lot of times a Pacific Islander would be kind of insensitive towards the African Americans, but it's just like it's 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 all from the media, though, man. The media paints us in a negative stigma. So a lot of times before these people come to the United States, they already have a bad perception of the African American. I mean,
Yeah. I appreciate that. Shout out to is it shout out to Tether. Is Tether in the
No
building?
captivity.
Yeah, salute. How's everybody doing?
What's going on, Tether? How you doing, Tether?
I'm feeling well.
Oh, what's your initial thoughts, Tether? You got your screen
Uh,
blurred, so I can bring you up if you want me to.
no, thank you. I'm fine in the back.
Okay, good.
Basically, the delineation. So Hebrew Israelite is the way to go, right? There's no ifs, ands, about it. Because in the end, either you're gonna be a Hebrew Israelite or you're going to hell. But with all that being said, FBA needs to be there because we have been doing a bad job of being able to keep what we fought for. So, for example, civil rights, so affirmative action, all these things that we fought the government for to get for college education, special subsidies, things like that. If you look at the results, all the things we fought for during the civil rights, other non FBA people enjoy those benefits more than we do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the delineation has to be there, because we're not getting what we fought for. What we fought for, other people are enjoying it more. Affirmative action, Asians enjoy that more than us when it comes to college. Uh, there are more non FBA Black Ivy Leaguers than there are black FBA Ivy Leaguers with the Freeman Act, which Justice Justice Thomas talks about. So at the end of the day, we need to have these delineations, because at the end of the day, the descendants of the people who fought for are not receiving it.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit that like button. If you don't like something about the show so far, hit the dislike button. Shout out to the 46 people that hit the like button and the 4 people hit the dislike button. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Let me ask you something, Tether.
Yeah.
Do you think the large majority of non-FBA black folk would agree with you and would understand the delineation?
No, no, because if they agree with us, they'll lose their privileges, right? The reason why, I mean, even Latinos, the reason why Asians, Caribbeans, Africans are able to be here, live here, is because of the civil rights. That is 100% factual. So if they agree with that, then they're no longer able to be here, because if civil rights and the things that civil rights brought is only for the freemen, then everybody would have to leave. And matter of fact, even this gender war, the gender war was started by Africans. This gender war started with that, right? Like this. Well,
could you explain that? Could you explain what you're saying for the people that don't understand what you're saying?
Alphabet Group. It's being reported right now that the whole gender war, especially in Black America, actually started out with quote unquote Africans. It's African women coming here promoting certain ideologies that Black women started to adapt with this womanist shit, and then it just spun out of control. It spun out of control right around the time of like World Star and shit like that.
Huh?
Where you get that from?
I mean, you look it up. You can look
I
it
ain't
up.
gonna
You
lie,
can
that's the
research.
first time. That's the first time.
I'm being serious, bro. I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
That don't sound
The
true.
the
Who do this
the,
here?
the gender war in Black America started with tethers. Like, for example, people like
No, it
Joy
didn't.
Reid. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
We have
Tethers.
VCR tapes of black people talking about relationship issues in the 60s.
Yeah. But that wasn't the gender war. I'm talking about the gender war now, social media now, in 2020, 2025. This was started by tethers.
Yeah, but we've had relationship issues since
Yeah,
always,
but,
so it didn't
but
start with them.
there's gender war and relationship issues are different.
Feminism existed before them in
I
social
did not
media.
use the word feminism. I did not use the word
You said
feminism.
womanist.
Yeah,
What were you
womanist. But
talking about?
anyway, anyway, I want to keep to the word gender war, right? Gender war. I want to keep to that word. I did not use the word feminist.
Okay, well, I think putting the blame on people that it shouldn't be put on is wrong. Black people been
Well,
in a
I,
gender
will- I
war
was I would
since
say
then,
I
before
would
then.
say I would say research. I would say do your research, and then we can have that
I, I,
conversation.
I did my research. That's how, I can say there's VCR tapes of these same conversations happening in the 60s before tethers came
No,
in
in
the
the '60s,
picture or social
in the
media.
in the '60s you had conversation about feminism and women independence. In the gender war, you're talking about men ain't good for nothing. Men and babies and
Yeah,
all
they were
this
saying
crap
that back then
need
too.
to know. You did not have these you did not have this in the 60s or 50s or 40s,
How do you know?
or even in 20s, because even Sister
How do you
Soldier
know?
was brought
How do
up
you know?
feminism back then.
I could
Because I
literally pull up
researched.
a video and
Because I
show you.
researched.
I could pull up the video and have Freezy play it and
Okay,
show you that it's the same conversations.
link, link.
Like, okay. Because I don't know how you're trying to differentiate this gender war from what they've been talking about.
Well, of course, it's differentiated because even back then you have first wave, second wave, third wave feminism, even fifth wave feminism. Even feminism itself is differentiated.
Well, I got a question for the whole panel. I want everybody to try to answer this to the best of their ability. When it comes to FBA as a group, in your opinion, what should be the main agenda when it comes to FBA? What should you can name more than one, but I want you to name from the most important to second most important. I want you to rank them. But what should be the most important agenda when it comes to having formed FBA or being in or just for the FBA group? I'll start with Rush, and then I'll go around. Go ahead, Rush.
I would say how many things we should
Or at least give
we're
me
allowed
one, but
to.
if you got more, I want you to rank them.
Well, I would say I think the focal point of their movement should be as I guess having some sort of unity and like an organization where they're able to have some funding to help out their local communities. I think that should be the focal point of their movement.
Okay, all right, all right.
No captivity.
What about you, Jalen? What do you think? What should be the main focal point? And if you have more than one, I want you to just rank them from, top to bottom.
Um, I would say land ownership and housing policies for FBAs would probably be the first. Second would be educational paths and pipelines specifically for FBAs. Healthcare equity and protecting our intellectual property.
That was pretty good.
No captivity.
What about you, Smitty? What do you think is I want you to rank like what's should be the main focal points when it comes to FBA.
I don't. Well, let me say this. I don't just think just for FBA. I think it's black people as a whole. But the number one thing, I feel like regardless of what your background, religious orientation, whatever, the first thing that should be important is like let's actually build something. Like you know what I'm saying? Instead of like going back and forth about shit that don't matter.
Shout out to you, man.
No captivity.
What about you, Living Humbly? What do you think should be the main focal point? And if you have more, I just want you to rank them from top to bottom.
I guess I ain't really got a clear answer to that. I know, I guess number one would be, just separation, like knowing the difference between, FBA and non-FBA. And I would just say, have more power politically. But it's not something I really thought about, to be honest.
Okay. Shout out to you.
No captivity.
What about you, B.O.B.? What you think should be the main focal point when it comes to Foundation of Black Americans, Robert?
Oh, I think I got right. Jaden. I'm supporting Jaden. I don't want to go over anything Jaden said. She running where I'm running at. And I think a lot of times people always try to impress each other with more information than they have. So I don't want to go over Jaden because she. What's your fiance's name, Jaden? That's her name wrong.
I don't want to go off the beam path.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't, I don't think she up for talking about that right anyway. Let me go to hot sauce. Hot sauce. What do you think the main focal point should be when it comes to FBA being formed as a group? And if you have more than one, rank them for me if you can.
Sure. But the name is Tether, brother. The name is Tether.
Tether. My bad.
So,
yeah.
I would say, I would say, first of all, you have to codify FBA into law, because once you codify FBA into law and retrograde all the civil rights benefits to the FBA, a lot of stuff will be covered, right? Because the main issue is this, and that we have to learn from history. A lot of things that we fight for, a lot of things that we protest for, and things like that, often ends up in the hands of the others, right? So once we codify what FBA is into law and as a special group, and we get special privileges that we fought for, I think then a lot of things would be covered and solved that way. So I would just say that, and make sure that you make sure that you don't get the other stuff like Title IX, Title 11 inside those things that will dilute what we fought for us. So I would say that.
Okay.
And then
all right.
No captivity.
Also reparations, man. We need that money, man.
Yeah. So Captain Desariak had brought up an interesting point when he was talking about FBA. He was saying that one of the problems he feels in FBA is that it's too it's got too many mixed ideologies in it for it to actually, for people to actually be congruent, like one congruent group of people, one solidified group of people. Do y'all think that's true? Do y'all think that it is a lot of division within the FBA, and as far as the ideologies and lifestyles? I know they mentioned the LGBTQ community. Or what do y'all think that could hinder FBA movement? Anybody?
No.
Okay.
I think every racial group or group of people have subgroups. I don't think any group of people is like excluded from that, even Israelites. I know there are plenty of Israelites that don't agree with the 12 tribes chart.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of Israelites that don't agree with having multiple wives. Like y'all even have your own subgroups within your group. So I feel like that was a biased perspective, if anything.
No. I respect
No
that.
captivity.
Anybody else want to? Does anybody else feel like that could hinder the unity or the moving as a congruent group of people?
No, I agree. I agree with Tazariak. You have to be on one accord, one message, right? You have to be, and because otherwise the naysayers will always use that differentiation to either uh to pick apart your overall message or use it as a distraction. You know what I mean? Like they'll say, well, okay, well, half of you are this and half of you are that. So who are you to tell me anything, right? They use it as a distraction or use it to dilute the overall message, which is the most important thing. So you have to be on one accord.
Okay. Let me see. What about you, Rush? Do you think that could hinder the FBA movement as far as the different the different ideologies, lifestyles? You
Yeah, it could definitely hold them back. For example, like the Black Lives Matter movement, like a lot of people within
Yeah.
our community might not rock with them due to the fact that they're pro trans and the gay movement, and not everybody within our community agrees with that. So they that just that in itself will cause somewhat a level of division within the FBA movement. So yeah, I mean, Captain Cesaria has his point. He made a good point about that. Um, yeah, man. I think like I said earlier, man. Like they should focus on like coming to an agreement on what they're gonna believe in, and stand on it and move as a unit. You know.
I'm looking in the chat. They're saying it's not a movement. It's just about lineage. So you guys wouldn't
But that's
classify
true too.
FBA as a movement.
No, I would not.
Um.
It's just a way to separate yourselves. It's not a
Mm-hmm.
movement. Yeah,
Why
I would
why
agree.
wouldn't you say why wouldn't you say it's a movement though?
Because I don't. Because the thing about it is, man, it's just like I don't know why or what kind of spirit this shit is, but whenever black people do something, it has to be revolutionary. Like if a Kenyan just say, "Okay, I'm Kenyan and I'm from this tribe," okay, but whenever niggas want to do something, it got to be a movement. All FBA
Well,
is saying is that we are, or ADOS, or ADOS says that okay, we are descendants of slavery, right? It's not a movement. It's just like it's a way of identifying yourself as an ethnicity,
what
and
my thing might is,
like it's not a movement for white people or Italians.
well, but so this is the issue with your argument, right? The example that you use, right? All the other people that you named, Italians, Kenyans, whoever, they know their history.
Uh huh.
Versus the
Right.
FBA or people that you saying they a lot of them don't know their history. Like when I say know their history, prime example, right? I don't know the young lady. I can't remember the young lady's name that was just on that was on here that was talking about how her family's Creole, or whatever, right? When a lot of these other groups talk about their family's lineage or whatever, they could go back super far. Whereas a lot of Black Americans, ADOS, FBA, whatever the fuck you want to, the label you want to put on them, they only could if most people don't know
Uh
they
huh.
history past maybe their great grandmother or something like that. And I'm not saying that to talk down on them or whatever, just you know what I'm saying. But the few ones that actually do know their history, they only could go back only so far. So you know what I'm saying. So in that example, or what you just said, like, or anytime black people do something, it's got to be revolutionary or whatever. Well, part of it is because a lot of them don't know what they how that where their lineage traces back to after a certain point. Does that make sense?
I agree with you that we don't know like if okay where we come from whatever right we it's all guessing even if you study and research it right is best estimation. But with that being said, right, just because okay we don't have a definitive answer doesn't make it a revolutionary act or it has to be a movement. You see what I'm saying? Like
No, no, no. I
is
know.
you know what I mean? Because I agree with you. I agree with you. You know, the reason why it's being done because we don't know, right? That I get. But the point to say that this is a movement, I think, is also too far. It's just saying that, hey, this is who we are, right? I don't understand why. I mean, I do get why it has to be a revolutionary issue because when Black Americans say that we are separate from everybody else, lots of people start to lose benefit. And it's not in the interest of non-Black people to allow us to do that. I get that, right? But at the same reason, everything we do doesn't have to be a movement, though. You feel me? That's all
No,
I'm
no, no. I
saying.
know. Yeah, no, yeah. And house, I'm not saying that just to be argumentative. I'm just trying to understand why you were saying. You know what I'm saying? And really, to be honest with you, when you just said all of that, I really wanted to ask Freezy, when you say movement, like what are you defining as a movement? Like you dig what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I mean, since
Yeah,
Tariq
yeah,
Nasheed,
that's the
so
question.
here's the thing, right? A lot of people deem Tariq Nasheed as the spokesperson for FBA. Some people don't agree with that. Some people do. The feel of it, like nowadays when we talk about FBA, and then you connect Tariq Nasheed to it, it does feel like a movement. You understand what I'm saying? It
yeah,
feels
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
But I think naturally, prime example, right? I think naturally why Tyreek Nasheed is the one that's getting plastered as the head honcho of that, and I'm not saying he's not, is because he's the one that holding that conversation, like, you know what I'm saying, in multiple different spaces. So it's like, okay, well, since he's the big man, the biggest person on the totem pole, as we say when it comes to this conversation, then okay, cool, we're just gonna slap him as the head honcho of this whatever you want to call it, like, you know what I'm saying. So, and prime example, like, and I think also too that comes from a space of the lack of knowledge. And what I mean by that is this, right? Prime example, right? If you took somebody off the street and let's say the Captain Tazariak person, right? And we seeing Captain Tazariak all over the place talking about Hebrew Israelites and, you know, Israelite this, Israelite that, or whatever. Most people will say, "Oh, well, if they don't know, oh, he's the head honcho, he's the top." You know what I'm saying? But my thing about it is, you know, I know, Hassas know, Rush know. There's so many other different Israelites like himself that be out here doing. You know what I'm saying? So I think also too, with that being said, it's just a lot of people that a lot of these conversations, a lot of people that don't be knowing, like, they just automatically label whoever they see the big person as, okay, they are doing, you know what I'm saying, they're ahead of this or whatever the case may be. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. The reason why I said that is because when things happen, when atrocities happen, let's say a person that's non-FBA disrespects the atrocity. You know, let's just say let me bring up Sonya Massey. I've been in a room, including myself, where I speak up myself, where FBAs will speak up and, let the other person have it. And you don't disrespect our brother or sister that died at the hands of police violence or whatnot. It starts feeling like a movement. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
not saying it
but
actually is one. I'm just saying.
I think part of, not to cut you off, I think part of that too is, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel like as black people, man, we as a whole, and I ain't saying individually, we people too emotional.
Okay.
And that's part of our problem too. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that
Well,
we should well, hold on, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you rock, hot sauce. And I'm not saying that we should just let people talk down on shit that didn't happen to us throughout history or recent current events. That's not what I'm saying. But I feel like you can have somebody that come in the room and say some off the wall shit to purposely trigger whoever, and motherfuckers fall into that trap more times than not. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Venus in the building. What's going on, Venus?
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, hot sauce, and then I'm gonna let Venus go.
Yeah, I just want to enter this in really quickly because I think this is really important. Because I want to tie in how we delineate ourselves, how that affects a lot of other people. So, like, for example, immigration, 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, right? Was politically possible because of the civil rights movement. Large numbers of black immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa, huge waves of Asian, Middle Eastern, and Latin American immigrants also became possible. So, like the Africans that come over here and say label themselves black, now they got to call themselves immigrants, black immigrants, or whatever. So, I think this is why it's really important that we have this delineation because too many people are stealing our milk, and I'll pass the mic on that.
No, but
Which they
house
put
sauce.
no, which they put no sweat equity or blood into it.
But house sauce. I
Yeah.
don't know if you're reading that because you thinking somebody, well, not some, well, that anybody on the panel is disagreeing with you. But I don't know if you were here earlier when we first started. Everything, yeah, pretty much what you just said. I said that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we do need to delineate.
Okay. No,
So,
I came
so
late, so I
yeah,
didn't hear your part.
yeah.
Yeah,
So we
I
are
didn't hear
we
your part.
are in
Okay.
agreement to that.
Yeah.
We are in agreement to that.
Shout out to Venus. What's up,
Yeah,
Venus?
but I just wanted to put something tangible.
Go ahead, Venus.
Hi.
What's up, Venus? You laying
I'm
down?
sleepy. Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Oh.
So I'm gonna just get to my point. I had woke up for like 2 hours and I'm about to go right back to sleep. But first thing, I don't understand why. I didn't catch all of your show, but I don't understand why Captain Tazariak is comparing a spiritual belief to a lineage based thing. First of all, I don't get why he would even be doing that. It doesn't make sense. So to me, it feels disingenuous. Like he just needs content and he wants to get into it with Tariq Nasheed. That's what I really think. Because the two should not even be compared. Because you can be an Israelite and be FBA. You can also be an Israelite and be non-FBA.
Facts.
So I don't even. So it doesn't even make sense to. You see what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make sense. And he knows that. He knows it better than me. Who could be an Israelite? So I don't understand that.
Well, I think Venus. Oh, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was finna say that I think to answer your question. I mean, I'm not speaking for him, but just from what I picked up on it, I think is Captain Tazariak is coming from a place of he is misinformed or uneducated on what the FBA thing is, and how you was just saying the FBA thing is a lineage base and the Israelite thing is a spiritual thing. I think, and from his point of view, he's looking at it like the Israelite thing is a lineage based thing, and then the FBA thing is whatever in his mind he think it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but in the reverse though. So Freezy, tell me if I'm wrong. The Israelite thing is also a bloodline thing, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's why in his mind he feels like he could compare the two because the same thing could be said about FBA. Like if we're talking lineage, right?
No, I agree. I agree, but I just don't think he knows enough on the whole, and not just him. I think a lot of people don't know enough about whether it's the Israelite thing or the FBA thing, and just like a lot of stuff on the internet, people be speaking on stuff that they haven't really like done extensive research on. I ain't gonna say he hasn't done any research, but he just speaking from a place of the lack of knowledge.
I could agree with you if it was anybody else. I don't know him, but from what I've seen of him, he's very intelligent and very well read. And it's not that hard to find out what FBA is. You could a quick Google because you know what I'm saying. So I don't know. I think there's a little bit of like content
Well, I
strategy.
don't think he's actually he would be. I don't think he would be what is it called? Considered or an FBA.
Why not? He's from somewhere else. His people.
Yeah,
I don't think he's
No,
FBA. I think he's I think his parents or whatever. I think he might be either Haitian or Caribbean or something like. I don't know.
Oh, it makes so much sense now. Okay. Okay. So the non FBA are
I'm just
always
saying that because on Sarnetta's show that I just reacted to, he was like, "Y'all probably would call me a tether." He said that, so I don't know his
But also to
specific
your point,
nationality,
but also to your point, Freezy. Also to your point, he also when that last part you had played when he did make that statement about the tether thing, and it was another term too. He didn't know, and so that's why I said to you, Venus. And I'm not saying that this with him not knowing that's an excuse, but that's why I was saying I don't think he is very real read on a lot of stuff, but I think when it comes to this subject, I think it's a lot of stuff that he don't know, like you know what I'm saying, and that's no
right,
excuse.
right. No, but Freezy just saying that makes it make a lot of sense to me because the only people who have an issue with the FBA is people who are non-FBA because the group is actually harmless, right? So a group of people wanting to identify themselves as whatever they deem fit, that should not be an issue for other quote unquote black people, right? But there is a reason it is, because like what Hot Sauce was saying, when it comes down to certain benefits, people want to be included under that black terminology when it's beneficial. But any other time, they kind of want to separate themselves. And I wanted to say this is more about just being disrespected by foreigners. This is about if you look at the first president of the United States, technically the black one, that was a tether, right? If you look at Kamala Harris, she's not FBA. When you
He
look at
ain't
the
black.
people, right? So when you look at the people who are being called Black American, but they are being elevated into positions of power that actually benefit or can affect African Black Americans, they tend to be non-Black American for real. And what happens is they have an ideology that is usually harmful to us. So like it's like they get a cosplay. Like we'll prop these outsiders up and say, "Hey, this is representation for the black community." Even though when we put them in these powerful political positions, they're not going to do anything that's beneficial to. They'll actually do things that may be harmful to. And
That's
that's
fact.
been going on way too long because we get to
That
look
is
at them and go, "Oh, we have a black person," but that we've been figuring out, no, those are not black people.
What was Venus? But Venus, I agree. Well, let me start out saying that. I agree
and
100%.
Matt, hold on. Let me say
Oh,
this real quick. Let me say this.
Wait, he was
Smitty,
talking. Let
please
him
let me say
finish
this, right?
talking.
Because
go ahead.
oh,
No,
hold
go
on.
ahead,
I
Hot
just
Sauce.
want to say one
Go ahead.
thing.
Go ahead, Hot Sauce. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
This, so Venus, this is the first time I think we're gonna have a panel where we're gonna agree a lot together. Because what Venus is saying is like, and then on top of that, white supremacy gets black people to say stuff that white people can't say, and they use tethers to do it, like fucking Joy Reid and World Star. World Star is started by a tether, and this is the kind of things I'm talking about, right? Where like you're seeing like black people be saying some outlandish, crazy shit. You need to do a background check because a lot of times they're not ADOS or FBA, and the fact that Tazariak is not FBA, ADOS does make that shit sound really sus. And I'm an Israelite saying that. Does make that shit sound really sus.
The shade room is also ran by non FBA. It's
Yeah.
true. If you get into a lot of the platforms or the personalities that um put forth the most degrading, embarrassing, stereotypical content about Black Americans, and you look behind who's in charge of it, is usually a tether. So we've been seeing this happen so much. We figured out the reason they're able to do this is because everybody gets to go, oh, but those are black people doing it. No, 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 no. What kind of black
And they're
people?
not.
That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, no, that's not
Uh,
us.
don't forget to mention Love and Hip Hop too. It's owned by non FBA.
Haitian, I think she is.
Yeah, she is
So they come in and get under this quote unquote black umbrella, but then they do the work of white supremacy by perpetuating the most negative stereotypes about Black American
Yep.
people, and no one is able to tell the difference because, oh, it's black people doing it. That's why a lot of the non-FBA are really upset that Black Americans figured that out and want to delineate.
Yeah, it's a good
Yep.
conversation. Go ahead, Smitty.
But no, I was just gonna say, I agree with Venus, but at the same time too, that's why it's on us to do our like Hassan said, a background check on people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like, you can't hate the player, you gotta hate the game. And I'm not saying it is right, but at the same time too, if we not standing for nothing and we just letting like motherfuckers, like prime example, when you had brought up Kamala Harris, Venus, I remember when she was running, and it was hella people around me telling me, "Oh, you need to vote for this black woman," and da da this and that. And I asked them, I said, "Hey, you wash your greens in the bathtub?" Nah, but why would I do that? I said, but this person you telling me to vote for, that's what she says she do every. What black person you know do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? What? I mean, that sounds a little odd, but you should still vote for her. She black and she went to a HBCU. What?
But this is why we got to delineate.
White people go to
Look,
HBCU.
wait, Smitty, look, this is another reason. There's so many reasons, but this is another reason. Look at the qualifier to be quote unquote black. All you have to do, look how insulting they are. What does she try to quote Tupac? All you got to do is, oh, I have hot sauce in my bag. Oh, I wash my collard greens like this. Oh, the bar was in hell. So people are mad that we finally have a standard now. And they don't like it because that standard would eliminate a lot of them and their access. And the place where this is the biggest one right here. Y'all ever see black people who will come up here and fight you tooth and nail and say they're anti-reparation?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
9 times out
tethers.
of 10, that's a tether. I promise you. Because
Yep,
why? They will not
that's
benefit from
facts.
you getting reparations. So again, we don't know. We're not doing background. We're not doing lineage. So we're thinking this is another black person who is not for reparations. But no, this is my point. They come in, they infiltrate the group, they cosplay, and then all of their perspectives or their political agendas are very much anti-black American. And they do it right under our nose because we think that they're one
Hmm.
of us. They're not.
Hmm.
I'm
That's
gonna
All right,
facts.
tell you.
I'm just into the
That's fucking
FBA stuff.
facts
I
right
think
there.
Freezy know that, so I had to hit the link real quick.
No,
I'm
no.
all for
It's
it.
good. It's good. I remember like Anton always spoke against reparations. Always, he still to this day he does, and he has been questioned. Like some people feel like, look, Dunn put it in the chat. Some people feel like, is he FBA? I don't know if I don't know. But
He
I
Is
looks
know,
like
Candace
one.
Owens FBA?
huh?
Mm.
They're saying in
Is
the chat
Candace
that she's
Owens
not.
FBA?
I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I thought
I don't
Candace
know if
Owens
that's
she
true.
was like Caribbean or something.
I think she is. I'm about to
Yeah,
see.
don't yeah,
Okay,
don't quote me on it, but I could have swear she said her dad's like Jamaican, or I don't remember exactly, but
well, okay. Then it makes sense. Then it makes sense.
Okay, I'm Googling it. Can y'all hear me? It
yeah.
says
Yeah,
paternal grandfather from North Carolina. Her grandmother's from the Caribbean America. Originally
there you
from
go.
Caribbean American, originally from St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. Yeah, so she got some type of
So
yeah.
would that make her a tether if her grandfather is from if her grandfather is if her
Yeah,
father is FBA? How does that work? That's what I need to know. How does it work?
she's half, man. She's half cool.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, but let me
No. It's
ask.
true. If you have one FBA parent, they consider you FBA if you have one FBA parent.
Yeah, no, because I was about to ask just because I remember a minute ago with me and Freezy was talking about this, and Freezy, you had asked me where I can't remember if it was my mom or grandmother, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we was talking about Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
And you asked me, I can't remember if it was my mom or grandmother, but anyway, when I had told you like, oh, both my parents are from America, but my
Mm-hmm.
grandmother is from West Africa, and then my grandfather is from Mississippi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you was like, well, when it comes to Israelites, you go off of the father, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't go
Yeah.
off of the
Yeah,
mother, like, you know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's why,
the mother.
and not gonna lie, even with the
Yeah,
FBA stuff outside of this, because I've been in Twitter Spaces with Tyreek when he has does his whole FBA thing or whatever. So I always wondered, like, well, how do they do this? How do they decide, like, which side of the bloodline do they run through to say, okay, this person is FBA or this person isn't FBA? Like, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, if
If
both if their mother or father or grandfather and grandmother are both from a different country, then obviously we have an answer to our question. But what if one is from fucking Alabama, and then the other one is from Grenada or some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And they're
Like,
considered FBA. It's on their website, Smitty. They have a Foundation
oh,
of
okay.
Black America website. I think Tariq
Really?
created. Yeah,
I did
I'm
not
Oh,
know
gonna
I
that.
didn't. Yeah, I didn't know they had a website. That's new to me.
No, it's serious. I'm about to find it for y'all.
See, that's why I be feeling like it's a movement.
No Cap-tivity.
That's why I be feeling like that, you know?
Nah, you're not wrong. I stand corrected because when y'all said that, I disagreed. But even when you go look it up quickly, we do have political agendas. So I mean, you're not wrong. It is.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is.
Jalen, you still there, Jalen?
Mm-hmm.
Jalen, what
I
do
put
you
the
think? What do you
website.
think,
Sorry.
Jalen, as far as what do you think as far as like people that claim to be Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, but they speak against reparations? Do you agree that could also point to them being suspect? Are you there, Jalen?
Repeat the question.
So you've heard somebody that claims to be foundational Black American speak against reparations before, have you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think because they speak against reparations, they might be a little suspect as far as them claiming to be foundational Black American?
Is there a FBA and they don't want reparations?
Well, they just speaking against it and saying we don't deserve it, or like Anton.
Oh, like disparaging comments? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's suspect.
Mm.
Now, if you don't agree with reparations, that's different from disparaging and saying people don't deserve it. I feel like that's just being hateful. And it makes sense coming from somebody, who already has money. It makes sense why he would say something like that.
Because I've heard,
But you can never have.
cause I consider some of those people that claim to be FBA but talk like that, I consider them Black coons or house ninjas or whatever. They'll go as far as to say we don't deserve it because we didn't go through what our ancestors. We weren't the slaves, and they try to explain it away like that, which is kind of stupid to me. But because they're dead, most of them are dead. But I understand.
I'm gonna say I heard people say or that too, but also different stuff too. Like people like Black people ain't gonna use the money, like they gonna blow through the money or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard that argument too, which is
And imagine me owing you money, Freezy, then telling you how to spend it.
Right.
That's what that is. And okay.
Most definitely.
And if they did, what is it to you?
Yeah, and that to me. That's always been a stupid argument. Always been a stupid argument to me. If you owe me money, give me my money. Give me my money. My bad. I just
Even if I rip it up, it was mine to rip up. What's the problem?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Tether, you was about to say something?
No, I'm saying, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, if money is owed, money is owed. I mean, there's no stipulation on, I owe you, but you gotta spend it in a certain way. If I want to get high on coke, that's my business.
Shout out to Sherelle in the building. What's going on, Sherelle, and Eater Man too? Okay, let me ask. Is that a concern? Should that be a concern? Let's just say if the government actually decided to give us trillions of dollars, which probably that's what it's going to be, trillions of dollars.
Yeah. Look, man, it's my American right to wild the fuck out.
I would say yes to an extent, and I'm gonna tell you why. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree. If the time ever come and they cut us a crazy check or whatever the amount would be or whatever, yeah, you free to do Whatever, if like Hassan said, if you want to do coke with that shit, hey, that's your business. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell you how to spend your money. But but at the same time too, I feel like if that situation was to ever occur, and I'm not saying that anybody on the panel do this, but after that happens and that money touch your hand, your account or whatever, and you piss that shit away, I feel like other people really gonna be looking at black people like they don't want to hear no type of complaining. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's gonna be like they gonna hold that like over motherfuckers' head to motherfuckers is blue in the face. Like, which that would be that individual's problem or whoever blew their money. Like, you know what I'm saying? But that would be the only reason why I would say, But other than that, I mean, I do feel like we need that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, however you spend that money, the shit, that's on you.
To
Okay,
be
wait, guys. Sorry, real quick, Freezy.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Can I read you exactly what an FBA is for clarity?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so a foundational Black American is any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. To be designated as FBA, at least one parent must come from a non immigrant background in the United States of America. If a person's matrilineal or patrilineal lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, they are not considered a foundational Black American.
Their paternal
So even if
lineage.
it said matrilineal or patrilineal, so if either one of your parents' lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, you're not considered FBA.
Both parents have to be considered FBA.
At least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background.
Okay.
So one of your parents has to be able to
But that
trace their
means
lineage all the way back to the American system of slavery. But then it says if your
but
mother
that
or your
doesn't make
father
sense.
lineage traces back to the slavery in the Caribbean, you're not considered FBA.
So that means it has to be. That means both parents have to be. It means both parents have to be American.
I just read a definition and you're making your own.
No, the last part you said if either one of your parents are found to be a part of the Caribbean slave trade, you're not FBA. You just read that.
Mm-hmm.
So that means both need to be. Because if one of them is found to be from the Caribbean, that automatically puts you out.
After slavery, it wouldn't.
Shout out
Right?
to Fantastic in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Where Tariq Nasheed when you need him?
Yeah, because that last sentence is confusing. It says, if a person's matrilineal or patrilineal lineage traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, then they are not considered a
Y'all,
foundational Black American.
y'all gonna have me pull up to the go to the Hidden History Museum down the street and
Oh, I want to go there too. I'm gonna go. No, because this is not talking about Africa, is it? So this might be. There's a reason it says in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but all slavery hubbed from the Caribbean. Shout out to everybody. So that's why it makes no sense. And that's why it's incredibly contradictory to what you're saying. So my understanding was neither one of your parents can be anything other than FBA, but you kind of kill the whole argument if you're saying in the Caribbean where we know not all, but the majority of American slavery had a link to the Caribbean because that was a hub for them moving everybody between either North America or South America. So that makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a link to. If your lineage traces back to slavery in America, like which mine does, they don't care about the link of my ancestors to what happened to they're not using that.
Yeah, but you can't skip over it again if it started in the Caribbean. So unless they're saying like it was exclusively the Caribbean, where we know that would have been the smallest thing, that was just a hub. That's why it makes no sense. The largest, like Smitty was saying, shout out to him, the largest contingent of slaves were either North America or South America. It makes no sense for you even to bring up the Caribbean when we know that was a point of distribution for either or.
So if the term is foundational Black American, right? And it's talking about people who the thing that qualifies you to be that is that your ancestry links straight back to the American slavery system here. There would be no reason for us to include what happened prior. You see what I'm saying? Like
No,
the
that
Caribbean thing that happened prior. You're talking about like where they had to travel through and all of that.
yeah, but that's
They're
all. That's
speaking
all. That makes no
specifically
sense
on
either.
what. But listen, they're speaking specifically on what happened in America from slavery to today. That's
Yeah, I
it.
understand that. Yeah, I understand that. But then that's the same thing where again it's funny to me to where a guy, Tariq Nasheed, that made up this whole FBA thing, that's a knockoff of ADOS, right? And pretty much
Mhm.
just like a troll ideology that's lasted for like maybe 5 years. That's why it's getting all this heat right now. And because he couldn't circumvent or take over the ADOS thing, he branched off and made the FBA thing. And
But
Tariq
who
Nasheed is on.
no, go
Go
ahead, go
ahead.
ahead. I ask you. I know. I ask you when
So
you
yeah,
done. No,
so
I ask you when you
Tariq
done. Go ahead.
Nasheed,
I don't want to throw you off.
so Tariq Nasheed for about 10 years, all he did was, meat ride Africa and talk about Mansa Musa and how great Africa was. And how we all originated from Africa. Now, people that are FBA are saying that we indeed have no link to Africa and we are nothing like the Africans, now that the FBA things, when we know from a historical context, that's a lie. From a biological, phenotypical, and racial aspect, that's a lie. So it just seems like to me, all this FBA shit is a crock of bullshit.
So you know what's caused that too? Because I think he was down with the ADOS for a long time. A lot of people were. When the Black Americans figured out that it was a one-sided relationship, is when they wanted to start to delineate. There was a country that they were in talks with in Africa. I can't remember where they were trying to get like dual citizenship for Black people over
What was
there,
that,
right?
Ghana?
Liberia.
Liberia. Okay. And so it got to the point where it's like whenever we over here try to get some benefit out of the diaspora, we don't get any. See what I'm saying? But they do.
Well, I
That's
mean,
kind of what caused it. It wasn't just like he said, "Oh, F the ADOS." It's like no, there are things that took place where Black Americans started realizing, like, oh, we keep trying to, collaborate with all these different people across the diaspora, but whenever we want something, like everybody gets to benefit from what Black people fought for here, but when we try to benefit in their countries, we don't get the reciprocity.
yeah, but that's not true though. Hey, that's not. You're talking. You're conflating ADOS and Pan Africanism. ADOS again has the same philosophy as FBA for the most part. American descendants of slaves. ADOS was not supporting or promoting the diaspora. They just weren't doing the diaspora wars. So again, I don't know how familiar you are with this. The reason why he hung around the ADOS thing is because he saw, as usual, Tariq Nasheed is a businessman. He saw a business opportunity and he hung around the two individuals, Tone Talks and what's her name? Carvel, something. Carnell, Yvette Carnell, something like that, right? And they saw what was going on, so they didn't let him do what he wanted to do. So he branched off, and pretty much this was a troll thing, as we know Tariq does the best. He's a big troll. The whole FBA ideology and movement is a troll movement, bro. That's why all they do is talk about where your family from, and that's not an FBA hairline and all this bullshit. And now that it's actually getting put to the test, he has nothing to do but Tariq Nasheed jokes and a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think I don't know, or like all of what you mentioned, but I don't think it's just limited to jokes. Um, like people who are a part of that group, we are very serious about it and take it serious. It's not like a joke to us.
Well, Venus,
Oh,
I don't think Venus. I don't think he's speaking necessarily to the individuals like yourself, but I think he's speaking more to Tyreek Nasheed character because that nigga
no,
do be
I'm speaking
trolling.
to her. I'm speaking to anybody that goes by a philosophy that's less than 5 years old about your racial origin, which I know for a fact 99% of these people haven't traced back anything. I know you haven't. I know you haven't done it.
You know for a fact that I can't trace my lineage. How do you know
I
that?
would bet money that you can't. I
To
will put
how
up a
far?
substantial.
But
To a
but
certain
I
what
will,
point,
I'm
I
saying, but
can't. You're
it's
right.
a
I
it's a
will
But
put
reason.
wait, but to how far?
hold on. I will put up a substantial amount of money that you cannot go back and
So
find me
how
a slave
far?
log. I'm telling you, you asked me the question, let me answer it. I will put up a substantial amount of money saying you cannot go back and trace and prove to me to find your ancestor's name on a slave ledger.
But it's a reason why he's
I
saying this.
know. He thinks somebody's
Yeah.
stupid. I know.
What do you mean stupid?
No,
What do you
I
mean?
know.
no, 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 no,
But
no,
the
no,
but
no,
the
no. Yeah,
thing is,
I'm saying the reason why he's saying is why he's so, and I'm not saying that what he's saying is that he don't believe it, but it's a reason that most people don't know why he's saying it. Like I don't know what the reason is, but I just seeing how his posture
Yeah,
is and
but
how
that
confident
would
he
be
is.
the proof. Smitty, that would be the
Yeah.
proof. Not you can tell
Yes,
me
sir.
that your granddaddy, great granddaddy, or great great granddaddy, what daddy was a slave. Show me your great 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 granddaddy's daddy's name on a slave ledger. You can't do it.
I don't think y'all missing the point. We saying is we
Hold
could
on,
trace
brother.
our
You gotta
lineage
speak. You
back.
gotta speak. What's up to you, brother?
No
Good
captivity.
evening, salute, or something. Speak.
wait,
You know.
before he speak, I have a
Hey,
question.
hey, man. But I don't think y'all
Because
missing this.
Hold on, Crown
It,
Prince.
it, it
Hold
it's
on, Crown
can
Prince. Let me call on you first, bro. I got you, brother. I got you. You don't even want to speak, but go ahead, Venus. Go ahead,
I
Venus.
want to know why Fantastic takes a specific offense every time FBAs talk about wanting to be FBA. Why does that bother you?
It doesn't
uh,
bother me. I see it as problematic. Again, like I said, I see it as is doing nothing positive. It does nothing but make a lot of jokes. It hasn't done anything original. It's based off of another concept that was co-opted. It's a Timu version of something that actually had a purpose. And can tell me, since this is your philosophy and you're a follower, tell me the
Hmm.
original thought of black people that FBA originated. Enlighten us.
Tell you what?
The original
Tell you what?
thought, the original thought that FBA has originated. Tell us, enlighten us.
The original thoughts?
Yeah.
I'm not
The
sure what you
original
mean by
I
that.
could
thought
tell
of
you.
the original thought of black philosophy that was created by the FBA group, which is less than or right at now 5 years old.
I'm not sure what the
I could
original
tell you.
thought of. I don't know what
Because it
I don't know
doesn't
what you're
exist.
talking
You're not sure because it doesn't exist.
about. So you asking me about something that doesn't exist,
Yeah, that was the whole
and then
purpose of me
wonder why
asking.
I'm saying I'm not sure what you're talking about. That doesn't
Well,
make
you asked
sense.
No.
me, you
I
made
could
a
tell you.
claim that I'm offended by whatever, so on and so forth. I take exception. I explained to you
You
that I don't
are.
take exception. I don't take exception, right? I'm simply telling you that what you're following is a false doctrine and some made up bullshit. Because again, you cannot tell me something that's 5 years old or less can be this impactful when we know blackness is thousands and hundreds of thousands of years old. What are we talking about
Yeah,
here?
but the only thing that's happening is that we are
I could tell you.
identifying different types of blackness. And why is it bothering people like you? It's harmless.
What do you mean? What do you mean, people like me? What does that mean?
Uh, you came up here insulting Tariq and then insulting the whole ideology, so it bothers you.
Did I insult Tyreek or did I properly assess Tyreek and say nothing but truth? What lie did I say about Tariq Nasheed?
I don't think this is just a troll thing. I don't think that's true.
Okay,
Crown
so
Prince, we
again,
getting some feedback. Could go on mute until I call on you, bro. Go on mute.
yeah, so that's why I asked you what was the original thought then. So if it's not a troll movement and it's actually something that's purposeful and positive for black people, that means it needs to be an original concept or some form of proof that you can show me that FBA has positively moved black people forward. If you can't do that, it's nothing but a joke.
There are a lot of ideologies that you subscribe to. How has the manosphere moved you forward?
A lot.
Is it a joke?
No,
How?
it's not a joke. I can show you, but
Explain
I
it.
mean, I don't wanna make this about the manosphere. I don't want to make it about the manosphere, but I can.
No, I was making a point. You see how somebody can call something a joke by asking that question?
The problem is I can answer
It,
the question I asked you and you didn't have an answer. That's the
how
difference.
it has moved black people forward? Well, it's a new movement, like you said. So
So
it
it hadn't
hasn't
moved
done anything thus far.
so
Okay.
it hadn't moved anybody forward. So let me
No, not
answer your
yet.
question. So hold on. So first let me answer your question, right?
But wait,
So
wait, wait. I want to say this too. Because you said it's no positive. It is positive. For once in life, Black Americans are having some type of standard. They're not just letting any and everybody come to the cookout. They are able to now discern these other quote unquote Black people who are infiltrating political parties and media outlets and disparaging us. Like, it kind of lifted the curtain and we're able to see who's who. So I would say that's a positive benefit.
Oh, did you vote?
Why are you worrying about my voting?
Well,
Don't worry about that.
I'm asking you a question. Did you vote? Did you vote in the last presidential election?
I'm not talking about any of that. But I
Why
answered your
not?
question.
Why not? Because I know
Because
who
people don't answer that
you voted
question.
for. So hold on. So see, this is where it gets real easy, and this shit is not it's not even
No,
funny,
it
but it's
doesn't.
yeah, it does
Because
because you
people,
supported Kamala
outside of
Harris.
this,
Well,
and
don't
like
tell us
in
who you
real
voted for.
life, people
Did you
don't
support
discuss
Kamala
that.
Harris? Did you support Kamala Harris?
No,
Yeah,
no,
she.
absolutely
No, yeah,
not.
she.
No,
Yeah. We just went over that. You missed. I don't think you was on here when we were just talking about her.
no,
Fantastic.
absolutely not. She's not Black.
Way more different. Hey, we know Venus is a 24/7 chat person, so I don't know if she's saying something totally different than what she be typing in these chats. But what she type in these chats say something different about her support for Kamala Harris. So we could just, I guess, we'll leave it at that.
I guess
But
you gotta find that because you out of your mind. I've always said she's not Black because she's not.
clearly, right? Clearly, we'll say this: the majority of Black women that will be FBA, 90+% of them voted for Kamala Harris. Even the people that claim to be FBA, some of the hardest FBA bangers and sword slangers, they voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, that doesn't change nothing.
Well, I don't take. Yes, it does. It goes directly against, and again, especially
Well,
being
because
that.
if you gotta choose between two of the lesser evils, they chose who they chose. That doesn't make them non-FBA.
Okay,
If they
so
wanted to
now,
choose between a white supremacist and a damn tether, okay, they chose one. Same thing to me.
so
I don't
now I'm
get
just
what
saying.
that
Before you
is.
go, fantastic. Listen, y'all hit the like button. Are y'all allergic to the like button? Shout out to everybody that hit the
Well,
like button so far.
24/7, so I don't sleep. I don't go to work. I'll just be in chats. Like,
Could
what?
y'all hit the like
Okay.
button? Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. Please hit that like button. I appreciate you. Go ahead, fantastic.
No. So at the end of the day, man, listen. This is the thing, right? Because I know the brother Crown Prince trying again, right? FBA has not done anything positive for Black people, the Black movement. Niggas argued about rap music and who created rap. Niggas called niggas tethers. They made up a term called tether. Again, all they did was circumvent a movement that already existed in ADOS that had some of the same basic principles. They just weren't as volatile and they just weren't as blatant and flagrant to cause more issues, within the diaspora. They were focused on the same things about, hey, American Black people, voting power, political power, financial literacy, all these different things, so on and so forth, right? Even some legal things, right? But again, FBA has done nothing. But and this is why FBA is a Twitter movement. That's even itself a crazy thing, right? To where all you do is talk shit about people on the internet all day and call people tethers. And there's been no positive outcome of any of the shit that's going on with FBA. Just nothing positive.
No, you just wait and see.
Let me read this super cap Crown Prince and I'm gonna let you go.
Super chat.
Shout out to Freezer, my YouTube cousin Freezer, aka Mr. Cooler, in the building for the $5. He said Tyreek has more FBA troll videos than actual serious FBA conversations on his YouTube channel. On God. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate
No
that.
Cap-tivity.
If you would like your comments read and highlighted, if you would simply like to support the show, you could do it by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $Freezy No Cap. Right above Smitty.
Freezy, can I say this real quick, and then I'll let Crown
real
Prince
quick,
rock?
and then let Crown Prince.
Just to that super chat. Just in response to that super chat. I think people fail to realize most of this shit is business, like, and people trying to make their dollars, like, you know what I'm saying. So it's like, in response to that super chat, when they saying that the videos is mostly trolling videos versus something serious, conversation videos, most people gonna watch and click and watch the damn trolling shit. You know what I'm saying? And that person is gonna make money off of that shit. I'm not saying this shit is right, wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's on you. But I don't think people be realizing like most of these people on the internet trying to make a dollar. But anyway, go ahead, Crown Prince.
Crown Prince, you can come off mute, Crown Prince. Usually what we do over here, before you go to talking, we speak to everybody. It's just manners, bro, you know. You got to come off
We can't
mute.
hear
You
you. We
muted
can't hear you.
yourself. You muted yourself.
We still can't hear you.
You still on mute. You don't know how to unmute yourself?
Nah, I don't think he might probably his headphones. He look like he got headphones on. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, bro. You got to unmute yourself.
Or I'm
You might
gonna say
have to
you might have
drop
to go
down and come
go.
back up.
Yeah.
Just drop down and come back up, bro. Yeah.
What in the COINTELPRO going on?
I don't know, man. Yo, I don't know. Okay, there he is. He came right back. There you go, bro.
Okay. Yeah, how y'all doing? Hey, Freezy.
What's going on, bro?
Fantastic and Smitty. Can y'all hear me?
What up? Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, none of y'all understand any of this. FBA is not a movement. It's just we've discovered that the Twitter spaces that every other immigrant group had that were in the United States that were making friendly with us, how they really felt about us. So we decided, and Tariq coined the term FBA. And we decided, yeah, we're going to draw the line in the sand. That's just it. Y'all are y'all, and we are us. Simple as that. It's a lineage, not a movement.
So, Venus did look up some information on FBA. I didn't even know FBA had a website. Right? FBA has a
That's
website.
irrelevant.
No,
Well,
it's relevant. It's relevant. That's why there's so
It's
much
really
confusion
not.
now. It is relevant.
No, I'm saying it's a bloodline. So whether we have a website, a movement, or a few gays scattered about, or somebody trying to run up and be the leader, it's just a bloodline. It's people who have been here since before the country was established as a nation. Simple as that. 1775. Do the math.
Venus, could you repeat what you conveyed earlier? As far as what you looked up.
Okay, so I was looking at two different things though. When you go on the Foundational Black American website, they don't identify us as a movement. But when I look on Google, it does make sense to call it a movement. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not against that.
But that's why
There
I
are
asked.
It's
things
a
we
blood.
want politically, right?
It's a specific bloodline. You can tell by aesthetics how people look, the difference in appearance. You can tell the different phenotypes on. Like I've developed my eye where I can tell. Like I watch body cam footage, and 98% of them are classified as black, but they are not black. They are
How you
foreign.
know? How you know?
Can somebody give me the definition of movement? What a movement is?
Yeah,
No,
I give it to you.
I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I'm being serious
No,
because
I'm laughing at
Can you
something
hear
else.
me?
yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
hear me,
what
Freezy?
This
yeah, what's
Yeah, I
going
give
on,
it
C
to you.
Yeah,
Rich?
I get.
Oh, what's going on, man? How y'all doing, man?
Hold on
A
one second.
movement is
What's
basically
up,
a
bro?
group of people, and I'm not giving you the dictionary. I'm just saying from my studies. But a
okay.
movement is basically a group of people who share the same ideology that's trying to push that ideology forward, either socially or politically. And that's pretty
Okay.
much what a movement is. Anything could be a movement. You
So
know, for example, I'll give you a quick example. Well, go ahead, go ahead.
no, I was finna say based on because I mean what you said pretty much is what my understanding of what a movement is, right? So based on what you just said, the FBA wouldn't be considered a movement.
It's being
They don't
hosting
want
a
to be
movement.
considered a movement the same way Israelites don't want to be
It's being
considered a
pranked a
religion.
movement.
But to most people on the outside looking in, they will call Hebrew Israelites a religious group. So to be fair, FBA don't want to be called a
Well,
movement, but to
well, let
most
me
people looking at
well,
what
well
you're
let me
doing, it's a
let me
movement.
differ.
Yeah.
All right, well, let me differentiate between the two because Freezy the host, so he don't want because I'm a Hebrew Israelite. So let me differentiate between the two. The thing about Hebrew Israelite is not a religion. Religions are
That's
man-made.
what
We
FBA
follow
saying.
the
It's a
Bible as
movement.
is. We don't follow doctrines. Like Christianity is a doctrine. Methodist is a doctrine. Each doctrine you could go and find out what man created that doctrine. Hebrew Israelites, we don't follow doctrine. This is why we are not a religion. We say that we
Did he freeze? See, Richard froze, bro.
I guess God said He ain't want to hear no more.
Okay.
No, I'm just messing.
If being
Wait, Freezy,
Haitian
I'm not trying
was
to be
better
disrespectful,
for
but how do
them,
Israelites say they don't
it's a
follow
movement.
doctrine? Yes, they do.
I'm
I don't
about to say,
understand that statement.
no,
You
I
do
have a
follow
serious.
Can y'all
doctrine.
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Crown Prince. But now I got a
I
serious
think
question for you.
what he was trying to say was doctrine, a man-made doctrine.
But
I think that's what he
Freezy,
was saying.
this is a serious question, right? Because I know
Yeah.
you're Israelite, right?
Uh-huh.
How can y'all say how do the Israelites say they're not a religious group, but then y'all reading from a religious or y'all reading from a religious text or follow a religious text? Like that's a
Because
serious
you
question.
don't have to, because to be an Israelite, it doesn't mean you join the religious group. To be an Israelite, you're deemed an Israelite from bloodline, from your
right.
lineage. That's why. That's why.
Okay, the
This
more we
has
talk,
not
I'm
at all to do
understanding
with the
Captain
covenant.
Tazariak having smoke because as I'm listening, it sounds like a lot of the qualifiers are the same, right? It's a bloodline thing, it's a lineage based thing. That's what it like say. Same thing.
Exactly.
Well,
But see,
this is the
FBA
thing,
is not
right?
lineage based.
You can be an
Exactly.
Israelite
Not hard to
and
understand.
not be a practicing Israelite of the law, statutes, and commandments. You could just be, an
There
Israelite
you
just
go.
living how
That's
you want to live.
convoluting
It's about
everything.
bloodline.
But Freezy, I'm not the biggest knowledgeable person on the Israelite thing, right?
Yeah.
But isn't like one of the tribes like from like over here or based over here or something like that, or no, I'm not, don't misquote me or whatever. I'm what I'm saying,
No,
or no, it's
no,
not. That's
no. None of the tribes are based over here, brother.
okay.
Right. Right. So it's a part of the curses that the Israelites were shipped, from their homeland to here, and this is what the slave trade was a part of the curses, a part of the prophecy,
Yeah.
right? So essentially, I mean, I wouldn't disagree that there are indigenous people of color that was already here, before the slave trade, whatever. I wouldn't, but as far as going back to Israelites, yeah, Israelites is a blood. It's a part. It's a bloodline thing. It's a lineage thing. But all Israelites don't practice the law, statutes, and commandments in the Bible. You understand what I'm saying?
So why can't you
Yeah.
understand that FBA is a bloodline thing, and everybody's different within it?
No. I actually do understand that. I conceded to that, and when I was on Sarnetta's show earlier with Captain Desariat, we all conceded it. We conceded to that. You know what I'm saying? I think what
So why?
Tazariot was saying. I think what Tazariot was saying was if it's just an identity thing, he just didn't see anything else, other than it being that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like it has any moral code or FBA go by. I think everybody
Nobody
adhered
said
to
it
that.
did
Everybody
though.
agreed to that. You know what I'm saying?
Like He's a
That's
tether. Now that I
insulting.
found out,
That
Captain Cesariak is a tether, and so he want to criticize the group. That's what it's looking like. Because nobody ever said
that's
that. When did
insulting.
anybody say this is a
That's just
moral
like
beast? And like nobody said any of that.
Yeah,
So it's
but
like
hold
he's
on.
trying
So
to find ways to pick
so,
apart
Fantastic.
the ideology.
Mr.
so I'm
Fantastic.
confused. So
That's
hold on.
just like you
When did
asking,
when did
what
Cesariak
have
become a tether?
FBA done and this and that. It's not about have done like an organization.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
just
It is
like
organization
being human.
movement.
It's just like
So
being human.
just real quick, brother. So first and foremost, this is news to me. Cesariak, how's Cesariak tether? One of his parents or
Somebody
both his
said
parents
earlier
are
that
yeah.
he
It,
said
Yeah, they had
they
said
said
that
earlier
very
irrelevant.
that
fantastic.
He's
I
what?
can't. Somebody was talking. I'm trying to answer.
No, go ahead,
They
Victor.
said
My bad.
earlier that he himself said that he would be considered one because of where his I guess his parents are from somewhere else.
Oh, okay, cool.
I never
All right.
knew that
Yeah, but
either.
that's actually irrelevant. We
Now it's
talking in
You can't just
general.
keep
We
saying
talking.
things are
It's
irrelevant because you feel like it. Can
but,
something?
but no. Whether it's Tazarian or whatever his name is
Oh,
foreign or not is irrelevant to the conversation at hand.
no, it's
We
no,
relevant.
we trying to establish no, we trying to establish why they
Is
can't
it snowing or
seem to
something?
grasp the concept that FBA is not an organization that has agendas and objectives. It's just a
it
lineage
does.
of people that have discovered that we have many enemies that wear our skin,
Yeah,
and we have
yeah,
decided to stand against them.
yeah. But brother, you just
Plain and
you so
simple.
just real quick, brother. So you're directly contradicting yourself and saying you don't have an objective, but then you say the whole purpose is to separate yourself from individuals that may look like you but aren't actually like you. So there's an objective. The objective of FBA is to make a differentiation between you and other people throughout the diaspora. Now,
Happens.
what I
You
would like to
slow.
do,
Hey,
huh?
Mr. Fantastic, I ain't never think you was this slow.
What?
It's not an
That's
objective.
not
We
true,
just
brother.
discovered we,
Brother,
we discovered
you up
we
here
had
higher. You up here higher than a private jet with giraffes on it. That's
well,
not true.
nevertheless,
Well, it is
nevertheless,
well for
stay,
you, brother.
stay focused. Stay
Hold on, hold
focused,
on, hold on,
soldier or
hold on,
sailor.
Crown Prince. Let Mr.
Ooh, I'm
Fantastic
coming.
land his point, and then you can go. I'll let y'all hit
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, drags
right.
So,
down.
Stay focused,
brother,
sailor.
throughout your inebriation, brother. Let me explain this to you, okay? You're probably not in the best condition right now to be trying to explain anything from a lineage standpoint, from an objective standpoint, any of those things, right? I'm pretty sure you might be knowledgeable when you're sober,
That's
but right now, brother, you're not in any condition to be making any declarations, claims, or anything. Okay, everything I said
Hey,
up here is
listen,
a
fantastic.
hold on, brother.
I would,
I
I
got.
would.
I promise you, I will shut up and I won't say nothing when it's your turn to talk. Okay. What I know for a fact, bro, is 90+% of the people that claim to be FBA cannot go back and show me their ancestors' name on a slave ledger. They can't do it. That
why
is
do
the
we have to
challenge
show
here
you?
because that's what you're claiming. If you're claiming lineage and
What,
bloodline, have to prove it. If you're
what's the
claiming
Why?
that
point? It's none of your business.
hold on, brother. If you are claiming that I am the descendant of a slave, all right,
Mm.
and you're able to differentiate whether you're a fucking American slave, a Caribbean slave, or whatever other kind of slave and how you got here and so on and so forth, I need to see your ancestor's name on a slave ledger. That's the only way you
Are
can prove it.
you
I don't
are
want to
you
hold on. I'm
cutting
almost done.
reparation checks?
I'm almost
Wait.
done.
Are you cutting reparation checks?
Oh,
If you're not, then we don't have
and
to show you
fantastic.
anything.
You say what?
We could look at
If
you
you're not
and
the
us
one cutting
and tell the
reparation
difference.
checks, we don't have to show you anything.
Well, well, now that's even a more horrible argument you make because now you got to prove
No,
it to the
it's
white
not.
people. Yes, it is. Now you
Right.
got to
They
prove it to
would
the
be
white people.
qualified the people who gonna cut us a check would be qualified to ask for proof, but not people who on the internet because they fucking feel like it and they don't like it. No.
Oh, yes, I
We
can.
have to show y'all proof.
If you're out here challenging people's nationality, origin, bloodline, and so on and so forth, simply because they disagree with your stupid ass fucking philosophy, and you're going to tell people that they're not black, they're not FBA because they don't want to believe with the bullshit, I have every right to challenge you to fucking prove your point. You're not going to tell me I'm less black or I'm not black or I'm not my actual motherfucking bloodline because I don't want to believe the bullshit you selling. Like this nigga here trying to tell me, my bad for you. this wonderful gentleman right here is talking about he can look at me and tell my lineage. What are you talking about?
How did the conversation get contentious? We were doing pretty well. What happened?
Oh man.
Your phenotype
Back it
as
up. Let's
well
back
as your
it up. Let's
disposition
back it up.
can tell me exactly that you aren't us. That's it. It's not.
So
I
again,
mean,
my point.
it's not that bad.
Thank
You
you for
don't
proving
have
my
to
point.
make a big deal about it.
Thank you for proving my point, brother. So again, just like I said, you let a fool. Right, God looks out for babies and fools, and look at God talking. Look at God working. Listen, bro, I don't have to agree with you, bro. I'm probably looking at you, brother. I'm probably more for the FBA than you could ever be. Okay, you look like you got a little Choctaw Cherokee in you. Okay, all right, brother.
There
So
you
you stop trying
go.
to show
That's
inferiority
the
to me.
point, Goofy.
What?
You proving my point. Listen,
How?
let me tell you something, man. You and me both were in the military. You were in the Navy, right?
Yeah, boy, they got to do anything. Yes.
Yeah, don't insult me about the condition I'm in. That's irrelevant. Just stick to the point. Stay
Everything's
focused.
irrelevant.
If y'all can't keep up with this thing, then it's as simple as that.
Oh my god.
We can't keep up with you.
Hey, Phoenix, listen, listen, you
Brother, you
fantastic
about as
and
slow as a
clearly
snail
a
in the freezer
foreigner.
right now. You about as slow as a snail in the fucking freezer, bro.
Okay, but
Oh
don't
man.
change the fact.
Hey, hey, let me say this real quick, Freeze.
Go ahead, C Rich.
The thing with FBA is, the thing with FBA is, like I say, it's a movement because FBA is really no different than you calling yourself an African American, a black person, a Negro, or any or whatever. It's really a corporate fiction, and it's a political identifier because if you go into court in the United States and you try to use FBA, you have no legal standing
What
because
about
an
what about
FBA
Israelites?
does not mean anything in the court. Well, Israelite of what they in the United States they look at it as a religion, although we say it's not a religion. So you will get certain things like when I was locked up, they didn't serve kosher diet I was at. So opposed to spending the money and giving kosher diets, they moved me to another institution because I was on file as a Hebrew Israelite. So it's certain accommodations. So certain things like that based on religious. You see what I'm saying? But as far as when you go to court, what you would have to do is you foundational Black Americans don't do, and I don't have no problem. I mess with Tariq, but what they don't do, they don't claim Aboriginal status. Aboriginal status means that you are the original people of this land. You see what I'm saying? And when you say FBA could just be that's really they really use that is to separate them from other blacks that's not descendants of slaves. That's mostly what they use it for, from my understanding. Now Tariq Nasheed do touch on the fact that we are this, but he don't go into it. But you wouldn't have to say that you was an FBA. You could just say that we are the true Aboriginals. You could go back and you could prove which if you go on Dane Calloway, people have
Wait.
proof.
Hold on, C
You see
Rich.
what I'm
How
saying?
does
That we are
C Rich? How does that work though? Like,
yeah.
because I've heard some people say they claim that they're FBA, but they claim that their lineage is directly from the Americas. You know, they're not descendants of slavery. Their ancestors was originally here. They're indigenous of America. So how does that like work?
Well, what it
Was that what you
is
was gonna
oh,
say?
like I say,
Fantastic. Oh,
Well, no,
well,
I was, I was,
that's what
I
I
was
was
just gonna
saying.
say
That
this,
like,
right?
huh?
go ahead.
Go ahead, serious. My bad, brother.
I'm not saying
Oh.
go ahead. Nah,
Okay,
go
so
ahead. Say what you gonna say. He asked you a question. Go ahead.
yeah, so that was a point of contention to where Tyreek was clowning Dane Calloway. This is all on record. You can all go see it. He said Dane Calloway was full of shit for talking about this indigenous shit, right? And claiming that black people were Indians, even though Dane Calloway was able to go up and do exactly what FBA is supposed to be doing and showing his lineage and how their names were on the tribes, right? He was able to track his lineage back, just on and so forth,
Right.
and show the indigenous aspect of it to where some of his people were here, tribes of the thing, and so on and so forth. So this is why I say FBA has this major issue and problem as to where you're just going along with the flow when your track record says, oh, well, this FBA thing first started out, he was clowning Dan Calloway. Now FBA is trying to say, oh, well, you can be an indigenous too. Well, hold on. If you're indigenous, you was never a slave. And the main contention of FBA is slavery. So which is it? It's like you're trying to cover all your
Well, not
bases.
You could
Go
still
ahead,
no.
CD.
You could
But
be.
see, here's the thing. Like Dan Calloway say, like Jesse Jackson proved he actually. I seen the document. Jesse Jackson proved that he was descendant of the true Native Americans. But he was a sellout. He just sold you that African Americans. He coined the term African American in 1989. So
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
he knew the truth. So what I'm saying is they have actual documents and government documents proving. You know what I'm saying I just seen on other people's sites and read, but I don't personally have it. But there it's been proven. But see, what my point is, if I went in there, I would have to acquire those documents. And I'm talking about a legal standing and prove by a legal standing that I deserve that status. Because the truth of the matter is that the so-called Native Americans are not the true Native Americans, which have been proven. If y'all remember, see,
Right.
people be on YouTube, and a lot of times we be on a lot of mess. Trump went to the Native Americans and told them if they acquire citizenship, that he was going to start deporting them. I don't know if part because they didn't really put too much there on TikTok, but a couple of Native Americans, and yeah, he told them that they was going to have to when he was deporting people. He told the Native Americans that they was going to have to take, but that proves that he know, because you remember Trump back in the 80s or the 90s was talking about the $5 Indians. You remember that? See,
Yeah,
y'all
that
got to
was
see. I've been in the trenches since the 80s.
yeah, but see, we gotta
Right,
be, we
yeah, but
gotta.
what I'm saying is, but he was also stating that those were not the original Native Americans.
No, he was
That's a
stating that
fact.
no,
No,
brother.
I'm saying he was stating that about white people, but he
Yeah,
also was stating the fact because remember he got into it with them about the casinos because the United States was giving the tribes money to build them casinos, and Trump went in front of them. I don't know Congress, whatever they go in front of, and he was debating saying that they did not have real Native American status because there was competition when they was building them casinos. And he went in front of Congress, whoever allocate the money, and he had the argument. See, that's what I'm saying. See, I've been around for years, bro. I be doing this. That's a fact. You can look it up. And he was complaining that you was giving them money to build casinos, and he built the casinos, and he had to get his own finance. That the government helped the Indians get those casinos. And he
yeah,
went to war with him about that. And part of his claim was that they are not really Native Americans, true Native Americans.
yeah,
And
but he
that's what
lost.
the issue was there. But I'm saying, man, you had to be around a while, brother.
Well,
I've
no, you
been
don't have to
doing
be.
this shit for a while, so I just see all this
You,
shit.
you don't have to be around a while. You just got to be aware of the
Go ahead.
situation, and he lost. He lost that
Yeah, you
case.
do.
No,
No,
well, let me.
nah, because you got a lot of people who Johnny come ladies. You got a lot of people who come ladies that just popped up because they got a YouTube channel and start talking about political stuff. And I done read all the books, the People's History of the United States, all the books. I done read all this shit since the 90s. I've been doing this shit since the 80s. A lot of information people be having, they don't really understand the information.
Let
I'm
let
not
uh
saying
let
that
uh
against
let Fantastic respond,
FBA.
see
I
Rich.
mean,
Let Fantastic respond, see Rich.
Yeah. So
oh, go ahead.
I can understand,
All
brother,
right.
you being there during the time and those things and so on and so forth, right? But what we understand and what we know is, things change over time, right? So you're talking about a case where Trump pretty much challenged the funding that was allotted for Native Americans, being that they were Native Americans, just like reservations and things and so on and so forth, and grants and money they get for being Native Americans. Now, what you said earlier was you conflated two different things. The $5 Indians were the white people that were not Native American at all, who were going down and paying money to get Native American classification. Specifically, I forget what the congresswoman was a couple of years ago when he ran the first time. The white lady, he was jokingly calling her Pocahontas. Okay, He carried that on from this. The thing is, Trump lost that situation though, because again, not only did they keep giving the Native Americans money for the reservations and the casinos. I don't know. Well, if you've been doing this for quite some time, just back, I want to say a few years ago, post 2020, most of the state of Oklahoma was given back to the Native Americans because they found a treaty to say that the fucking United States owed them that land. So, brother, even though you may have been doing this for quite some time, you're not the only person that's privy to information when we're in the information age. Okay. Again, so
Okay, brother, that's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying you're not privy to information, but what I'm saying is you going by stuff that they say. But what I'm saying is that they do not have an actual status. They are not the real true natives of this land, Aboriginal people. They gave them that status. I'm not saying that the documents that you said was not presented, brother. What I'm saying is when you go and people challenge, because nobody never challenged the actual documents. But if you go back and look at some actual documents, that's not their status. They was given that status. So just because they in recent times and they saying that they gave them something, that don't mean that they was deserving of what they got. But the point was, I was trying to tell you that you did come back that said the $5 Indians. You said that, but I said, yeah, I was just making a point that Trump been going back and forth with them about this for years. That's the only point that I was making, that this is not a new thing with Trump. But that's why I came back and I told you he also challenged the fact that they was getting money from the government for casinos, and he fought the fact because his point was he was making was they are not the real Native Americans of this land. That was his argument, that they are not really the true Native Americans, and you allocate money to them that they don't deserve. That's all I'm saying. But what I'm saying is just because it's in 2025, because what you don't understand is once a document has been written, it don't matter how old it is, it still stands. It don't matter because it's 2025. That's just like the Supreme Court of the United States. If they hand down, they done handed down decisions that's 100 years old until the Supreme Court go back and they relitigate that and change that decision. It don't matter if it's 100 years old, 200 years old, it still stands. That's just like if you own land in the 1890 and you prove that your people own that land and you are the citizen. I'm just talking about like houses and stuff like anybody. I'm not just talking about black folks. I'm saying, say if your family owned a piece of property and it was supposed to go to you and they took that property, if you could get those deeds from, I don't matter if it's 100 years old, and prove that somebody took that land bogusly, you can still get the land back. So the date and time don't matter when it comes to legal documents, brother. That's all I'm telling you. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. So it don't matter how long it's been. If the president has not been changed, they do stuff all the time that's incorrect. They do all types of in the legal terms that don't be correct. They do whatever they want to do
I think
unless
I
you go
think
back
I
and
think
challenge it.
y'all are. I think y'all are. I think you are agreeing with him right now, see Rich. I think y'all on the same page.
I mean, we basically in agreement. I'm just telling you where my information come from. That I'm not saying that I'm saying that because I know he believed that they are the true Native Americans, and I'm trying to tell you that they're not, and it's been documented proof. But I don't have the proof, so hey, I don't have it right here in front of me to give to it. So I'm just saying that it's out there. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
But
shout
all
out
I'm
shout out
saying
to
is
our
all I was
sister.
saying about FBA, I really just came up with.
Let me shout out my sister. Shout out to my sister DJ Genesis in the building.
Cause I
Shout out
really
to you, sis.
Cap-tivity.
Thank you for joining the show. I'm gonna let you go in 1 second. Let me read this one super cap.
Super chat.
Shout out to Living Umly for the $2. He said it's irrelevant. LOL. Also, Israelites are a nation. Shout out to you.
Cap-tivity.
To support the show, you can do it by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or Cash Cap, aka Cash Out. That's $Freezy no cap. I got one question for Fantastic, and then we go to Genesis. Fantastic. Do you give any credence to people when they say they trace their lineage back through like Ancestry.com or DNA and all that kind of stuff?
You mean do I count that as a reputable source?
Yeah.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, because if you did the research for that stuff, that's basically DNA farming. And people don't understand when you do that, it's more so for them to be able to use your DNA for some Roberta Lax, right?
Yeah.
Remember that situation? So people are literally signing over their rights to their DNA and giving those people, rights to do with it whatever they want. It's crazy because I'm pretty sure you guys have seen it where some people that's as dark as me have had damn near 50% European lineage or some shit. You feel me? So I mean, can we say, I'm not gonna say it's completely totally thrown away, but what I know for a fact is it don't tell you that your family was on no slave ship. You're gonna have an African country and tribe. You're gonna have some European in there, and that's not gonna tell you anything about, what I'm saying, whatever. It's not going to differentiate if it's Caribbean or American or whatever. You're just gonna have the original origin of where your DNA came from. We know there's no American DNA. So no African American person is gonna have America in their 23andMe or Ancestry.com DNA sample. It's going to be some tribe or some place in Africa, some European influence, and possibly some Native American.
So you're
So
saying
it doesn't.
it's definitely not as concrete as like you was asking for earlier. Like if you could produce your name on a slave ledger.
Yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't. It has none of that. It's not going to give you any reference of that, Freezy. It's going to go back to what's again against the FBA tenets that they're starting to ease up off of now, because they were saying that, oh, we got nothing to do with Africa. Well, damn, did you take elementary school science or social studies? Because there's only 4 races. Okay, all right. Negroid, we know the Negroid race originated in Africa without a doubt. So if you're a FBA person that's trying to deny any attachment to Africa, that in itself says you have either ulterior motive or you're just plain ignorant.
Shout out to our sister DJ Genesis. What's your thoughts, sis?
We can't hear you.
Your mic, you gotta cut your mic on.
We can't hear you.
You might have to assign your mic within Ecamm. Do you got the right mic assigned?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to address. Well, I was really coming to address the entire movement, and but I really wanted to address what he just said too. Actually, on my 23, well, at my 23andMe, it does outline aspects of Africa, African tribes, not necessarily African, but in different parts of Africa, Asia, and Europe. But it also breaks down Barbados and Chesapeake Bay African Americans as well. So it breaks it down, and then if I do my heritage, so 23andMe breaks it down from African going to Barbados and then going to Chesapeake Bay. But then if I look up like what my family has put into my heritage in the ledgers, they actually literally say, Virginia, North Carolina, the oldest person in my family. So the DNA and the thing kind of lines up there, when it comes to it. So it does point out what part of America and the Caribbean that they might have gotten shipped to and then sent to, because some Africans were shipped from the Caribbean to America. Not all Africans came straight to America. They went Caribbean then. So to point that out, that's number one. Number two is I wanted to just also point out the fact that, like, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys talked about reparations and stuff like that. I
A
just kind
little
of
bit.
came
Go
in
ahead.
on this,
A little
but
bit.
I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to understand is that if there are any FBAs that are in this audience, if ADOS is more of an organization and FBA is more of a lineage, why would they separate themselves from ADOS, who has an organization that actually has a structure to be able to promote and get the reparations that they're talking about? Why in the beginning was there this down talk about ADOS? And it seems like now there are some FBAs that are embracing ADOS, because now that ADOS has a path forward for reparations. Is that kind of like being like kind of like that you're jumping on the bandwagon now, when at one point you guys were talking against ADOS, and now it's like, okay, now that they have this whole reparations thing in order, and this thing is only a lineage and not any organization, why wouldn't they have embraced ADOS from the beginning?
Wait, what FBA is talking bad about
Can
ADOS?
I answer that?
Who are you talking
In
about?
the very beginning, when they first started
The
talking
lead,
to FBA, Tariq
Hmm.
Nasheed talked very. It was ADOS was not necessarily an accepted thing. He was talking against ADOS when this whole thing started. Now
yes,
it seems to be more of accepted. So I want to understand, like,
Oh, so you
what
gotta
really.
ask the person who was talking bad about ADOS why
Yeah,
they were doing it, right? Like you
yeah.
can't ask all of us like we was doing it,
The
right?
founder of FBA did it. Is the point that she's making. So again, as I said, and she proved everything I said. He was
Hmm.
hanging around ADOS. He tried to co-opt it. They saw what was happening, so he did an offshoot or a Temu version, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, whatever you want to call it, of the ADOS movement. All he did was show them. There's video, all this stuff. The wonderful thing about the internet, people keep talking shit about the internet, keep talking shit about YouTube. The wonderful thing about this shit is it is proof and chronicled. Tariq Nasheed did all these things. You can't be
Hmm.
the major Africa pusher and tell all of African American people that you came from Africa and Mansa Musa and Africa this and Africa that for 10 years. Okay, it's called the Hidden Colors series. I'm pretty sure we all heard of it. Then make up this motherfucking movement, organization, whatever you want to call it, that's a direct copy of something that's already established because they wouldn't let you run the play as you try to do, and then deny any attachment to Africa and do nothing but talk negatively about Africa, right? And then say the people that did the ADOS movement is, the real people that are trying to finesse people and they don't this and they don't that and a whole bunch of jokes. But now that enough time has passed and people are starting to call out, hey man, this FBA shit is nothing but a joke. All y'all do is talk shit on the internet and Twitter. That's the
Well,
only action that FBA is doing. Ain't no
it can't
legislation
be
being
a
passed.
joke if it has all of you people this out of your body talking about us crying everywhere. It can't be a joke. Y'all are mad as hell. Y'all are
How
mad. Because this
how
shouldn't even be a topic. We shouldn't be being
really
compared to
shouldn't.
no damn Israelites. We should, the way this shit taking off, it can't be a joke. Because it ain't a joke to none of y'all. Y'all mad about it.
anything. Well, hold on. First off, what do you mean taking off? It's being dissected. The problem is it's being challenged and
But
it's
it's a
showing
joke.
What
have you
what
done
what
So
is
why is
what
it
is there
worth
to
it?
challenge? Like what's the part that you challenging specifically?
Who's that
you
talking?
That's Marcus.
I think that's
Oh,
Marcus.
I
What's going
thought
on,
Marcus
Marcus?
I
because
think
he
I
know
think I
more
was
about
just
this
very
than me.
clear. I wanted to understand that if FBA does not have a actual organization, because it says that
Hmm.
it's just a lineage, it's just that's all it is.
It's a
Then
lineage,
why
correct?
would they attack an organization that's doing something that's actually has a organizational structure that's doing things
The
about
the
this whole called reparations that they
the
tend to like make
I
this
can
whole
answer
thing
that.
about?
The
Yes,
people in
please.
ADOS and the people in FBA are the same people. The ADOS would be the American descendants of slaves. FBA was foundational Black Americans. It's the same people. Now, Yvette Carnell has an organization of those people, so it's a smaller subset that actually acts on behalf of the ADOS organization. They have dues, they have meetings, they have memberships, they have things that they actually enact based off of that organization. But the organization is comprised of people of the lineage. It's FBA just stand for the lineage from pre 1860. You can trace your people back. You have no immigrant background for at least one of your parents. That's all that
so
it stands for.
wait,
Right.
wait. No. Hold on. No. You just contradicted yourself. Which is it? It can't be both. You
It
just
is both.
said no immigrant background, then you said at least one of your parents. Those two things don't go together. They
Yeah, one of your
contradict.
parents.
That's
And
always
So
one
been
of
the
what
your
case.
parents. Listen closely, because maybe you misunderstood. So I'll say it one more time.
hold on, brother. Again, I'm gonna say what you said. So let me say what you
Okay.
said verbatim. What you
Okay.
said was no immigrant background or at least one of your parents. Is that not what you said verbatim?
Problem with that
No
bullshit.
immigrant background for at least one of your parents. You have a link. You're tied to this lineage, meaning you can trace one of your family side to 1860.
But you're
I,
tethered in by the all
no,
the
that's
things
not what that means. Do
now
you know what the
y'all
word tether means? Do you know what
now
the word
y'all
tether means? Do you know what the word tether means?
Now y'all changing the
Or a
rules up,
person
bro.
that's what, like using our trying to get our benefits or whatever, and trying to tether to us and take the be mean to us, but actually take the credit. But here's the question:
You no. So a te-
why would we call
Wait,
Haitians and
wait,
people
wait,
that's
wait, wait, wait.
Caribbean
Hold on.
tethers? But then
Don't
there's
pivot
also
the
Mhm.
if you but
conversation.
also if you no, I'm not going to change it. It's going to still talk about this. If we're going to talk
Mhm.
about the Caribbean and we're going to talk about those tethers, why are we so focused on only them and not the 24% of Asians and white people that are
See
going
what
to
I'm saying? We're not
HBCU
talking about
get
that right now.
HBCUs getting merit-based scholarships and going to the black thing and taking and getting free education in that, but they're not tethers and tethering and using things to their advantage. Do you know that 24% of people that attend HBCUs are of not black descent, whether it's African American, Caribbean, or African or anything, but are Caucasian and Asian?
Yeah,
Why are
Okay,
we
you went
HBCUs.
on
calling
a
a
long
black
tirade
tether
before I
That
could
and
even
was
respond to what a tether
Asian?
was. Your definition of
right.
tether was
Well,
incorrect.
anybody could
So
go to a
So
HBCU.
anybody
They
can
can't
go to a
discriminate it.
Going here.
HBCU,
Anybody could go to a
and on
HBCU.
top, anybody could go to a
They don't.
HBCU, and on top of
So
it,
y'all
they
are
had
cool
to
with that, but
market.
not cool
They
with
had
that.
to market. They
nobody
had
said
to
we
market
cool with
out
it.
to other races of people to boost their attendance because there were people
And in
that
Right. That's
order to
the whole
receive federal
situation.
funding, you can't isolate and not allow other people in and still receive federal funding. Those the HBCU money Trump gave, that Biden
Right.
gave, that they consistently giving, you have to allow access to other nationalities, and you can't segregate based off of those things and still receive federal funding. But the
yeah.
thing about Tether is this: Tether isn't just anybody that comes from the Caribbean, anybody that comes from Africa. There are people that come from Africa that's good people and they move to America and they not tethers. There's people that come from the Caribbean that's good people that move to America and that's not tethers. To be a tether, you have to actively identify as a Black American not being one, and undermine or try to attack or do dastardly deeds, for lack of a better word, to affect us. It's not just because
You
you
said
moved here.
it has to be the combination of the
A
two.
tether is an action. Yes, it's an action. You have to do something. Pretending to be us would make you a tether, and doing something, to harm us would make you a tether. So you could be a tether either way.
So can you
Nah,
be a
man.
tether
See,
if
nah,
you're
y'all
African
crazy.
American?
Oh,
Because they call
hold on.
black people.
If you're a Black American, you just be a coon. If you just attacking the lineage,
Yeah,
you just
They
be a
call
basically.
coon.
Nah. See, nah, we're not gonna let this happen. So again, the being that the founder of FBA, and I think the
How can you
copyright or the
found the lineage? How can you found the
trademark.
lineage?
Come on, brother. Well, yes, the hell you can, because the FBA exists before Tariq Nasheed.
No.
No, let him answer.
He didn't found the people. He
Brother, I'm
created a name.
gonna ask you the
He
question again,
created a
brother.
name. Again,
Oh,
what am I saying
I asked
FBA is? Hold on, I'm answering the question. What am I saying FBA is? Is it
the question. Did FBA exist before Tariq Nasheed? Yes or no?
the people
We
definitely
always
existed.
exist.
No, you
We
didn't.
always exist.
The
Okay,
people that,
let's
bruh,
do this. So hold on. So
That's not
hold
what we
on,
the
bro.
that's not what
people
we're
who
talking
are
about.
FBA did not exist before Tariq Nasheed. Is that what you're saying?
Brother, what I'm saying is this, okay? In order for a thing to exist, it must be named, it must be qualified, it must be recognized, okay? How old are you, bro? If you don't
Right.
mind me asking. How old are you, bro?
42. 42.
All right. Out of your 42 years of living, at what age did you call yourself FBA?
Since
The
I was
last
6
5 to 6 years. Like I
The
said, the
last
name. I didn't
5 damn
just be,
years.
I wasn't created. I wasn't created 5 years ago.
Last
The
5 years.
name.
But you
The
proving his
name.
point though. You
This
proving
is
his
why we
point
can't
though.
have
No,
this
I'm
conversation
actually not.
anymore.
At what age did
This
you start calling yourself
this
African American?
is why y'all full of shit. This is why
No.
y'all full
At
of
what
shit.
age did you start calling yourself African American? At what age
Huh?
did you start calling yourself African American?
As soon as I had to fill out the first form of my I think we called it the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, the ITBS test. I think
Yeah,
I was in the
yeah, yeah,
third
yeah,
grade.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
what age did your grandparents start calling themselves African American?
I have
That
my
wasn't
grandparents.
Yeah,
They
your
that wasn't the
didn't.
term.
grandparents.
That wasn't the term. That
They
wasn't the term
didn't.
they was using back then.
But those
Yeah,
people still
That's the
existed,
point.
right?
That's the point.
Those people
But
still existed, right?
no, 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 no.
That's
yeah,
the
But
we
listen,
point
know
I'm
listen,
that.
making.
No,
listen.
yes,
No, no,
yes,
no. But
yes.
listen,
No,
listen,
that's
listen,
not the
listen.
point you're making.
This,
The
but
That's
point
listen,
the
you're
listen,
point
talking
I'm
listen.
making.
about. I got
That's
it.
the
So the
point I'm
problem
making.
brother. The problem with it is this though. The problem with your poor analogy, your poor attempt to prove your
No,
point
that
is
was
this.
great, Marcus.
No,
I
it's
know.
horrible. And again, you don't need to
I
cheerlead,
know.
man, because you feel with
I
it.
know.
I got you. So
I
hold
know.
on. So let me tell you why. Right?
Okay.
All African
Mhm.
Americans, black or whatever, were classified as this, not a subsect. Okay. And as the brother was
Does it?
talking about,
Hold on.
hold on, bro. You asked the question. Let me answer it. As the
Okay.
brother was talking about earlier, it is a
Mhm.
nationally, federally, legally recognized classification. That's
Mhm.
the difference.
Since
FBA is
when?
some shit, like I said. Everybody don't claim, everybody don't even know about this FBA shit. Okay? So you can't say something that most people don't identify with, don't claim to be, is the same as the name being changed from black to African American or Afro American or whatever. Try again.
The
Okay, so
Negro,
to answer that,
the
hold on. I got an
Mexican.
answer for all of that. So initially, when the name African American was changed, it was a big uproar, especially among entertainers, right? I think it was Smokey Robinson, I believe, who was even making poems in regards to they did not want to be have their name changed to African American.
Oh, brother. Don't lie to the people.
I'm
Smokey
lying.
Robinson was 70 years old when he did that damn poem, brother. Stop it.
So
Come
it
on,
did.
man.
Did the poem?
Come on, man.
Does the poem exist? Does the
Y'all need
poem
that.
exist?
How does that matter?
Wait, what time did the poem
Does
exist?
the poem exist?
But he was
Does
in
it
his
exist?
70s.
He didn't exist when he was 70 years
Let
old.
me
What
ask you.
does that have to
So,
do with
where is
anything?
the lie? I'm saying that
Right.
people who used to be called something else are objecting to being. I'm saying people who used to be called something else are objecting to being called African Americans. Does
Hold
that
on,
exist? Yes or no? Because you just
fantastic.
said everybody calls themselves African American. If they're elders who object to that, then that mutes your point. Is that not a
Fan,
fair
fan,
assessment?
For one brother, it's not mute, it's
Fantastic
moot.
always do this. Start
Okay, brother,
deflecting
hold on.
and doing this
I gotta
shit.
Yeah.
educate my brother so he don't sound ignorant when he has these conversations. It's moot, brother, not mute.
MOOT. Okay, keep going. Keep going.
MOOTE. Okay. Now,
I
secondly,
just spelled it for you. Keep going.
maybe we're missing each other, right? Because what's being challenged here is the time, and the time matters. Just like the whole FBA arc, as you got in your name, FBA before 1860. Time
Mhm.
definitely matters here. Okay. So what I'm saying is you can't be FBA before 1860 because in 1860 FBA didn't fucking exist.
So if the
fantastic.
term for black, so could I have been African American before 1860?
No. Exactly. No.
That's the same point.
You want to
Hey,
okay? So at the end of the day, you know what? You know what? Something that's never stopped being Negro. How about that?
Negro.
Negro has never changed.
Well,
It's always
actually,
Negro.
black was used. Negro. It went from what? Colored, Negro, black,
Oh,
African American, to potentially FBA will be the nationally recognized name or whatever we decide. But that
But there's
doesn't
only one
invalidate what the
record.
reason for it is.
tell me the one form the FBA is on. Give me any type of documentation, any type of paperwork to where you have to classify as
It's
FBA.
5
Go.
years
Tell me.
old.
The
Fantastic. Like
terminology is
anything.
fairly recent. The terminology is
fantastic.
fairly recent.
Yeah. So hold on. So now. So say yeah. Fantastic. You're right. This shit didn't exist till 5 years ago. That's what you
No,
literally
because the
just said.
people
Nobody
existed.
ever
The
said you were wrong.
terminology.
Fan, fan,
Like, where am I missing you with this? The
fantastic. Let me ask you
terminology is
something.
fairly new. The people always existed.
It hasn't always existed, brother.
Well, not always, but 1860, the people existed. Is what I'm saying.
No, bro. No, man.
It's pretty
If
simple.
there
I,
was an
I
Okay,
don't see
what's the
where,
difference in
what's
all the
so.
Let
other
me
terms black
let
people
me ask,
call?
fantastic. Let me ask you something.
Before you ask me that,
if there were no
Smitty,
African Americans in 1860, which there wasn't, he can't say shit about FBA.
Exactly. And that's the point you're running around from.
No, I'm not running around from anything. Again, I'll re-explain it to you. So y'all claiming I'm slow, and what I'm missing, I'm going to say it to you again.
before you
Whether
say that, fantastic. Make
I,
sure
I
y'all hit
believe
that
you
like
understand it.
button.
You're just arguing to argue.
Hold on, Marcus. Hold on, Marcus. Make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. I know it's hard for some of y'all, but shout out to the people that don't give a damn. Hit the like button. Or if you don't like something so far, hit the dislike button. And for everybody watching, subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell. Go ahead, fantastic.
again, this is a horrible
You on
attempt
mute?
at an argument, right? I'm unmuted. You should be able to hear me.
Yeah,
You hear
you
me?
good. We hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. So again, like I said, if we're going to do the classification thing, the classification was just that. It was something that all black people, black, colored, Negro, African American, Afro American, whatever it is, that was a classification given to you by the federal government. Okay. FBA is not that. FBA will never be that. Again, it was something that everybody
According to you,
accepted themselves to be. I'm going to say this again.
it takes
FBA is an
time.
offshoot. FBA is an offshoot of an offshoot. Okay?
That's
FBA is an
actually true.
I know it's true.
Just like
So
African American is an offshoot of an offshoot of an offshoot. These are fairly recent terms, and then people congregated to them. If your argument is it doesn't exist on the federal form at this current moment, I would grant that. Will it exist in the future? It's to be decided. We will see. It doesn't change the reason it exists. There's a group of people
Marcus,
who are.
let me ask you this, Marcus. For it to exist in the future, shouldn't it be a movement? Shouldn't people get involved politically? And right? I mean, for it to exist in the future.
So it would have to be a specific ideology. The only thing that FBA, so ADOS would be more in line with getting involved politically to push legislation. There are people who are FBA who do this work, but FBA isn't an ideology. It's literally a specific group of people, and that includes ADOS. It includes everybody I disagree with. It includes everybody I agree with. It includes every gay. It includes everybody because the criteria is your lineage, your people. If you could trace them back who've been through each one of these phases in America, from slavery to Jim Crow to segregation to redlining, mass card, your people who are still here going through each one of these segments. We're a specific people with a specific history who have a specific understanding and a specific experience. And to attach a latch onto that and you don't have that experience is not what's up. You got people speaking for us that are not us. That's the issue.
We want y'all out of here. Want y'all out of our conversations. We don't care. That's what we want.
Do you say 80% of black people agree to calling themselves FBA?
No, I never said that. Didn't I say the terminology is fairly recently?
No, but no.
I got a better question. So just real quick, and then you got a DJ Genesis. So what would be your synopsis of black people that are even aware of the term FBA or the ideology or whatever you want to call it?
How many? How many are aware? I think about 30% are aware, and of that 30%, I would say 80% would call themselves FBA, or 80% or more of the 30 that's aware. I don't think the majority are aware yet.
Okay, so I think
that's my honest opinion.
I heard it was like 10,000.
No, it's more than that.
Yeah, it's maybe 100,000, maybe. But anyway, right? So understanding, right, that is a very, very small contingent of black people, African American people, people of African descent or whatever, right?
No,
that even understand. Okay, what you mean, no? Who said
no?
No?
You saying African American? I reject that term. I'm not going about African American. That's why I'm saying no to that. But keep going.
I said people of African descent. You said no with people of African descent.
Yeah, I have. Look, I track my lineage back as far as I need to see that the people that. Well, just keep going, fantastic. Just keep going.
Whoa! Hold on, brother. You saying you have no African descent?
I'm saying I have no provable African nation that I come from. Do you? Listen to the words I just used. I can't.
Hey, Freezy, I have a wonderful night, brother.
Listen, Freezy. Let me explain this because I he tends to miss points. Me saying I have no provable African nation that I come from means I did my lineage back to 1728. From there, I could not find what's before that. I don't have the information prior to that. That's my point.
What does it stop in 17? What you just
in
said?
Virginia, I could pull it up right now. It's a whole book written on it.
Wait, brother. So hold on. How did they get there in Virginia?
They could have been. They could have existed there already. It's several. Listen to me. It's several different. I can't factually say. Is my point. I can't factually. You can't factually say. Can you? Can you tell me exactly?
The trade routes stopped in the Caribbean.
No. I'm not saying what. What's factually true? Can you factually say? You know.
Yes, I can factually say it. I am a Negro racially. Okay. If you are
Right.
illegal,
Where in Africa do you come from?
I don't know. I said Africa. I
So
never
we got
said.
the same information. So what is you laughing about? When I said that, you should have been like, yeah, I understand.
I asked you that you
Uh-huh.
have no attachment to Africa. Your answer
And my response was, I have no factual place in Africa to resonate with. I
your
don't. I do not know of a place in Africa. So I'm not
what is your
pretending
race,
to know
brother?
something about Africa. I don't know. That
What is your race?
if you can't tell me where you're from Africa, then you don't know.
What
So you
is
can't
your
claim
race?
that.
What is your race?
It's black.
No, black is not a race.
Black.
You know? Do you know the races, brother?
Black is
My
not
race is black. You call
No,
it whatever
no,
you want. I'm saying my race
no,
is
it's
black.
not. See again, man. This is
My race is
crazy.
black.
Do you understand by saying that your race is black that you are actually removing yourself from anything of like what are you talking about? Black is not
Now
even a
you
race.
doing that Moorish that
Black is
come
not
on
a
now.
race.
I'm not about to sit here and do Black's Law or what is this shit called?
No,
The
no, bro. We're not
the Moorish
Black's
word
Law.
Black's dictionary. Come on, bro.
What we're
Black's
talking
Law
about is science
Dictionary
and
of
his.
like
Hold,
Yeah,
hold
brother,
on,
Yeah.
but you got to
hold on,
do it because if
hold on.
just because you
you
call
have to
yourself
read
a
Black's Law
FBA, you
Dictionary
have
and you
no
do it.
actual status in America because
But
there's no group of people. That's just like you could take Japanese people. Say
Mm-hmm.
if say and I'm just saying hypothetical. Say if all
Uh-huh.
Japanese people forgot who they were,
Mm-hmm.
then they come on and you just gave them a name. That still
Mm-hmm.
don't change the fact that they are original, even though they believe that they something
Mm-hmm.
else. That does not change the fact that they are actually Japanese people. So any name that you give them other than that, even if they
Mm-hmm.
is a corporate fiction. It's a false name.
Okay.
So
Now
there's no
I'll
such
explain it
thing
to
as a
you.
black person. If you know
I'll
what
explain it to you.
they come
I'll
from,
explain it to you.
if
But hold on, I did
you
have
don't have
something to
to.
say.
I'm explaining
No,
it to you.
let me
Let me
respond
finish.
back to him.
Where the
Yeah,
term black come from is when
okay.
listening, brother. See, the
I'm
term
listening.
black came from when white people divided the races between racism. Because remember,
Mm-hmm.
in America, even white people identified themselves as either Irish, either
Mm-hmm.
Italian, or either
Mm-hmm.
Scottish, or this and that. So when white people came and they came with racism and
Mm-hmm.
started that, they had to group people by color. So they said that
Mm-hmm.
all people that look like that,
Mm-hmm.
wherever they from, they are black, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody, no matter whether you Irish, remember they didn't like Irish. If you seen the
Mm-hmm.
gangs in New York, they had So they said all white people that's based on skin color, you are white. To divide the
Mm-hmm.
races, so they start calling people black and people white.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go to an Italian, they not gonna say they white. They gonna say I'm Italian. If you go to an
Oh
Irish, you
God,
go to
bro.
Boston and
You
you
didn't drill
Irish,
the point.
they gonna say I'm
You just
Irish.
repeating yourself at this point. Like
so
I get what you're saying. You're repeating yourself. So
No,
let
I'm
me
giving you
explain what I mean when I.
historical fact, brother. You can make
No,
up a
I'm not
story, brother. I
saying
know
you're
y'all
wrong
don't
about
believe
what you're saying. I'm saying you're
it.
repeating
I'm
yourself.
just
You made the point. I understood what you were saying. Now let me
Yeah.
explain what I'm talking about. Now,
And you can
and
go
if
next, Genesis, and then Fantastic. Go ahead, Marcus.
the people from Nigeria, where did they initially come from? Where did they migrate from in Africa?
with
Anybody know?
Africa, no Africa.
Where
Where?
in
I don't know.
Africa?
Prove your point. I'll answer questions.
Well, hold on. Well, hold on.
Just
That's the
make
problem.
just
Okay.
make a statement.
Well,
Watch
wait, wait.
Okay.
Fantastic deflect. Oh no, don't deflect Fantastic. Answer the
I'm
No,
just
no.
saying
Where did the
explain what
people
you're
from
saying, brother.
Nigeria
Make a case
initially
to
come
prove your
from?
case. I
All you're
don't answer
completing the
questions, brother.
title.
Just make a case
Hold
to
on.
prove
No,
your
hold
case.
on.
Okay.
You
Well,
asked me a
That's what I
question.
we
did. I didn't
can't.
ask you no
Oh,
question.
Hold on,
all right.
wait. I think
Nigeria
Fantastic
is
wanted
a
to answer.
European word. It's a European
Okay.
word.
Yes. So
Where
the
did they come from?
Go ahead,
brother, the
Fantastic.
problem.
Nigerian is a European
Oh
word.
no,
It's not even.
stop. Genesis, I got it. So the problem with your question, brother, is a loaded question, is a leading question, is an irrelevant question. When all of this stuff
What
happened,
happened?
there was no Nigeria, there was no Ghana, there was no anything. We're talking about before Africa was even colonized to the point of what we know it is now. Okay. So that's why even whatever you suspect or you tell, that's why they tell you sub-Saharan, and then they may have East African or West African, North African, so on and so forth, blah, 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 when you get into these things. Because those nation states that you're talking about didn't
Mm-hmm.
exist those times.
Before that. So
So being
one,
that
you're correct, right? That we
so the
would
problem,
not identify as anything over there. That's one point. But the initial point I was making was if life is supposed to have started around East Africa, then the people in Nigeria would just be called East Africans, but they're not. And there's a specific reason. They became a new group of people We are a new group of people. The DNA admixture that creates us is only found here.
Yeah, but hold on. Keyword admixture. So
I'm
what
not
you
disagreeing
did?
with you.
Hold on,
I
brother.
agree with you.
So you are disagreeing because you're purposely denying your attachment to Africa. You are Negroid, brother. Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Aboriginal. Okay,
The,
those are the
the,
four
the
races.
man who is race a social construct.
No, race
The
is
man who
actually
the man who
hold on.
created race. Okay, all right,
No,
go
no.
ahead. Go ahead.
Race is actually phenotypical and genetic, brother. That's what it is. Not social construct. I'm not talking about black and white. Black and white are social construct. Shout out to C Rich, right?
Thanks.
When that's why I said
Right.
Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Aboriginal. That is
Okay,
genetic. That is science.
and the man who created those terms, what did he say in
Science,
regards to using those as classification systems?
brother. Regardless of who created it,
What did he
it's an
say? What did
fact.
he say? Let's go to the founder. What did the founder say?
Fact. What do you mean? What did he say?
He said that those are hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I'll put, that they are
While you pulling it up, go ahead, Genesis.
So my question is that okay? Now, just like I said, once again, we're talking about a so-called lineage, and then we're talking
so
about
called.
organizations, right? Yeah, I would say so-called because when you talk about black or whatever, like this was something that the Europeans called us black, and that was given to us by them. And the thing is that we're now going to take that and then label ourselves that and take on that nomenclature because that's who started that just to identify people of African descent as black. That's how
So
that name
what do
black
you
came about.
identify as?
Hold
So
on,
I
hold
understand
on,
what I'm no, please
hold
tell
on.
me who you identify as so I understand what you're
I
doing.
identify as African American. So, but I'm gonna
So
say
what
this.
the
But hold on, stop. Let me finish this. My question
the
really goes
logic
down
don't be
to
logicking for me.
well,
Then
it
you're
doesn't
taking
matter.
a term that
Hold
white
on,
people gave you
I'm
and
not done.
calling
I'm not
yourself
done.
the
No,
same
African
thing.
American is what is on the paper, so I go with
It's
that.
what white people put on the paper for you to
I
check
didn't
in the
know
box.
when
What
I
are you
have to
talking about?
identify myself, identify with the government thing, so I could.
The white government told you to call
Right.
yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
But
Anyways,
you
so
mad
what
at
I was
black people for coming up with their own
let me.
term?
Okay. You. Why can't you control yourself while I finish what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what I'm
Go ahead.
saying is that okay, if you have the ADOS movement, which is an organization, you have Pan Africanism, which is an organization that started in the '60s, and both of these things have been around. The ADOS before FBA. Why would you want to put down two movements? One movement that has existed and have done things, including things in Africa and here and abroad, and and downplay that and say that and diss the people by saying that this movement is dead. That movement, and they considered themselves a movement, the Pan Africanist movement, the ADOS organization. Why, when FBA is a lineage, would you not embrace both movements and be able to understand that there's both things should be respected if it is a thing that is created by people of the lineage? The people that started the Pan African movements are from the so called FBA lineage. Why is there now a disrespect to the ancestors and elders who actually coined that movement and actually like ADOS movement that coined that movement, people that took the time out to make it into a movement when there is no movement tied to FBA so it's crushing these other movements for a lineage that has no organization. So I don't understand the thought pattern of the FBA people that are saying it's a lineage because and here's the thing, the disorganization of it all, because you have some people that'll be for ADOS, that's FBA. You'll have some that are against it. You'll have some that no, everybody's against Pan Africanism, that's FBA. And the bottom line is that both of these movements did things in the community and in the culture. The Pan African movements did things for the culture in America. So why is there such a disrespect for movements when FBA is not a movement and there's nothing behind it of I would say stature that would actually like an organization to back it up?
We get
Is
the question, girl. We understand.
All right. So now ADOS, like I said earlier, some people, since FBA is a lineage, we're gonna have different ideologies and thought. You're addressing it as if it's an ideology and we all believe the same thing. Me and Venus would disagree on something. Me and Freezy would disagree on something. But that don't change that we are a people, a specific group of people. Now, ADOS, I support what they got going on. I have no issue with that. And I'm not a paying member for that because I don't pay to exist as part of a foundation of Black America. So I'm just not supporting it and not getting behind it, and I support it, but I'm not a paying member. Is my stance on that. When it comes to Pan Africanism, I mean, Pan Africanism is the scam and wool that's been pulled over our people's eyes. Marcus Garvey got arrested for fraud, right? And had our people looking crazy. Took all that money. Had like you are you familiar with everything that happened with Garvey?
So what about the other people? Pan Africanism is not just only Garvey. What about Muhammad Ali? What about Malcolm X? What about all the other people that like were a part of like that Pan African movement? That was just that just like FBA is getting wings of its own, and different people are doing the Pan African movement. Did the same thing. So why is it such a disrespect toward that movement? When there's no movement behind FBA. If FBA had a movement behind it, I can see where there would be contention. But FBA is a lineage. They should not be talking about movements.
We could talk about anything we want. We are a group of people. I said we don't have the same ideology. So let me ask you this: would Umar be the representation of Pan Africanism?
He would be one of them. Yeah, I mean.
What did I say that Pan Africanism was? Smitty, can you inform me why you just laugh like that? Because I think you get the point I'm hinting at.
So there's people that are FBA that are scammers. So would you say that
that is true?
There's FBA people that are murderers that are in prison and stuff like that right now.
But it's not an ideology that we're paying into.
So when I just pick a person out and say, well, is this person that's in jail that's a murderer, that's FBA? Does he represent FBA? It's like,
you know, the problem. I'll explain the problem with that. The problem is if we were an ideology or a movement, then you could say, yeah, this is something that FBA believes. So we're fine with people doing whatever the person that landed in jail believes. You told me Pan-Africanism was a movement. So I'm asking you, is the ideology in line with what Umar is doing? It's two different things. I'm saying we are people that exist. You're saying a movement.
Just like you have people that are FBA that are even though they say it's just a lineage, they're acting like it's a movement. Even though they're saying it's a lineage, people will say
Genesis,
it's a lineage, but then they're doing everything to act like a movement.
Genesis, the Pan-African, people across the diaspora benefit from Black Americans.
You might be breaking up.
Far more than we benefit from them. So what are they doing for Black Americans? How do they benefit us? Can you answer that question? Since you seem to be a Pan-Africanist, I could see that. How are these other groups across the diaspora, how are they helping or benefiting Black Americans? Go. Answer that question.
Oh, so what they're doing is that they're actually opening up things in Africa, and people are able to go over to Africa. There's actually expat communities when you go over there that help you to like get land and everything like that in Africa, so that you're not only beholden to just America. You can actually have dual citizenship that are working in that frame, working with African countries to get and solidify dual citizenship. You have some organizations like the Olatunji Village that have worked with the United Nations in trying to get the Olatunji Village.
All right, well, we don't want to go to Africa, so what about America?
You speaking for everybody?
What they do in America?
Her question was, what does it do to benefit Americans?
There's 43 million
right, because we ain't going to Africa.
My question is, what do they do to benefit us?
And Genesis, with those programs you discussed, do they expect Black Americans to bring them money, or are they trying to put money in Black Americans' pocket?
I thought it was just a lineage. So now you just spoke for an entire lineage and said that we ain't doing something. 43 million people. 43 million Black people in America. You're going to say what we ain't doing. That's telling us that you guys are being disingenuous about it being a movement.
Just real quick.
You gotta answer the question.
No, people in the Pan-African movement have done plenty of things.
They be so mad at the FBA. Look at this, the crash out. They be so mad.
The Pan-African movement have done things within the community. But that's where you had Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan, you had Dr. Henry Clark, you had all of these scholars that were teaching us about who we really are.
Salute
Yeah,
to
so
those
so
gentlemen.
They didn't do nothing.
real quick, though,
Okay, whatever.
it's really
Bringing
important
up
that
to Africa, opening up, teaching us about bringing people,
okay,
doing tours, all this stuff of
okay,
Egypt. They did plenty for
yeah,
things in the.
yeah, yeah, but
You think
Genesis,
it only had to be done here for it to matter?
Genesis, Genesis, you hear us? You hear us? Jesus Christ. So the most important part, Genesis, I don't even know why you're making this argument. Tariq Nasheed was the biggest fucking Pan-Africanist. Tariq Nasheed is a
Was.
documented Pan-Africanist. What the fuck is we
We
talking about?
know.
Okay.
He
So
was.
first, so if
He
we
was.
know that, why y'all trying to shit on it? So hold on.
He
So the
said
first and foremost,
was.
why y'all keep cutting people off? I ain't said I was muted and I ain't say that on purpose. I purposely shut the fuck up while everybody was talking. Okay. The foundational Black American FBA movement is a political and social ideology primarily advocated by filmmaker and internet personality Tariq Nasheed. The movement argues for the specific recognition and prioritization of the descendants of enslaved people in the United States as a distinct ethnic group with a unique lineage, culture, and claim to reparations. Keyword movement.
It's a lineage. And they can
Okay,
say movement. You
okay,
saying it's a
I
movement. She's saying it's a
deny
movement.
that.
So
Hold
somebody
on,
wrote
Who
it's a
was
movement. It's not a
saying
movement. It's a lineage.
brother. Now, how are you going to jump over the fact that I read lineage? I know you heard me say it. I never denied it was a lineage. You though are trying to deny that it's a movement when it has
Because
political ideology. What you mean? Because
what's all FBA's political ideology?
reparations is the main thing.
They're
Awkward
FBA who
silence.
don't want. They're
Awkward silence.
FBA who don't. Let me finish. They're FBA's who don't want reparations.
Okay, we didn't say some. We talking about the most. You asked me the question, and I told you the main political and the only political ideology that FBAs have is reparations. Cut the check.
And do the people who don't believe in that, are they still FBA?
Brother, you keep running from everything I say. It's crazy
I'm
how you
asking
Yes.
doing
you.
this.
Wait, Freezy. I mean, fantastic. Were your people here? Were both sides of your family was
So how about
was
you do
either
this? You the subject matter expert. So you know what? I'm gonna let you. Since I'm ignorant, I don't know what I'm talking about. How
right?
about you tell us the political ideology and the political points of the FBA movement? Go.
What? I answer it like this. It's a lineage. It's a group of people. There's no political ideology. What is the political ideology of all the niggas from the Senegal? What's the Senegalese political ideology?
People. We're not talking about Senegalese people. Senegalese people in Senegal. We talk
He's
about
making a
FBA.
point.
Okay.
You never
Do
answer
you
that about
understand the
Crazy
point?
anybody.
how you keep
It's an
running, brother.
ethnicity, I
Brother,
think
I
his
think
point
you
is.
might be a tether, brother, because you acting like
All
Hussein
right.
Bolt
So
up here.
fantastic.
Keep
Let me ask you this. Do
running, bro.
fantastic. Do your
Stop
people
running
trace back
from
to
it, bro.
America?
Answer the
Fantastic.
question.
Do your people trace back to American chattel slavery
Yes.
on
Both
both
of them.
sides?
Yes.
Oh, I thought
Lies.
you was a tether for a long time.
Right now, watch this.
And they all do the
You
same
what is that?
thing.
You prove the point then. You FBA. If you FBA, you prove the point. Because I don't agree with a
No,
lot of shit you be saying.
I don't
now,
believe him. I
to a
don't
certain
believe
Sounds
it.
like a
person on this
cult to me.
panel,
It sounds like a cult.
according to the certain person on this panel, because I don't agree with
Uh-huh.
a whole bunch of FBA bullshit, I can't be. Despite as much as you niggas love talking about my nigga lips and my nigga nose,
Uh-huh.
so
Uh-huh.
Oh,
hey,
You're African.
I'm
Fantastic.
not FBA.
Fantastic.
I don't agree with
Okay,
the bullshit.
fantastic. What's the racial slur that you usually get called?
What?
You know it. Begin with a C, end with an S. Or it's
S?
an N. Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
What is it?
Boy, it's begin with a C, end with an N, right? I've heard people call you that before.
A
Right.
raccoon.
A raccoon.
What? Yeah, when I first started speaking, I said
You talking about raccoon.
a FBA can't be a tether. The person that disagrees would be a what? That means that people don't agree in general with most of us, but they're still FBA.
Yeah, but
I
why the
said that
fuck?
when I initially got on.
So me simply saying and basically this whole night, me putting belt to ass and breaking all this shit down to how it makes no
Belt to
fucking
You
sense.
really
ass.
didn't. You
You
really didn't.
really did.
I did
Nigga,
not.
no.
Troll movement by a troll
Mhm,
leader who was Pan-African, who was an African motherfucking promoter, who made a whole bunch of fucking videos and documentaries about Africa to motherfucking go and again try to co-opt the ADOS movement, make a
mhm,
motherfucking bullshit copy of the same movement,
mhm.
call everybody tethers and say people from Africa, and then say, oh, we not from Africa. then change it over time as most shit gets there, and then say reparations. But now reparations is not a political fucking thing, even though we know there's been a bill for fucking reparations for over 30 years. Now you saying somehow, some way that reparations ain't political though. Brother, what are we doing? You just like your leader, brother.
So you one well, all right. So one, Tyreek Nasheed is not my leader. You can't be a leader of a lineage. Again,
Hold
I
on,
repeat, you cannot be the
I
leader
got you,
of a
Mark.
lineage.
Before you go, Mark, let me read a couple of these super
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to I said 2 times for the $2. She said, if your family found on the 1870 census, you are FBA.
No Cap-tivity. Super chat.
Shout out to my brother Fantastic for the $20 super cap. He said, panel fee, great conversation.
No Cap-tivity.
Fantastic is a co-sponsor of tonight's show for the $20. I appreciate you, Fantastic.
Super chat.
Conversation with MJ. She is another co-sponsor of tonight's show with another $20. She said, morning Freezy, keep doing the good work. Pan-Africanism have benefited others more than Black Americans. There's nothing wrong with delineation. Everyone does it. Ask yourself why it's an issue now. Shout out to Conversation with MJ. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $20 or more. Shout out to the co-sponsors.
Can I answer
MJ,
that question?
Fantastic, and Red Bull. I think Marcus was next, and then you can go. I want to get Poppy into the conversation after Marcus, then you can go, sis. Go ahead, Marcus.
Oh, y'all done brought this nigga on this.
Marcus, you done, Marcus?
We having a time of life on this show.
Yeah. So again, it's a lineage, not a people. So there's no collective ideology. If you are, as you say, FBA, fantastic. We disagree about several points. That don't remove your lineage from or being from part of the group. It can make people upset about some things you're saying, because in general, a lot of Black Americans do tend to have similar thinking and similar talking points, but that doesn't mean that it's a collective ideology and a movement for Black Americans. It's just the people tend to have some common themes due to the shared experiences. That's very valid. And I want to just say this to Genesis before I go. One of the things that bothered me most about Pan-Africanism, Carolyn Wenger, she's an African woman who moved to America and was put in charge of DEI for Target, and she makes money in the social equity lane, right? This woman is a descendant of enslavers. Her family was enslaving people and shipping them around and selling slaves. They made their money selling slaves. And then to double back and then make money off of the social justice movement, it rubs me the wrong way. It allows people to speak on. Yeah, it allows people to insert themselves and speak on us because we're all under this one flat blackness, which is a problem. And we don't have to be hateful to anybody, but we have to delineate. We have to protect our people and worry about us. So,
before you go, Poppy, and hold on, before you go, shout out to Mika Mouse for the $50 cash cap. Thank you for the support. You are the official sponsor of tonight's show.
No Cap-tivity.
Mika Mouse is the official sponsor of tonight's show. Go ahead, Poppy, then I'll go to Genesis. Appreciate you. To be a co-sponsor, official sponsor, it has to be $50 or more. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yo, what's good? What's good? How y'all doing?
What's good, Blanco?
You see what's going on.
What's going on, baby? What's going on?
Same shit, different day, man. I came here to squabble, my nigga. I hate all you niggas, bro.
Go ahead, go squabble then.
Yo, what's the difference? What's the three main difference between the Pan-African shit from the FBA shit?
All right, fantastic. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep too. This was great.
So,
well, Pan Africans, I answer this. Nobody want to. I used to be on Pan Africanism for about 2-3 years, but Pan Africanism in general, they believe that all Black people around the world are one. That's the general idea of Pan Africanism. That you look at all Black people, so-called Black people globally, as one people. Then the FBA is what they saying is that if you are not a descendant of slaves in America, then we are not the same people.
And to
I'm
add to
gonna
that,
call
Pan
myself.
Africanism is really only truly tried to be enforced in the West, because there are several. It's over 54 countries in Africa, and only 3 of them signed up for the Pan African Union. So they have intercommunal conflicts, intercontinental conflicts that are consistently ongoing. Armed conflicts like what's going on in the Sudan. Armed conflicts like what's going on with Boko Haram. They are not pushing Pan Africanism in Africa. So to come here and push that, it's a reason for it, and we saying that reason doesn't benefit us, so we
Yeah,
decline.
yeah, ain't no doubt. I agree with
Okay.
you. Yeah,
So
I used to be on Pan Africanism in the '90s for about a couple of years, but then when I caught on of what this really was, I was like, yeah, I heard I've been got off of that. So yeah, Pan Africanism, I'm not with none of that.
Before you
I
go,
was Pan
Genesis.
Africanist about 2.
Before you go, Genesis. The sponsor is TMKC. Shout out to you, TMKC, and shout out to your dollar cash cow too. She say this is TMKC. Thank you, TMKC. I corrected it. Go ahead, Genesis.
okay, so I think I forget what the question was for the super chat. I think it said something about like that Pan Africanism has not benefited us and this, that, the other.
Here we go.
So the whole
I'll read it again for you. It said Pan Africanism have benefited others more than Black Americans. There's nothing wrong with delineation. Everyone does it. Ask yourself, why is it an issue now? Go ahead, Genesis.
Okay, so Pan Africanism was a global movement advocating for unity of people of African descent and the political, economic, and cultural unification of Africa. So, what was happening at the time when it started, you had apartheid, you had colonialism happening during the civil rights movement. And so, what happened is that if we considered ourselves like the most richest black people in America are some of the most richest group of people in the whole world when it comes to a group of black or African or whatever you would say of all the people on the globe, right? So if we were able to come together and affect a change in Africa that actually did help out them. Why? Because we had power. Our power, our unity of in the '60s allowed them to make change in Africa. So yes, it did benefit them, but because we took our seat as the leader, just like America takes its seat as a leader in the globe, we took our seat as a leader in the globe for Africans, and so therefore we took that leadership role. And so what happened is now we're saying that we're no longer the leaders, and now we want to become the victims and saying, well, no, now they don't like, they call us a Carter and blah, blah, blah. But it's like we're the leader. Who cares about what they call us? If we're affecting change and we're helping things happen, and we can go over to Africa and benefit off some of the things that they're opening now that the African government is getting away from colonialism with our help, by the way. If they're able to then come back and say, okay, well, come over to our thing, give us citizenship, give us land and things like this. Why now will we say that we want to get away from actually coming together that we were doing in the '60s, now that they can execute, because the colonialism is beginning to, but now we have other countries colonializing and people going into Africa buying up the land. And so we want to say, no, we don't want to go to Africa, and we don't want to take part in getting some kind of economic foothold in that land, and let all the other races do it, and we just stay over here where we really are just, we don't really own shit over here, but we can go over there and own stuff in different countries that are opening up things over there. So I'm just saying is that back then the reason why we did this, because we were the leaders in all of the world, of the Africans, of all the people that are black or whatever in the world, and we still are financially.
Before you go, Smitty, MJ is here. I'm gonna allow MJ to go ahead and respond.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, sis.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning,
everyone.
Hey,
sis.
sis.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
So my thing is, I will agree with you that in the beginning what it was for. My question is, how has it benefit us? And for you to say that, well, so what if it didn't benefit you? We decided to become the leaders and we have to continue this route. These of, I would say, immigrants, right? They're coming over here and they're getting homes and they're getting jobs
And they're getting all the things that we said as American citizens that we supposed to have. They're getting those things, and they're sitting up here laughing at your face. And the funny thing about it is that they will tell you to your face that you are not them. And the funny thing also about delineation, when they come over here, they make sure to delineate from us. They make sure that they get
That's
on
true.
when they want to get their SNAP benefits, when they want to create their own community. You have the Somali community, you have the Nigerian community, you have Little Africa, and I'm from the city. Okay, so I actually see this. So when they want to separate, they know how to separate to make sure that their community get the things that they need. So I get what Pan African was supposed to be about. We were supposed to be sharing amongst all of us, right? Being able to do business amongst all of us, being able to connect and go overseas and do business with all of us. But that is not the same thing that's happening. We are sharing. They're not sharing. I've seen plethora of expat stories and stuff like that about how they was treated when they was on the continent of Africa and when they went to certain countries. Plethora of stories.
Overcharged,
They
scammed,
Yes,
finessed,
not even
leases,
that.
all type of.
As soon as they came off the plane, they knew that they were American. They assumed that they had a whole bunch of money. And let me tell you something too. And on the continent, unless you have money to actually really build and help their country, they're not helping you. There's no handouts for Americans over there. You better be over there building something to help their country. So again, we have to push it back to Pan-Africanism is great if we're all benefiting from it. It just cannot be an extraction from us. And then on top of that, those can be the same ones in our communities who will vilify our lineage. Oh, little black Americans doing A, B, C, and D. See, it's the black Americans that don't know how to act, who don't know how to act right. It's the black Americans who all their children is built off of single baby mamas and a one night stand. That's what the Somalian community said about the black Americans, right? When they had their whole little meeting in Michigan and stuff like that, and we couldn't understand it because it was in their tongue. They said that all black Americans are the product of one night fucking stands. This is how they feel about you. So again, I understand the concept, but it has to change. We are having too much taken from us. And then on top of that, we are being vilified. We are having people cosplays us, but then also vilify identity. They know how to cosplay identity when they want to benefit and they want to say, "Hey, listen, I'm Black American just like you." And my even though my ancestors only just came over maybe 60 years ago, I get to cosplay and act like my ancestors were the ones who came over 300, 400 years ago.
Long as
They'll
you win the
tell you
award, though, what
directly
happened?
to their face. They'll tell you directly to your face that they are different. And there's nothing, and here's the thing about it too. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with being different. You know why? And I'll tell you why. Because Africa and the Caribbeans have been linking up for the past 10 years, doing business with each other and also removing the passport situation where they can do business and live in each other, whatever. And you know what? They're not asking Caribbeans to say, give up calling yourself Jamaican. Give up calling yourself Haitian. They're allowing them to keep their ethnic group, their sub-ethnic group. Why is Black Americans, only ones being told that you cannot align under your sub-ethnic group? You have to align with Africa. And I'm gonna stop talking, but I'll let somebody else speak.
No, I'm gonna allow Genesis to. that was deep. I'm gonna allow Genesis to respond. Go ahead, Genesis.
So I would say this: I don't have a problem with FBA being a lineage and doing whatever they have to do economically or socially to do what they have to do. What my problem is to there's how many billion Africans across the world that, like, I mean, there's what's the number of 1.8 billion Africans across African descendants, right? So-called African descendants across the world. There's 43 million African Americans. So we want to just like lump everybody into categories and say, okay, well, this thing, and they're all saying this, and they're saying this against us, and we're telling us all the Africans have this feeling against us. But there are people that go over there into Africa, open up business, open up hotels, open up shop, do things within Africa, and we just want to say we want to delineate from that. We want to cut ourselves off from the economic things that are happening in Africa because we want to just only have the lineage over here. And a lot of like FBA will say, "Well, I'm not going to Africa. I want to just. We need to completely separate ourselves from that." But when other countries are going to Africa and taking advantage of the opportunity, so that's
And
the
they
part
can,
that
but they can take advantage of the opportunity without giving up their ethnic group. Hear what I'm
I never
saying to
said you
you.
had to give up the ethnic group.
But
I'm
that's
saying
what,
is that
but that no,
you
but
don't
that's
have.
what it really
Listen.
is,
Hold on.
though.
You
But that
listen.
is what it really is. They're
This is the
saying
problem.
you can't. They say
No,
stop calling yourself Black Americans. What do they say? They tell you to stop calling yourself Black Americans. Why are you separating yourself from us? Don't you know you African? This is what they're saying. I have never heard that discussion with any Caribbean. I have never heard a Africans tell a Caribbean person to give up your Caribbean heritage. Never.
I have never heard Caribbeans getting on a thing for 4 hours, calling other people tethers and this, that, the other, and
Talking about
talking
Caribbeans, but
this
here's the
time.
thing: Caribbeans get on the same platform as the Africans and talk bad about Black Americans. Don't you see that too?
I don't see that. I don't know. Maybe
That's
it's not in
blind.
my eyes.
Oh, I
I
don't know
don't
why.
have that in. I don't see all that going on. I see it more of the FBA movement.
I can
Doing
pull up.
stuff.
I can pull up video after video after video on YouTube alone.
So are we not the
On
leaders?
YouTube
Are we not the
alone.
leaders? Are we not the leaders of the just like you have America is the leader of the free world, isn't the black people the leaders? So
So
why
let
are
me
we up
ask you
here
a question.
crying
So if America is
about the people?
If America is the leaders, let me ask you a question. If Americans are the leaders of the world, when have America never done anything to benefit them?
I just
I'm
had a
not saying
question.
that you shouldn't benefit yourself. I'm saying that
Then what's the issue? Then what is
why do
the
you have to
issue?
why is it a matter of you have to just completely cut yourself off and then
We're
and
not
say,
cutting
oh,
ourselves up. We're standing on our lineage. That's
have you
what we're
heard any?
doing.
Listen, because I don't know what you're hearing when you're out here. I'm hearing FBA saying I don't want to go to Africa and do no business over there.
If they
We
don't
need to
want to go
stay
to
over here
Africa,
and
they
do
don't
all of
have
our things.
to.
No, they'll say we need to only be in America doing our business. But meanwhile,
Smitty, pull
America's
your
over
hand
here
down, bro.
Majority of
doing
us,
their business.
but here's the thing. Majority
I'm
of us
saying
are
that from
not
an
going to
economic
Africa.
standpoint,
I'm sorry that this might hurt you, but a
it doesn't
majority of
hurt
us
me.
are not going to make it on that continent. Majority of us don't have the fucking money to anyway. So again, if we're gonna,
Have you
majority of
been to
us is gonna
Africa?
be
Have
on
you
this
been to Africa? Or are you just
majority of
talking about?
us, I guess, listen, I've
I
been
mean, the
to Africa, but
majority of us
like I
saying.
said, majority of us
Majority of
are not
Africans aren't
ever
even doing what
going
you're
to
doing.
be
Majority of
on the
Caribbeans aren't
continent.
doing what you're saying. Majority
Majority
of
of us
nobody.
are not going to be on the continent. We're not. Majority of us is not coming
We're
to
actually not
coming on the
across
That's
the
a
continent.
stupid
street. We
argument.
can hear all
Of
of you
course that.
very clear.
Of course, majority of anything is not going to happen. The
All right then. So
majority of
what is the
Americans
problem?
aren't over. Listen, the majority of Americans aren't over in Africa colonializing and taking advantage of all the and whatever. Majority of Chinese people are not going over to Africa and building railways and doing this. But the thing is that when there are people that are over there doing that. So I'm saying is that when we talk about this whole delineation thing and we want to separate ourselves from Africa when Africa is in a renaissance stage, I think that that's a bad idea to like do
Okay,
this
like I stated
a
again
renaissance.
before, if Caribbeans right now is a movement that started about like 10 years ago. It's called the Afro Caribbean movement, where they have linked up and had a whole meeting, right, online, and you can find it on YouTube. You can pull it up. They had a whole meeting online to talk about working with each other, basically, sharing with each other, like selling to each other when it comes down to different profits and stuff, and removing the passports. Again, even in that meeting, Caribbeans did not have to give up them being Caribbeans to work with Africans. You keep on framing it that when we say that we are literally making sure that our sub-ethnic group is acknowledged for what it is, that is us, quote unquote, not wanting to work with Africans. We can work and get this
When you
money.
say delineating, that means that you are. When you're saying delineating, what exactly does that mean?
That is delineating is removing under, falling under just the, I guess, the big African, I guess, ethnic group, if I should say, or just pretty much just identifying what our sub-ethnic group is. But the funny thing
Okay,
about it is, they know
so if
our
the
sub-ethnic group. They know
okay,
our
so
sub-ethnic group. They'll literally tell you that you're not African. They'll literally
okay,
say
so
it. So I
so
don't
my
understand what
argument,
is the
listen,
problem.
listen. You're why are you yelling? Okay, because you're making me yell. I
That's
don't
what
want
I
to
was
yell.
thinking. We ain't across the
Well,
street.
no,
Y'all yelling.
to be fair,
I
both
really don't even want to yell. I don't want to yell. I
well to
don't
be
want to yell.
fair, both parties was kind of raising their voice. But it's go
Yeah,
ahead.
because when she's yelling, it makes me yell. I don't want to yell. So all I'm saying is that my problem is not that about FBA having its own ethnic group and this, that, the other. My problem is when FBA begins to talk about Pan Africanism and say it's dead when it clearly is not dead. If you actually know people that are Pan Africanists in Africa doing stuff, working between Africa and America, and I know people that are doing it. And I just spoke with Professor Small today. People are in Africa doing things. So my thing is that and you guys could whatever y'all might feel about what he said, he cleared it up. But my thing is that there are people in Africa that are doing things and they are exacting change in this, and they're happy doing things between America and Africa, and business between America and Africa. So why is it that we can have a lineage, but then we have to dead something else that exists and is working? That if you guys are not Pan African, fine. Well, just leave it out the thing. Don't say it's dead when their people are doing stuff. So just like you're saying that we don't have to align and this, that, the other, and do what they're saying. Well, okay, the Jamaicans had their meeting online. Well, I know African Americans that are Pan Africanists that went to the UN in person and was there with the kings in Africa and was working and had a seat at the UN. So my thing is that there are Pan Africanists that are doing things in Africa, and we can't say it's dead. And that's the only problem I have is when we say that Pan African.
So for you, Pan Africanism, it only works and benefit if it's helping the African continent, not in America.
No, that's not what I said. I said that they are doing things. The people that are Pan Africans that I know that they live in America. The Oyatunji village before
But you just said that all the businesses, you said all the businesses and all the works that's being done is going to the African continent. Yes or no?
No, I'm saying they. All right. So say if I'm in Africa and I'm on the African continent and I get land and I begin to till that land and I'm doing business in between America and Africa. That's what they're doing. They're not just only building up in Africa, but they're setting things up to be able to work within America and Africa and bridge the gap. But the thing is that they don't really broadcast out everything that they're doing because there's
Doing
actually
right.
like governmental things that are like against that. So they can't necessarily boast about everything that they're doing. They're just doing it. People are doing things in between America and Africa, and then when those people are doing that, and you say it's dead, when I know for a fact that there are people that are doing stuff in Africa, shipping over goods and doing things like that back and forth and trying to create and bridge a gap. I don't think that that's fair to say that something is dead when it's not.
So where is all the stuff? Can you point me to all the stuff that's being done here? Since you said it's supposed to go back and forth, right? Because clearly you're only saying that it's going to one area. So tell me
I
what's
never said
happening
it's going.
over
Listen,
here.
I could have that conversation offline with you. A lot of people don't want people to. There is a concerted movement with the government to stop a lot of this. I can't talk about it online, but if you want to get my information, I can tell you exactly what's going on.
I mean, how did we get here? I thought we was talking about
Because people are saying that Pan Africanism is the FBA loves to say Pan Africanism is dead and go against that movement, and I don't think it's right.
Nobody
If you guys are,
nobody
if
said it was
FBA
dead.
is a, oh, that's a lie. That's not true. That's all you hear. Whenever we talk about Pan Africanism, the first
I'm
thing that
saying
that's dead. It's a bad movement. It's a
on this
scam. It's a
panel,
this. No, no,
nobody
no. They
said it
said
was dead on
earlier.
this
They said
panel.
it was a scam. Yes, they did. They said it was a scam.
Okay, that's a
That
difference
Marcus
than being
Garvey was
dead. He
a
just
scam
said it's a
artist.
scam.
Well, no, they said, listen,
If Tom,
I'm trying to tell you that is a
that's
part of
well,
the
most things
Illuminati.
are a
You
scam
need to go do some
when it
research
comes
and
to money.
look it up. You'll see that
Well,
they
let
said
me
it's
let
dead.
me do this. Let me
Why are
get
we? That's gaslight.
Smitty.
Y'all are gaslight.
Let me get Smitty in the conversation, and he will go around. Go ahead, Smitty.
Um, two things could be true at the same time, but the I don't want necessarily say issue, but the thing like because I used to be real big on like Pan Africanism and all that good stuff, and I'm not saying that it isn't a good idea, but one thing that never really made sense to me is especially for those that are born over here in America and live majority of their life in America. If you haven't established nothing over here, why would you get up and go to a whole nother place that you ain't never lived, ain't never been to, don't really know nobody, don't know how shit move over there, and try to establish some shit over there? As somebody
Mm-hmm.
whose family is that's from a West African country, partly, and they complain about shit that's happening over there, and when they go over there, it's all type of crazy shit, and they gotta pay this person and do all this other shit. Not saying that they still can't get shit done, but why would you tell people or push people to leave from where they're comfortable at to go into a whole nother place where they don't even know what the hell is going on? Like
It's
it
money,
don't
Smitty.
No one is
it don't
saying
Money.
to leave where you're comfortable at. I'm saying doing business. Okay, and by the way, in Cobra was which is a Pan African movement was actually fighting for reparations way before ADOS or FBA existed.
You
So
cannot
even
you
that was a
in
Pan Africanist movement. So there you go.
in
You want to know one
Pan
organization
African
that's Pan African? In
But I don't
Cobra.
think all
and
black people that are from America are
Pan
African. I
Africanism
think a lot of
comes
people
to
that are from
business.
here, we from here.
I
We
agree.
ain't
Pan
African.
African Pan
They lied
Africanism
on. They lied to
when it
us
comes to
about this whole "you're African." There's only so many people that
no
can fit on a damn boat. Like for
when it
real,
comes to Pan Africanism and business,
we're from
Pan
See, he
here.
just said
Africanism
it's a
is
dead boat.
100.
See, it's dead,
It's
right?
Pan
I gotta say something
Africanism
about
is
this man. I
100%
don't really
one
understand
way.
that talk when people be talking this
It's 100%
African
one way,
American FBA shit. We from here. Most of us are
right?
No,
from
you're not,
here.
And
nigga.
and
No, no.
and and matter of
And
fact,
people
what
hey,
from
MJ was
China are
saying,
from
what
China.
We
MJ
are
was
They
saying,
full
indigenous.
Africa.
We are
and what
darker.
Well,
That's
MJ
wait,
it.
was
wait,
saying,
wait. Hold
what
on.
MJ was saying.
Wait. I don't wanna derail the conversation. That we could talk about that in 1 second, tough guy. Go ahead, hot
Hot
sauce, and
sauce
then
was
I'm gonna
saying,
go to,
yeah. I'm gonna say
and
hot
then
sauce
I'm
was
gonna go
saying
to
something.
Robert. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so I'm gonna say this really quickly, and this is from a person that does business, has business partners in Africa, and I've been doing it for a while. And other people, and I know other Americans that Pan Africanism is 100% one way. Matter of fact, if you give Africans a choice, they're trying to leave Africa. They're not trying to stay. They're leaving, right? And when you're there, they always ask you, "Why the fuck are you here?" Right? I
oh
get that
shit.
all the time. Why are you here? Right? And I'm creating jobs. I'm creating jobs. I'm creating, I'm creating jobs. I'm selling there, and it's really one way. And the reason why you see other countries over there like China, Russia, and India is because they're still extracting resources, right?
Yeah, minerals.
They're building infrastructure just to make extracting the resources a bit more convenient. Pan Africanism, at least when it comes to America, is one way, and that's without a doubt is one way. And on
Uh,
top of that, well, one last question. On top of that, they don't make it easy for you to do business there while creating jobs, because there's
Oh
so
shit.
many other places that is cheaper to open up businesses and build businesses than in Africa. And Africa doesn't even have a domestic market like that. but they charge you
Bullshit.
like in East Africa, for example, to open a business in East Africa to create jobs for those people, and for you to get a work permit and a resident permit is $100,000, and that is you
Damn.
investing in the economy, creating jobs, and they're charging you $100,000 to do that.
They
Well, I
That
think
extorting
is a
you.
that kind of goes
that is
into.
Damn.
Wait, hold on, wait. That kind of goes into what MJ was saying earlier, as far as you know, Africans. If even if you go over there, they need you to be building some or investing in their
and they
country.
charge you to do that shit.
And they charge you to do it. Right. So, and then she also said, they're delineating from us when they come over here. You know, so
Right.
I think she did make some good points.
And then on top of
Don't
that,
think
Man,
it's
fuck
hard in
Africans,
America
man.
to
Them
just to,
niggas
just to
be
drive
coming
the
over
point
here
home,
don't
talking
think
all
it's
that
hard to
shit,
in
nigga.
America to
just to
open up a
drive the
business
point home,
too.
because
We ain't African, nigga.
I've been living
Is it
and
easy
working
to
in
open up a
Nairobi.
business? Is it just free to open up a business in America, or you have to
I've
like
been
get
I've been living and working in Nairobi for 6 years. For 6 years. And even living there, every time I want to go to like the store or go on safari, there's the Kenyan price and there's the foreign price. They don't look at me and say, okay, brother, you look like us, whatever. No, I'm paying the foreign price because I can't speak Swahili.
You will.
Go ahead, Robert.
Was that same man making that whole monologue? What's his name?
That's Tether.
What's his
Hot
name?
sauce.
Hot sauce in the bag.
He said he wanted to be called Tether tonight.
Tether. Why you want to be called Tether tonight? That's an interesting name.
He
To
married
make
to an
to
Asian woman.
drive home
That's
the
why.
point.
Oh shit.
Drive home the
Oh
point.
shit.
is Tether
Oh, he know how to
FBA or
speak a different language then, for sure.
Did Tether
is
tell me
Tether
that?
FBA?
Nah.
Shit, what
I'm
are
a Hebrew
you?
Israelite, but yeah, I'm ADOS, absolutely ADOS.
And you're
Both
married to an
sides.
Asian woman for
Oh,
real?
was you was asking him? You was asking, was he directly FBA? Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Would you
What is
say, please? I didn't hear
ADOS?
you.
But Robert, did you have something to say?
Everything he said was like misinformed and half truths.
Damn.
What
Why you
was
say
half
that?
true, sir?
Why you say that,
What was half
Robert?
true?
Who's taking over Africa?
China,
No.
Russia.
Where did I say that was not true? Where did I say that was not true or half
No,
true?
you said a lot of half truths.
Oh, example, please.
You said something to the effect of the African won't work with Americans.
No, I said that they charge you $100,000 to get business license and registration to help create jobs for them in
So,
Kenya.
so what do you
So
think
that's
happens?
only in that country, Kenya, is what you
In
know of
Tanzania,
or what you're speaking about.
in
Yeah,
Tanzania and Kenya. Well, that's where I am. I can only speak to where I am. I can't speak to all other
Yeah,
places.
okay,
I
okay.
only can speak
yeah,
to where I'm at.
but
Now,
hot sauce
does that
wouldn't.
help their infrastructure? That you paying that price, just like maybe like how Americans have their taxes and stuff like that. It may just be
I
Yeah,
different
was.
but
because
I
it's a
mean,
different country.
No,
but
there's
it
only
got to be
three. There's
feasible.
only three countries in Africa that you have land right usage, meaning you as a foreigner can own property. That's not true within the United
Hey, Josh,
States.
how you doing,
Anybody,
Josh? Good evening. How you
how's it
doing?
going, people?
Okay.
How's it going?
Good.
Within the United States, it's the exact
Hey,
opposite.
what's
You
going on?
never set foot on U.S. soil, and you can
Hey
own
Josh.
property here.
Hey Josh.
Yes, sir.
You gotta slow down a little bit, man. They can't get that much information that fast.
Okay.
This nigga's stupid.
Three countries in Africa, you as a foreigner can own property. Anybody that is a foreigner, you don't even have to step foot on U.S. soil to own property in the United States. It is not the same. Coming in is easier than going out.
That's for sure.
Let me
White
see.
boy right. The white boy's right.
And can I say one thing? 100,000
Sure.
Tanzanian shillings is $65, by the way.
No, 100,000 USD. 100,000 USD. If you open up a business in Tanzania or Kenya, you need 100,000 USD.
No, that's to get land, to have
USD.
a certain amount of land. That's to get like a big old like thing of land. You got to pay that to
Yeah,
own like
but
large. sheet of land.
but
And I know that
the
because
thing
I was
is,
actually
Absolutely not
trying
true.
to help a person.
Absolutely,
So
No,
maybe not to build
absolutely
a
not
house,
true.
but maybe to
the
I
build
thing
some
was
shit.
actually
is,
doing this. I was
the
actually trying
thing
to
Absolutely.
help
is,
someone with land over there.
hold on, Genesis. The thing
And white
is,
boy, and white boy.
even to start a business in America, you still got to pay to play, brother. When I started my shit, nigga, I had to pay a whole lot of shit.
How much you
So
had to
To
pay?
like,
get
it
How
really,
much you had to pay?
I have to get it. The car dealer shit license cost me about what 10 bands, and then it's a bunch of extra fees. So total was
Hell
about
yeah, it
15
costs
bands.
money, nigga. Tell them niggas, Poppy.
You gotta
So
spend
like
money to
you
make money.
so you saying that you gotta pay to start a business in Africa? It's not that much different than start a business over here, bro. You gotta pay to play.
Amen.
There is no way around it.
Hell yeah, nigga,
No,
you gotta
but
pay, nigga,
there's a
just to
difference. See,
breathe
the
in
thing about it
America,
is
nigga. Shit.
there's differences. For example, to have a Wolfie in China, you need about $3,000. To have a business
Especially
license in
California.
America costs you $50. To have a wholly owned foreign company in Kenya costs
The,
$100,000 US.
yeah, but you gotta also
Before you
understand
go,
though too
Poppy,
that you in the
listen. Make sure y'all hit the like button. We got 97 likes. Can we get 3 more likes to get to? Who's going to be the special 3 to get to the 100? Shout
Hey,
out
the
to the
third
97
person.
likes. Shout out to the 6
Hey,
dislikes. Shout out
Breezy.
to the
You
130 people
already
watching.
got it. It's coming right now, Breezy.
Uh-oh. God done blessed you.
Appreciate it.
Can I
And,
just share my screen because
yeah,
I don't like
yeah,
yeah,
disinformation.
I'm about to
yeah,
bring it up, sis. Listen and support the show. So if y'all appreciate this conversation, which is a much needed conversation, and shout out to all the intelligent people on the
Hey,
panel.
Breezy.
If you appreciate the
but
conversation, support the show by Super Cap or Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $Freezy no cap. $Freezy no cap right above on the right hand side. Uh if you would like
Yeah,
your
make sure
comments
you
read
send
and
one of
highlighted,
those.
hold on, tough guy. If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you could do the same by Super Cap or Cash Cap. Shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, TMKC, to become co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. It has to be $51 or more. I appreciate it.
No
I'm gonna
captivity.
bring up here we go. There you go, sis.
Breezy. Hold up,
Yeah,
man.
make sure
Can I
y'all
say
send
something
in
real
them
quick?
super cats.
Can I say something real quick?
All right, so
Hold on. She got the floor. She
so I
just shared her
asked,
screen.
how much does it cost to start a business in Tanzania? It says the amount of capital needed for a business will be heavily on the total cost. I'm sorry, I'm gonna read the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Company registration fee, BRILA. Okay. It's the business regulate registration and licenses agency. The fees are approximately 150,000 Tanzanian shillings to 200,000, around 65 US dollars to 85 US dollars. This fee varies slightly based on the company's share capital. Minimum, not and all this other stuff. So, for foreign investors, okay, the minimum required investment is the Tanzanian shilling equivalent of 500,000 if the business is wholly foreign owned or a joint venture. So the certificate fees of obtaining that is involves a facility fee of 750 and application form of 120. Additional costs include potential work permit fees 85 to US 170. Very sector specific. While some individual fees might be around 100,000, the overall cost of opening a business in Tanzania is higher and is subject to different requirements based on the specific circumstances.
man,
What
listen,
he's
man.
referring to is the capital
If
investment
you
fee, the
if you
minimum
got the
capital.
if you got the money, money rules, fam. I know people that bought
Mm-hmm.
houses in Dominican Republic. I know people that bought American people that bought houses in Dominican Republic. I know American people that bought houses in Colombia, bro. They're no citizens of those
Yep.
countries, but guess what? They had a pocket full of money. Money makes the world go around, fam. There is no way around it. If you got money, you don't even have to speak the language. That's just how it is.
That's all that matters.
And what it sounds like to me is
Don't
Money,
don't
you
money
get.
will speak
don't
some
don't
languages for you, nigga.
Oh yeah,
don't
so you get a
don't that
co-owner
guy
that's Tanzania. You find
don't
a
Money
don't
will
that
Tanzanian
speak
guy
language
co-owner and
for
you get
you.
around that price.
That
yeah
is a
don't that
language.
Trump came out with that whole $5 million visa. Wouldn't that qualify for that too, Hassos? If you got $5 million,
Uh,
you can play.
Yeah. No. But that's for that is for citizenship. Business, you can get a residence visa. Citizenship is what Trump is talking about.
No,
That's
no, no,
something
no,
different.
no. The $5 million, I could have sworn, is
That's for
for people that want to
citizenship.
do business in
No, but
America.
that's
Obviously,
also for
hold on,
citizenship.
bro. Hold on, bro. Of course, that's part of the deal. But maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn that $5 million include for you to start a business over here and get it popping.
It's investment for citizenship. That's what that $5 million for. Investment for
Yeah, that
citizenship.
yeah, what you're talking about is the H1 classification for those visas. Yes, you
Hey
buy
Hey
Josh.
into
Josh.
them.
Hey
They start
Josh.
off in business, but the ending result is supposed to be in towards citizenship.
Yes,
Josh.
that's what they're doing
And,
it
and,
for.
and can I just say business in general for Tanzania? That does
Where'd you
not
get my
mean
money,
black.
yo?
Hold on. It doesn't mean black people doing business in Tanzania. Anyone going to Tanzania to open up business a certain way, you got to pay that price. But America has a price too, and then based and this says, okay, how much does it cost for a foreigner to come into America? Anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 or more, including state registration fees, registered agent services, legal consultant fees. So every country has a price to start business in their country. That's what capitalism. That's
Feezy.
what that's all about. So
Feezy.
it's
Yeah,
not.
but the
It's not.
I put the link.
yeah, but
I
here's
put
the
the link.
difference.
I put the link. I put the link. Well, 1 second. I put the link in the back for you to go. This is from the state government. All right, we're talking about Tanzania and how much the required investment is. In Kenya, where I actually have a, a license that is 100,000. So you can look at there, and that's from the state gov.
You can
Here's
Now
also
also
the
pay
is that price
somebody
only for black people or is it for anyone doing business in
Shout out to
Tanzania?
Flow
All
State, my
foreigners.
brother.
anyone.
It's for foreigners.
That's for anybody coming in there. And why? Because they're trying to build their their country up.
Sure.
Well,
But the difference is in
the point I'm
Tanzania,
trying.
you as a foreigner cannot own property. Here in the
Right.
United States, you as a foreigner can own property as long
You
as you pay your
technically
The
can't.
taxes.
point.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
about if
but
you
it,
marry? I could,
Ew.
but wouldn't you be available to own some land if you marry one of them bros over there?
If you are married, your property will be registered in your spouse's name, not yours, which is very dangerous to do.
Yes, he's right. He's right.
Mm.
Before we go further, let me get my sister Andrea in the building in the show. Shout out to
No
Andrea. Andrea,
captivity.
my bad, Andrea. I'm so thank you for your patience, Andrea. You still there, Andrea? Are you there, Andrea? She must have dozed off. Shout out to Robert Watkins for the $61. Robert Watkins is the new official sponsor of tonight's show.
No
Shout out to
captivity.
Robert Watkins, man. Coming through like a boss. Appreciate you, bro. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor has to be $61 or more now. $61.
Anyway, there's no tax breaks. There's no easy except for Rhonda. Rhonda makes it easy to do business. So, but outside of countries like that, Pan Africanism is one way.
Let me ask Genesis this. Genesis is because it seems like you're very well versed in Pan Africanism and you know a lot of names and stuff, and you've done a lot of research. And do you
you
think
know,
that is something to be worried about as far as what MJ and Tether said as far as them, a lot of them come over here and they delineate from us, and also the strict bylaws that they have if Americans go over there and how they want, there's nothing for free over there. They want you to build up their country. They want you to, play a hand in building up their country, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But do
I
you
mean,
think that there could be like a monkey wrench in, because Black Americans have had problems with Africans coming over here and separating themselves and acting like they're better than us or whatever. We've heard this for a long time. What do you think about that?
And
Genesis?
don't most people listen? Indians come over here and they separate and act like they're better than us. Asians, from different. So like, why is it that we're only focused on what the Africans are doing? Bottom line is that if if we have an ability to go into another country and they're opening up and saying, okay, you guys can come here, and not just, I'm not thinking about mainly Tanzania, but like Ghana and different countries are like saying that they're offering that they'll give us a dual citizenship. At one point Burkina Faso was doing it, but they had to back up because they had to build their structure up. They have a lot of unrest and civil, they got like a lot of work to do over there. But there was a group of people that were going over there and about to build and help build up things over there. I'm saying is that we're a first world country. You're talking about a third world country, and they're trying to build their infrastructure, and we're trying to go over there. We want a free handout. How we're saying, well, you guys come to our country and do it. Well, aren't we already established? So you're saying
See,
that
listen,
we want to go into a non-established country that's trying to establish itself
No, Josh, me
and go over
first.
there and
me first.
get
Go
freed.
ahead.
So that means China get to come in free. That means Europe get to come in free. And aren't they just leaving colonialism? Aren't they trying to build up their like these different countries that are just now getting free from colonialism and the rule of like France and
Josh.
this, that, the other? I'm
Well,
just
I think what they're saying is if it was reciprocated, if the sentiment was reciprocated, don't you think they would have more consideration for
There would
Black
be
Americans?
incentives. There would be incentives.
Right.
Let me say this because let me say this really quickly, and then I'll pass the mic. See, this is the problem, right? When we're looking at African Pan Africanism, this is the gripe. You keep saying that we're the same. You keep saying, come home, brothers and sisters, let's work together. But you don't give us any incentives to do so. You charge us the same as any other foreigner, right? But you claim that we're brothers. You don't give us any tax breaks, any incentives to do business over there, right? For example, in Kenya, I can speak to Kenya because I'm there, right? You charge me 100 racks to open a business there. You charge me 30% corporate income tax. In China, you can open up a wholly owned wolfie for $3,000, and as long as you're under $1 million for the year, you're only going to pay 5% corporate tax.
Oh my
These things
god,
matter when you're trying to get your business off the ground and you're growing the
bro.
business.
how can you
Even in
compare
Rwanda,
China?
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
How
Let me
can
Even
you
in
finish.
compare
Rwanda,
China to
even
Kenya?
even
Yeah,
even
that,
Rwanda, even in Rwanda, right? You can get your business within what 24 hours, and I believe their corporate income tax is still under 20%. You have to see the thing about it. Anybody who knows business and doing business knows how taxes either makes you or breaks you.
but bro, and
How
this is
long
where,
has
hold
China?
on, Genesis, hold on, and this is where you lose me, right? You comparing the second best economy on planet Earth, China, which is about to be the first economy in the next 12
Mhm.
years, right? To
Right.
goddamn little ass African country. I mean, like, what's wrong with you, fam?
And the reason
I
why
got it
and the
right there
reason
for you,
why
Dad. I paid $61. Freezy.
and the reason why I'm doing that is
Freezy.
because Africa is
Freezy.
over here asking
Freezy.
Black Americans to come over there
Freezy.
and build the country. So if you want us to
Wow.
build the country, give us incentives to do it. Make it easy for us to do it.
They don't make it easy for China to
Oh
do it.
my,
But
oh my
they're
Everybody,
not
god.
begging them
that
to come
that fee
home. What are you
that fee
talking
is
about?
is across the board. That fee
Uh,
is. They didn't say for Africans
uh,
coming to America
I
it's a
pass the
hundred
mic, Freezy.
thousand.
I pass the mic. I pass the mic because I can't talk to people who are just
So
like I pass the mic. I
I'm
pass
trying
the
to
mic.
so let me
understand.
just
Like, do you want them to have a special handout for African Americans, but they're not giving
It,
that to anybody else coming over
so
there
then what
to
was the
develop?
point of Pan
yes,
Africanism? What is the point of
yes.
Pan Africanism if there is no special incentive to participate in
Thank
Pan
you, MJ.
Africanism
Thank you.
unless you're only
Thank you.
giving to them? It goes back to what I
Thank
was
you.
stating before. Nothing
Because
is given to us, but we're supposed to help everyone out, knowing that we're already dealing with
you
shit
know what?
here on our
Oh
own
my god,
soil.
that sound like crying, bro.
That don't sound
Business
like
How is
is
crying. That
business.
sound
those?
like
I'm ready,
Business
Freezy.
looking at
is
a bad
I'm ready,
deal.
Freezy.
business is
It looks like a
business.
bad
It's
deal.
just
That's what it
facts.
looks
I
like. A
mean, you
Business
bad
is
know,
deal.
business, bro. Business is
How,
business.
truth is
What
the
are we
truth.
talking about?
how is those guys from the EYL, the Energy Relation Boys? They doing a lot of business in Africa. How they getting it done?
They are millionaires.
Hold up, you
They
gotta
are
stop talking. You gotta stop
millionaires.
talking. How much to
That
get him
that
down?
that
How much to get him down,
that,
Freezy?
that's not what I
Freezy.
asked. So all I'm asking. Hold
$50.
on one second, but all I'm
Nah,
asking
just jump
is like
in,
how.
brother.
All I'm asking is how they getting it done. The steps that they doing. I know they're millionaires. I just want to know how they getting it done.
What do you mean? They're not from what my understanding, they made their millions in America and now they're
Hmm.
investing in real estate somewhere. Right? That's my understanding. They're millionaires. But But if we look at labor and statistics, 48% of people work for small and medium-sized companies, not multimillionaires.
Yeah,
So
small
the
business. Yeah.
number one way to drive the economy is building small and medium-sized businesses to get people to work. So you can take $20,000 from African Americans, go over to Kenya, go over to Rwanda, start small and medium sized business, employ the local people. Then in 1 or 2 generations, they understand how to do business, and there's a cascading effect. But
Hold
you're
up, how
not
you say
willing to lower your
cascading?
you're willing to
I
lower your
want a bounty
interest
on
rate.
his ass,
You're
yo.
not
Come
willing.
on,
You're
Freezy.
not
I
willing
ain't
to
got all
lower.
night.
So in order to
I got
enlighten,
all night, nigga. I paid my money. Fuck that.
Last question, high
I
source.
said $50.
High source. You say you're doing business in Africa, right?
Oh shit.
Kenya,
In
Chika Fire.
Kenya. Was it when you invested your 100,000? Was it worth it?
Oh shit.
Uh, I don't know, man. I want to say no. I want to say no.
All right. He stopped crying. He stopped crying
Okay.
right there.
I want to say
Josh.
Okay.
no.
are
Josh.
you still doing business in Africa?
Josh. Josh.
Yes.
Why?
Josh.
Why? If it's so
Josh.
bad.
Josh, talk back. Talk back, Josh.
Yes, sir.
Where does civilization start, Josh?
Where does civilization start?
Just
Africa.
How
It's
you
more
know?
I'm talking to Josh. I'm talking to Josh. Where does civilization
usually by
start, Josh?
conquering, usually by conquering a neighbor or
No, 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 no.
next.
No, Josh, pull back. Where does civilization start? Just a general term.
Just where's a grouping of people?
Yes.
So
What continent?
my problem. Let me go back here. My problem is the question just was not answered.
What
You
question
asked
are what question are
Freezy.
you where are you at? Where you at, Josh?
I'm right above you.
No, I'm talking about where you at. Where are you confused?
Where am I? What?
Confused.
Oh no, no. Well, the question wasn't even really answered. Is there any concern of outsiders or basically people that aren't us? Here's my delineation. If you're American, you're ours. Period. I know that sounds like slavery, right? But you're us. If you were born on U.S. soil, you're us. The moment that you decide that you want to be somewhere else, fine. Get on a plane, go. You can go up to any embassy, renounce your citizenship if you got a horrible problem. But the moment you're us, then you're us. This whole concept about like trying to go somewhere else, either do it or don't do it. But you're not
Can
gonna
I
pick both.
respond to that? Because I
Where'd you
do
get that
think
policy?
that
Where'd you get that belief from, Josh?
State Department, I technically enforce it.
What state?
so here,
Now, State Department's a little bit different.
so now
I
we
can
have to
The
understand.
jump.
good old boys.
You
I
gotta
can
let Josh
understand
talk.
the.
You gotta let
About his
Josh talk.
job.
You gotta let Josh
I,
talk.
About his job.
I can understand the FBA kind of concept as to
Where they do
they're
that at?
trying to protect some type of
Hold up,
identity, right?
y'all. Freezy, freezy, freezy.
Hold on,
How we
hold on,
how
Hold
Robert.
we
on, Josh. Give me
identify
a
it
second.
is
Josh, give me a second. Give me a second, Josh.
right.
You gotta respect the man if he's talking. If you bring him up on the panel, you gotta respect the man.
Robert.
They keep interjecting
Does he
every
work?
time he talks.
because they're triggered. They're
Relax,
triggered.
Rob.
Rob, we
No,
got you.
you
We got you.
relax. Nigga, I paid $61.
Rob.
Oh,
It was Josh. It was Josh's turn. We're
That's how
gonna
you.
let Josh talk, and
But I'm
then
telling
I'm gonna
you,
let.
the quorum is fucked up. If Josh gonna say something, let
Okay,
him go all the way
he
through.
can speak for himself.
I'm gonna let Josh
Okay,
talk, and
Josh,
then I'm gonna let
come on.
Andrea go. I got you. I got you. Go ahead, Josh.
Tweaking.
My only qualm is you're us. If you were born on U.S. soil, you belong to us, and I'm going to use the word belong. You're us. You're a U.S. citizen. You don't get anything else. You're us, right? To identify or to address the concept of outside influence, right? It's basically like if you're going to come here, you're going to assimilate to us. Period. There is no oh, you can bring your culture, your family, and all that. No, you're going to come here and you're going to be us. That's it. Is all there is to it.
Okay,
I
appreciate that,
just
Josh.
Wouldn't that be
Uh,
MAGA?
go ahead, Andrea.
okay. I just kind of want to bring like a different take because my parents they're from Nigeria, so I do
Oh,
understand like that there's a distinct Black American like, identity, ethnicity. I respect that. I don't see anything wrong with it. I respect you wanting to, I've heard comments about y'all not having a culture. I don't believe in that. I think anywhere where there's a group of people who have a shared understanding, that's a culture. You don't have to explain it. And I've noticed that like with a lot of Africans, our culture is like really bold. So when they see the absence of it, they think that just because people are chill, they don't have a culture. No, that's not true. I've heard them say that about other Americans in general. They feel like it's not a culture. What they're not realizing is that they just don't see it because it's not as flashy, but it's still a culture and it should be respected. So I just want to start with that. I do want to say, like, I do understand what Miss Genesis was saying about not completely de-alienating because there are people who see that there's a market in Africa. Like, with it being underdeveloped, I mean, somebody can go in there and make money off waste management alone. Just show them how to do that. I'm not saying that you have to, there's a lot of work to be done. I do think there's a lot of easy money to catch, and other people are seeing the value in it. I don't see why after you've already invested what I mean? So much into Pan Africanism. Yes, I will give y'all credit for that. Nobody in Africa is thinking about Pan Africanism. You guys are people, we do look up to you. Like that is the genuine truth. You guys are the richest Black people on earth, period. Like y'all set the tone. I've been to Africa. I see how much they idolize Black Americans. They look up to y'all, period. If they come here and they pretend like, oh, our culture is this, it's a projection. And I'm gonna say that. It's insecurity. I'm not making an excuse for it, but I do think that's what it is, and we should see it as that and not really look at it as much of a threat because it is just insecurity. I think these people know where they come from. They come here, I think sometimes they do feel intimidated. Maybe they puff out their chest. I apologize on their behalf. That's not appropriate. But I don't think that their bad behavior and their bad attitude is a reason to completely like turn away from maybe something. If you already do waste management in America and you think you can hit an easy lick, or you think you can hit an easy lick and do e-commerce there, because that hasn't hit, that's pretty much dead in America. It's not dead there yet. They're still buying up all that junk. They don't know that, you know what I mean? You can hit a lick if you want to. So I'm just saying, like, if there is something that can possibly you can squeeze out of it, I don't think that there's anything wrong with just keeping that door open. I wouldn't want to see you just completely shut a door after you have already
To
Whole
invested.
time.
Andrea. Shout out to
No
Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea.
captivity.
That's what
Um,
I've been saying this whole time. Thank you, Andrea.
we got Isaiah in the building. What's going on, sis? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say real quick,
Do I be
and
pronouncing
y'all
your name right?
can you hear me?
Ashe,
Yeah,
Ashe, Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe. Okay, Ashe.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, yeah, so an Ohio governor just introduced a bill that will eliminate dual citizenship because they want Americans to be loyal to America. So people with dual citizenships will basically have to um give up one of their citizenships either to the America or to wherever they're from. And so I don't know how that will work with some of the stuff that I've heard tonight, but um either you're gonna be loyal to America or you're gonna be loyal to somewhere else.
Hmm. Go ahead, Jen. Were you done, Ashay?
Yeah.
I think that people are getting the idea of what I'm saying wrong. I'm talking about business. I'm talking about the fact that other cultures do business globally, and we only think about business in America. We don't think about going to other countries and opening up business. When we even talk about Pan Africanism, we only talk about Africa. But there's people that are black that goes to down to South America and open up business. They go to the Caribbean, open up business. They go to like Jamaica, all of. So my thing is that we can become so single minded, and we want to like X out any other option and just say, well, no, I'm American. I'm only going to do business in America. But just like they come over here and they funnel money from our country into theirs, why can't we do the same, the vice versa?
Right.
Now you're saying that, oh, okay, well, it's a one-way street. Well, it takes people to go over there and just like we lobby in Congress here to make certain things happen, Uber itself would not exist without lobbying, because the taxi cab, they disrupted taxi cabs in America. So anything that you do, you're going to have to lobby and try to get like the government to get along with it. But it's going to take Pan Africanism to go over there and say, okay, well, we need to do something about, if you want us to come over here and open up shop, someone would have to go to the government and say, okay, well, this is what we need to do. And it takes a person with a global mindset. I believe that we need to stop being so stuck on only doing business in here in America, and we need to become more global and start to look at like other countries and do business and just like they do and do the same thing. And you want to talk about people coming over here and they find their community. Why? Language barriers. I'm sure that when they come here, it's very difficult to navigate. So they create communities. It makes sense. Just like when we go over there, we have communities over there in different countries, expat communities that help people navigate. So it's like, why are we pretending like it doesn't happen on both sides? That when people leave and go to another place that's unfamiliar, that they're gonna find people like them to do business and to work with. That makes sense, wouldn't it?
It doesn't make sense to do it in Africa because Africa is not a first world country. It's not
Making
just go
money
over there
though. They
and
have a
just
lot of.
it's they don't even have electricity and Wi-Fi like
So
we do.
imagine if you.
Like
In,
they don't even
in
have
certain
water
areas.
I
lines
agree.
like we do.
I agree.
Like you're not just going over there and purchasing a
I agree,
license and everything is
but
everything.
somebody who's business minded can see gold in that though. Like you get what I'm saying?
Well,
Like if
you're
you
gonna
can
have to
see
have a
the
lot of
market
money to
here,
do it.
you would be
We have
you
a lot of
can you
money.
don't use your own. You use investors. You're not going to use your own money.
Mhm.
But don't why aren't we supposed to be the richest people, the richest black people in the world, right? So why can't we pull our money and
Yeah,
make
and
it?
black people here need help. Why? Why are we going and building
This
up somebody
no, we're not
else's
saying to
country?
help. We're saying to
It's
make
not
money.
about
We're not saying
building. This
we
is
want it to be
business.
mutually beneficial. I'm not saying go there
That
and
is
do charity.
investing in
No,
their country. What about your
I know
country?
This
to get
country
money
is already
back.
developed. What are we talking about? We have a developed
It's
country.
No,
to get money
no, it's
back.
not.
What
Oh, it's not
compared
the
to
No, it's
I
developed.
not.
know
Africa? Compared to
y'all probably
Africa,
can see it differently because y'all not from here.
Well, I think America is definitely more developed than Nigeria. I mean, I can't
More
deny that.
developed,
Hey,
yes.
can I jump in there real
More
quick,
Yeah, I
developed.
can't
Freeze?
deny that.
Can I
Sorry.
say something real quick, Freeze?
Go ahead, see Rich.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I respect the argument about the business and going to Africa, but we have to. But this is my issue with our people, man. We be so concerned about doing stuff on a high scale and thing on a low scale. I'm saying she's talking about going to Africa and all that, and if you got the means to do that, then that's fine. But realistically, we know that 97, 98% of our people are not going to be able to do that. So we have to be concerned about our people over here in America. It's amazing that
98.
you talk about going to Africa and building businesses. Now you have Arabs, you have Indians, and you have Asians that actually make millions of dollars a year in your own community. I'm saying how you won't even build up your own community and buy businesses. But yet you talking about going over there, and that's the problem that our people. You talk about. I'm talking
Exactly.
about business. Now I'm talking about nation building. See, I'm talking about nation building. How you gonna go over there and build businesses and you can't even control your own community? And this is what I don't understand is we don't even control our own community. It's controlled by other races of people who make $1 million a year and off our own.
Hold on, see Rich. Shout out to Elite Belly Zoe for the $10. She said give Genesis a timeout, a 10-minute timeout. So Genesis will be back
Ooh.
at 3:37 unless somebody brings her back for $10. That somebody brings her back. Shout out to Elite Belly Zoe. Appreciate you, sis.
Mm.
Go ahead, C
Yeah.
Rich.
So
No
Killing them
I'm
out there.
not gonna
captivity.
repeat myself.
Killing
So that's the point I was making. I'm just listening to it and I'm like, come on, man, most black people are not gonna be able to go to Africa. I mean, cut the game. Some of our people can have a difficult time traveling within the US. But I'm saying, but
No,
the
like
what I was trying to get back to was that man, they jumped on the Pan African tip, so it's like the whole conversation changed from like the original conversation. But what I was trying to say on the original conversation, but the people I was talking to cut out. And what I was trying to say is that I understand the FBA, but what people don't understand, the point is I'm making is FBA does not have a legal standing. I'm saying we could come up with all the names we want to come up with, but but if you can't use it to do anything for the people in America, you cannot go get a reparations bill under FBA because it's not recognized as a nation. You cannot get a hate crime bill under FBA. You would still have to go to court under Black African American and get a reparation bill for the group. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to tell people that FBA is no different than calling yourself an African American, a black person, or a Negro, or whatever either term from. And that was my whole point earlier. As long as you don't know where you really from, you call yourself.
TMKC added on another $20 for Genesis to stay timed
Damn.
out. So that means Genesis will be back at what is it? 357. 357. So it's going to take $30 to bring Genesis back. $30 until then it's 357. She'll be back. Go ahead, C
Um,
Rich.
I just wanted to say, like, when
Oh,
I
go
was
ahead. Go
saying
ahead.
Yeah.
build business,
Go ahead,
um,
Andrea. Go ahead.
yeah, I didn't mean do it in a way where you're only doing it for that group. I understand putting yourself first as you should. What I'm saying is that if you see an like, don't, there are resources there and that other people see the value in those resources. I'll say this. I know an American guy, this business basically writes books or something like that for people. Like they will tell him their life story and then he will make them a biography or something like that. And he does this from home, but he says he uses people in Nigeria to, I don't know if they're using AI or something, but to kind of like do the outline because they work for cheaper. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just saying if there is some sort of connection, I just don't see why like, I don't believe in completely cutting off a bridge. Like if there is a way for you to use it as a resource, I just don't see why you have to completely shut the door on it. But I do understand prioritizing yourself. If it's easy, if it's convenient, something like that, he does that from home. So that's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying put your
Shout out.
communities first. No.
I mean,
TMKC just knocked off Robert Watkins for the sponsorship. TMKC is back the official sponsor for $71. $71 TMKC represent. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor, it has to be $71 or more. Appreciate you, TMKC. Appreciate you, sis. Thank you.
No captivity.
if I may,
yeah,
Go
all I
ahead,
was
Jalen.
saying is you have
um,
you have
play
to
the
crawl
flute real
before you
quick.
walk.
Play the flute. Play the flute.
We always
What?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, C Rich. Let Jalen go. Hold on, I got you, Jalen.
Can I say something after Jalen?
Yeah, you can go
Thank
after
you.
her, Ashe. Go ahead,
I
Jalen.
appreciate that. I love that. So what y'all were talking about before I got here? I think that it's an idea that I'm not opposed to in building businesses in foreign countries. However, I feel like Andrea said, it neglects the people that need resources here. Like, we have places called the Hood with food scarcity, cancer clusters, everything a third world country has, they got it. Okay, and to neglect those people to go build up another country in Africa, to me is I don't understand it. Like I get the e-commerce idea, but most people aren't going to do that. Most people are going to try to get real estate if they're trying to build a business in Africa, whichever country. So I
because
think
they're
So they don't have
it's
to
an
build their
idea,
own
but
real
it
estate. They don't need real
ultimately
estate
I
though.
don't think they're going to bring back income to the US. I think they're going to keep their income overseas.
Uh,
because
Uh,
people are skipping over the goal. They're talking about the idea of just going somewhere and conducting business as that's what this is about. No, it's a mixing of people. It's say mixing Americans with Africans. You're going to have to pick a side. You don't get both at the same time.
all right.
Right, which is why that bill was introduced.
And
I,
like
I
to like America, yeah, on paper it's a first world country, but our infrastructure sucks. Farming industry sucks, dwindling. Um, Electrical grid
Is
is gonna fail soon with all these data centers. Like it's so many
you
like
need to go to
pockets where
Nigeria.
you could influence our resources here. Where I don't understand why you would want to go to Africa unless you just are trying to get
If you wanted
cheap
to even
labor
buy
and
up
just build a business
some
quick.
of the land that's boarded up in our cities, they're still expensive. They're not going to be cheap. Even if something that's been abandoned for 10 years, you can go try to research and see how much it costs to try to invest in it. Real estate in America isn't it at an all-time high?
uh,
Wait,
go ahead, Ashe.
I think it was C. Rich that was saying, um, we're African Americans. FBA ain't going nowhere. Um, the problem with the name African
Nah,
American
that's not what I
is
said. That's not what I said. Want me to
you
tell you
said
what I said real
you
quick?
said
Then you
you're
can
gonna
go.
have to put Black African or Black African American. That's what you said, right?
No, well, let me. No, I'm going to tell you what I
I
said
mean, you
real
be
quick, and you
long
can
winded.
go.
Can
My
you like shorten it then?
damn, I barely talked. I've been quiet for an hour.
Okay, go ahead.
But what I'm saying, what I said, no, what I said was is that I have no problem with what you want to call yourself. That's first of all. All I'm saying is FBA does not have legal status. I'm coming from a legal standpoint. I'm saying at the end of the day, if you go to court with any bill or ask for anything from the court, for them to rule on, you cannot go in with FBA. Just like me, I identify as a Hebrew Israelite. But even if I go to court, legally I have to go in there under Black or African American. I can't go in as a Hebrew Israelite because that's even if I'm asking for some religiously, I still have to go in court as a Black because they recognize it legally. That's the only point I'm making. So you can go ahead.
Okay, we understand that FBA is not on the census yet. It's not on paperwork and stuff yet. That's something we're going to have to push for. But just calling ourselves African American, that allows other people who look like us, who are not us, into the business that we will be trying to take care of.
That makes sense.
Elon Musk is an African American.
Right,
He is not the same. He is not us.
right.
So
Okay, but I just
African
told you
American
I
does
don't
not work
identify
for
as an
us.
African American.
Yeah,
Right.
African
Which
American does not
you
work
still
for
not
us.
listening. I say right. If you, I know that. I just told you that I identify as a Hebrew Israelite. I don't identify as none of that. That's what I just told you. I
See,
just said
and that's
when
the
you
problem.
go to court, because it is legally recognized, you have to use that status. I'm not saying you could call yourself FBA, ADOS. You could call yourself a black person. You could call yourself an African American. You could you could call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. That's all I'm saying. But I'm saying, even though I identify as a Hebrew, like if you ask me, what are you? I'm a Hebrew Israelite. But what I'm saying is, but if I go to court, I still have to identify as their status. I don't agree with African American because I know Jesse Jackson just came up with some shit in 1989, so I don't use that junk. But I'm saying, but this is what they recognize in America. So you still, that's the only point that I'm making. I'm not saying you can identify whatever you want to identify as. I have no problem with FBA. Come on, man. I've been listening to Rashid before he even, when he was on that other thing, but we ain't gonna go into that. But
I mean,
like I say, if somebody asks me, Chris, what are you? I say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. You dig what I'm saying? I feel like I
I,
say that we are the original people of this land. We are the Aboriginal
I,
people of this land.
outside of
But
outside
I'm
of
saying legally, I'm saying, but when you go to court, go ahead.
outside of the FBA ADOS Israelites, do we all agree that we should have a differentiation between
Yes.
actual African Americans versus black people?
Oh,
Yes or no?
yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
I
Okay,
absolutely
that's all
agree.
they're saying.
Yeah,
That's literally all they're saying. I get the argument that, yeah, it's not legally recognized, but they're trying to get a legal recognition of the delineation, is all they're saying. They would rather have that
right.
than be
Absolutely.
called
I,
African American. That's it. That's
right.
all they're saying.
I understood that. But I was just telling them because when the brother was up earlier that left, he was saying that it is a lineage. But what I'm saying my point, this is why I look at life like this. You could I could feel however I want to feel. I could say I'm a Hebrew Israelite and tell you, hey, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I identify this. But at the end of the day, I still have to move about the world based on how America deals with me. That's the only point I was making. I'm saying that I understand what you're saying. I believe that we should separate too. So when I identify as a Hebrew Israelite, I automatically separate myself. Because I say, because Hebrew Israelites, we are Shemites. They are Hamites. But
No,
that's coming from the Bible.
no.
But what I'm saying is, I understand what you said. I was just making a point that right now, as we sit, that's just like reparations. The reason you have not gotten reparations in America
Ooh,
is
God.
because if you read reparations, you would have to understand that reparations can only be given from one nation to another nation because we do not identify collectively as one nation, even if we get past the bill, once it go to court and it get challenged in court, they can shoot it down because you have to prove yourself as a nation.
Where
And
does
we
it
have
say you
not,
have
and
to
with
be a
the
nation to
status
get
that we have,
reparations?
what I was saying was corporate statuses.
Where
Yes,
does
you
it say
do.
that you need to be a
Reparations are
nation to
given
get
from one
reparations?
nation that was harmed by another nation, like the
No.
Japanese. Like the Japanese, when they got it, they gave it to them as Japanese.
It doesn't
Well, they were
necessarily have to be a
That's facts.
Americans.
nation.
When the
It could be a
Japanese got
They were
reparations
marginalized
from
group of
Japanese
America.
people.
Americans.
It could be a marginalized group of people. It doesn't have to be a nation.
Yeah.
But what I'm
They were
but what I'm
Americans.
Jewish
saying
people
is
aren't a
you
nation.
still have to identify a marginalized. Anybody could be a marginalized group. A
That's what
marginalized
I'm
group
saying.
does not
Reparations isn't
identify a
like
nation of
nation
people.
based.
See, I think y'all don't know. You have to know the difference in citizenship. A citizen. You have to know the difference in citizen. What is it had national status? What what is a race and all that. All those are different things. When you like,
He's
if you
not
say
our
you
savior.
Japanese, that is a nationality. Those are a group of people who bound by culture, who bound by land, who bound by language. Those
Y'all
are
are bound
a group
by
of
Okay,
people
ethnicity
you're
too.
adding
Y'all have an
definitions.
America.
ethnicity
You're
too.
adding extra definitions to a word that isn't a part of that word.
I was gonna say Black American
Reparations
is an
is just
ethnicity too.
No, I'm telling
reparations.
you, each each word I gave you is a separate definition. There's a difference in the nationality.
You're
That's a
saying that
definition.
reparations is
Citizenship, a citizen is a definition. Race is a
mhm,
definition. All of those are separate definitions. Those are not all
right.
the same
So
thing. This is what people
what
don't
I'm
understand. Y'all think
referring
it's the
to
same, but it's
what
not.
I'm referring to is the fact that you initially stated that reparations is specifically payment to another nation, and that's not true at all. That's
That is
not
true.
factual.
Well,
No, it's
okay, well,
not.
if they give it, so if they pay reparations, how they gonna
Historically,
distribute it?
they have given payments to people part of other nations, but that doesn't define it as That doesn't mean that's exclusive to that type of payment. You could give it to a marginalized group of people and it still be considered reparations.
I
They
think
have to
Black
acknowledge
America
their
is an
wrongdoing.
Right. So so
and I
so
think
what
we
is a
argued
marginalized
that
group of
Black
people?
American is an ethnicity just like Japanese is an ethnicity. I think that was the part of the conversation
Well, you
is
can say that,
recognizing
but
that
that's
it's its
not
own
true.
ethnicity.
Be-
Yes, it
because
is. We just
because
agreed.
unfortunately, okay, listen to what I'm saying. Unfortunately, and this is what I was telling them earlier. Unfortunately, is before you was enslaved, you were already a group of people. Just because you was enslaved and you don't know who you are,
We live in
once you was
America. We
free
change
and
labels all the
somebody
time.
gave you a status, that does not mean that's who you are. That does not mean that's who you are.
No, but we
That's
live
what
in
I'm
the
What are
saying.
US.
you
We change
talking
the
about?
That I
Constitution
just
all the
explained
time.
earlier.
We change the
There's no such
Constitution.
thing
We
as a black
change
person.
terminology all the time in the US. That's what happens when we change. We amend the Constitution. So just because it's,
Yeah,
I
but you
think they're
can't.
saying that it's
Right?
still
You
it's
could change
possible.
definitions.
They're saying that
Okay,
there's still hope. Like
definitions change all the time,
right,
but
right.
that still
That's
can't
all they're
change
asking
who you
for.
are as a people. I mean, you could
No,
call
they don't want to change.
you could
No,
call
they don't
Puerto
want to
Ricans
change who
whatever
they
you want to
are.
call them, but that does not mean that they are not descendants of the Teotihuacans. That still
No,
don't
yeah, they're
change
not.
the historical fact.
No,
That's the point that
they
I'm
just
making.
want to be. I
Hold on,
know.
before you go, Andrea, let me get to this super cap.
Super chat.
Shout out to my sister MJ again for the $20 super cap. She said Ilhan Omar was able to keep her seat in office, only helping her Somalian community in America by advocating for them into US through the TAC. Tell me how delineation didn't help others in United States and that it's not political power. Shout out to Conversations with MJ.
No
Anybody
captivity.
want to answer that?
Yeah, I feel like that's like has something to do with what I was saying earlier. So yeah, with what she's saying about Somalia and Elon Omar, I don't really know how to pronounce that lady's name. Yeah, I do think that to me, she's a modern day spy. So I think if this was 50 years ago, we would all agree that,
Yeah,
her
definitely.
behavior is bizarre and is spy worthy. With what I was saying about de-alienation not helping, I do think that having your own identity and having the ethnicity will help. Like, especially if there is ever reparations, I do think it should be very clear who should be the ones getting it. I don't think there should be any confusion. So I do think that will help. What I was saying about de-alienation is completely closing the door. I just think there's nothing wrong with having um like you never know like how you can get rich. Like people get rich all different kind of ways. Like you never know, like you might just say, okay, let me just try this. You just don't close the door completely. That's all I'm saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging that Black Americans have their own ethnicity. So I don't disagree with de-alienation. I'm just saying, like, don't completely close the door. Why completely close the door on anything? Like I don't see any need for that. I don't know.
How?
Delineation and is not division. Like we
Right.
recognize that we have African ancestry. We all have African ancestry. We
Sure.
also, as foundational Black Americans, have other ethnicities within our
Right.
lineage as well.
Mhm.
So,
I
I
agree.
mean, in Africa, they delineate, but
Mhm.
nobody seems to want to recognize it when we do it. Like it's a problem when we do it. It's
No, it's
okay
not a
when they do it.
problem.
It's
Yeah, it's
okay
true.
when people are Jamaicans. Nobody says no. Y'all need to be African Jamaicans.
Right. And I
No,
think
y'all need
people
to be
hold y'all to
African
a
Trinidadians. But
right.
they're telling us no. You are African. You are an African American.
No. Yeah, I
We
don't
don't
agree
even
with
know
that.
nobody in Africa. I took two
Right.
DNA tests and I got thousands of DNA matches from
For
all
real?
parts of the world because FBAs have, DNA from all parts of the
Right.
world. None of
Mhm.
them are in Africa. Not
Really?
one of
For
the
real?
thousands of DNA matches
You
are from
you didn't
Africa.
have no African DNA?
Yes, I have African
It,
DNA. I said none of my DNA matches because they give you
oh,
matches, and I
matches.
have
Okay.
thousands of them. And I have some DNA matches in Europe. I have DNA
Wow.
matches in the United States. I have DNA
Right.
matches in going down to Mexico and the border of South America because I have indigenous American DNA. And I have DNA matches that match those places, but I have no DNA matches to Africa, not one.
Right.
Let me see
No,
if I can
and
add a little bite to that statement. How is it the case that you would be able to defend yourself if you don't delineate between other groups? Are all
you
black
can't.
people a monolith within the United States?
No.
Absolutely no.
So we have delineation right there, right? Now, when it comes down to like, I have to use the term nationalism in this case. If you're a U.S. citizen, and I do mean born here, not naturalized. If you're born on U.S. soil, don't you have to delineate yourself from others to ensure your own identity and protection? How do you defend yourself otherwise? I don't see how you
Defend
can.
yourself against what exactly? Against what
Could be
exactly?
could be a political movement. Currently, right now, we went right after birthright citizenship. That's kind of what the whole political movement is
So
about, right?
birthright
Why? Sure, that
right.
would be one example. But that would be
So
one example.
defending.
So all black people that were born on U.S. soil, by definition, would have to be like Americans. That's a delineation.
Absolutely. And again, like I've said several times before, I don't think there's anything wrong with having that distinction. I think that's natural. It's something you can see. I don't think it's something I've heard people say that they pose, but I don't think it's a good posing. Like it's something you can see. There should definitely be a de-alienation. My thing is with like turning the whole deal, like from what just seen on the internet, I just feel like people are getting the wrong impression about the movement, and then it's distracting from the key points. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I say don't completely close the door, because I mean, it's easy to say, oh, build up America, but you can try to buy these boarded up houses and they cost hundreds of thousands of, I mean, maybe if you get lucky at an auction or something like that. If there's a completely untapped market, I think anybody who does business knows that a completely untapped market, there's a lot more potential, you get what I'm saying, to expand. So if you see something easy, that's all I'm saying. If you see an easy connection and a source of maybe cheap labor, because let's be honest, even America doesn't want to close the door on third world cheap labor entirely. Let's be honest
Yeah, yeah,
here. Right. Okay. So if they don't even want to do that, there's a reason for that, because it's profitable. So why should we say no thank you to all those profits when other people use them, and they don't have any problem using Indians for cheap labor? So why can't we work with people who are willing to do cheap labor as well? That's all I'm saying.
yeah. No
There's no
disagreement.
reason
Just
why
so
we
long as
can't.
there's a delineation.
I
Just
Right.
so
don't
long as
think
Of
there's a
course there's
I
going
don't
to
delineation.
think
be a
the people
de-alienation.
I
Yeah.
don't think the
Of
people
Just
that
so
course.
are
long as there's
wanting
a
to
delineation between them and you.
Of course, I respect
I
that.
don't
Yeah.
I don't think
I
the people that
completely respect
identify as
that.
FBA are wanting to close the door. I think it's just about separating yourself culturally, um, especially legally, from another group of people that you literally on paper do not
And I
identify
respect
with.
that. And I
Your
totally respect that.
genealogy is, when you put them side by side, we're more far removed than they are from their African ancestry.
I respect that.
That's
There's nothing wrong with
so
that. There's
they're
no
not
fault of
trying to
And they
close the
don't
anybody.
think
door.
like
I
us.
think I think you could still work with people and just identify as
Yes.
something else. I,
And be
I I don't
different.
think
Yeah,
they're
that's
trying to.
all I'm saying. Yeah, I just, because
No, I'm
sometimes
saying
when
that that's what they're saying. I don't think they're saying fuck their business. I think they're saying we want to
well,
identify as something else,
well,
and then
some
we'll worry
people were
about the
earlier
business
before you
later.
came. That's all I was saying.
Well,
Some
those
people
are the
were saying that
extremes.
earlier. I know, but they were
Those
on the panel, so that's why I'm responding to it. Yes, they're the extremes, but they were talking, so that's why I'm just giving a different, I'm responding to those points that, okay, It might not have seemed, it might not seem profitable from where you're. I'm just open giving ideas of how it could be profitable. Like that's all.
There are people who look like us who are
Hey,
not
not to
us
cut
that
y'all
are
off. Hey,
speaking
hey,
for us
hey,
in
hey,
political places,
That's
and
wrong too.
they are undermining
hey,
things
let
that
me
we
say this because
want
I got to get out
pushed.
of here.
That's wrong too.
Hey, Freeze, I got to get out of here. Man. I forgot. Man. I got to get up at 6 o'clock. Man. I got to take my old ass to bed. Hey, what I was telling Jay is we basically were saying the same thing. Only thing I did, I was just saying from legal. But you, like you say, if ADOS
Did
had
you
the legal
overtalk
status,
me to
then
just
we'll be
like what? I
nah.
thought
Because I'm
you was
finna leave.
leaving.
To
I'm
big
finna
up the
leave.
white man.
I'm finna leave. Yeah. So I was just saying that basically we was aligned. I was just coming from a legal standpoint, but you said, but if ADOS had the legal status,
What's
then
wrong
what
with
we
it?
said would be exactly the same. Everything you said, I agree with you. So that's
You're
probably
talking
why
to
I kind
me?
of threw you off. Because I was just coming. But
Not
yeah,
to
Jay, we was
Josh.
talking about the ADOS when I was talking about that.
Well, no,
I
I
was just
just
saying
didn't
I was
agree
coming
with
from
the
a
fact
legal
that you
status.
said reparations is specifically only given country to country, and that's not true. That's it. That's all
No,
I'm
I didn't
saying.
say country to country. I said nations. See what? No, I said from nations to nations. See, a group of people is identified as a nation. A nation, nationhood has nothing to do with the country that you live in. Nationhood has to do with a group of
I don't
people
agree with that.
and your nation of people.
Oh,
That's what I mean by nationhood. That's all. That's all I was saying. That's why I was saying basically the
then
same thing we were saying. I
what's
agree
a
with you
tribe?
totally about that.
What's a
Delineation,
tribe
all
then?
of that. I agree with that. I was just saying on the legal status with you, but like if ADOS had legal status, then you can go to court under ADOS, and I would do the same thing. I was just saying that. But hey man, I got to get up at 6, Freezy man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody talking to everybody. I got to get on the patio. All right, man. I
All right,
appreciate
bro.
Okay.
y'all.
All right, shalom, man. Appreciate you.
No
Yep.
captivity.
Shout out
Shalom,
to
brother.
Super chat.
Elite Belly Zoe for the $3 super sticker. I appreciate that, sis. She said, "How's it going?" Shout out to you, sis. I appreciate
No
that.
captivity.
Uh, this is what we're gonna do, y'all. We're gonna get final thoughts. This was an excellent conversation. I don't know. We might do a part 2 on this. I don't know. But I'm gonna start with as a matter of fact, I'm gonna wait till DJ Genesis get back up here. Does anybody have anything they wanted to say?
I do.
Go ahead, Ashe.
PJ Austin. Uh, PJ Austin just put a link in the chat for African ancestry DNA, and he said that they'll trace your lineage or your DNA back to your tribe
They don't
in
want that.
Africa. I don't understand how they can even do that when if we have a mixture of DNA from several countries in Africa, how can they trace you back to just one tribe?
I don't think they can.
It doesn't make sense.
I think it would be multiple tribes, at least.
Right.
Right.
That that's why I said
I
the
mean,
nation to
I don't
nation
think
thing don't make sense
Yeah,
because
that
tribes
don't
aren't
even make
nations.
sense. They just want
A
us to be
community isn't a
generic
nation. A
Africans.
class of people is not a nation.
no.
Like I was
Could never
just
be generic. Like, please.
I mean, no, I'm saying that
Like, please.
calling ourselves Africans to what land? We
No,
cannot
we
pinpoint
know.
one
Yeah,
land
we know you're
because we were all
Americans.
mixed together.
Right.
We were all mixed together. So like we don't
Yes.
go back to one country or one tribe.
Right.
And those people don't even say that they're all the same.
And I also want to add ethnicities do shift. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with accepting that this is a new mixed ethnicity. Like, of course. I mean, I agree.
Let me see. So
Mitochondrial DNA is only on one side.
I think what's his name? C Rich. I think C Rich was making a biblical reference when he was talking about nation. Uh not a
Oh,
scientific. I think that's where he was kind of going with it. But
Okay.
Oh well, if he was talking from a biblical perspective, then I guess that's different. But he
Well, I
kept
think
bringing up
y'all was
legal
just on two different
definitions.
pages. You know.
Because he is Hebrew. So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Let me see. So let me get. You know what? I'm gonna get because Genesis been listening for a while. Before we go into final thoughts, what did you want to add to the conversation, Genesis? Go ahead.
I mean, I think that the FBA could be a great lineage if it could create a movement behind it that's actually structured. ADO seems to be the only structure, and I think that they should embrace it. If people don't want to embrace Pan Africanism, fine. It just means that you don't have to also down it. You don't have to like completely diss it. There's people that are doing stuff. And that's really my main statement is that doing business in other countries and this that the other is not a negative thing. Global business ownership. I think someone said that 98% of the people in America probably couldn't go to Africa. I think that's false. You have a lot of people that generate a lot of money in America, African American or Black or FBA, whatever you want to call, that have generated a lot of money. And I don't think that we're just these like downtrodden. I don't like the whole victimhood, like we're just victims and we're just always trying to like play the part of victim all the time.
Um. Okay, MJ is back. Go ahead, MJ. What you want to say, sis?
Yeah, I wanted to state that my stance is not about cutting off completely for African. If you want to do business, that business is great, but we cannot we cannot just minimize what Pan Africanism was truly about. Business was part of it, but it was more about us connecting and unifying as one whole people over the globe and sharing in that way. We have proven that Pan Africanism have not been that way for Black Americans. It has been a way that people have been able to extort us, even though we are going through our own trials and tribulation on our land. So I would never say just cut someone off. That's ridiculous, right? But we should have a reciprocal relationship going forward. I don't think Pan Africanism is going to work if it stayed one-sided, because this is how we even got to the point where you see the button of heads on social media and videos being made on both sides and stuff like that, because it been one-sided so long. And I'll drop the mic.
So we're gonna go into final thoughts. Shout out to MJ for that. Who I'm gonna start with final thoughts. I'm gonna do the ladies first. So how about I go to I'm gonna go to Ashe and it will go around. Go ahead, Ashe. What's your final thoughts, Ashe? And thank you for joining the show, Ashe.
Thank you for having me, Freezy.
Most definitely.
I just want to say that FBA is not about banging on other Black people. It's not about dividing us from other Black people. It's simply about identifying our lineage and being proud of who we are as well, and thinking about us instead of everybody who's not thinking about us. Um, we've heard people make passive aggressive statements and they don't like it, and they claim that we're banging on them. Most of the people who are saying that is because they're not of the FBA lineage themselves. J- that's all I'm gonna say.
Shout out to Ashe. Listen, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. And more importantly, hit the notification bell. We got 146 people watching. Hit the notification bell, family. We appreciate you. Join the No Cap crew. We're gonna go to Andrea now. Go ahead, Andrea.
I just want to say, like, obviously, I respect everyone's right to de-alienate or whatever. I just want to offer a different perspective because my parents are from Nigeria. And I've just seen how splitting, seeing how the division clearly sets people back. Like I would say, my mom, she came from the last group of people who had like traumas. And I remember when she told me about them, I was extremely disturbed because basically all they are not to fire. They really cannot even tell each other apart, but they do this whole like tribal. I just have seen it set us back, and I just don't want it to create any barriers. You get what I'm saying? If there's any way to profit from anything, I want y'all to have that. I look at Black Americans as the winning team of the richest Black people, and I also want to say that sometimes African people just have a different way of showing love. It's different. We don't like, they didn't grow up with like romantic comedies, and they think giving people brutal honesty, like sometimes I will see them and they will tell me I've gotten fat and I've only gained like 4 pounds. Like they think that is love. So I just want to throw that out there. Just give you a different, you know what I mean, perspective. And just, there is a cultural difference. I'm not excusing it, but they think that giving you the truth sometimes is love, which I digress. It's like tough love. So I just want to put that out there.
Shout out to Andrea. Thank you, Andrea, for joining the show as well, Andrea. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Most definitely. What we're gonna go to next? We're gonna go to DJ Genesis. What's going on, DJ Genesis?
Right. So I think that I saw a comment and I wanted to like actually highlight that comment, and I forget who said it. It said it's a global marketplace. I look at all of this from a business perspective. 30K, 32K a year puts you at the global 1%. So I'm just say this is that we want to talk about FBA, and one of the biggest things they talk about is tethers, right? And we focus on the Caribbean tether, the African tether, right? But we don't focus on the tether that's in the community selling alcohol, opening up liquor stores, Chinese food restaurants, monosodium glutamate food filled with salt that's giving us high blood pressure, and all these other restaurants that open up without, all this other stuff that opens up, liquor stores right across the street from a church. Every other block in Detroit. I know me from being in Detroit, like hell, you could see a liquor store, church, liquor store, church, and those are ran mainly by Arabs. Where we want to focus on the tether that look like us, but we're not talking about the other tethers that are tethering off of the community, generating money in our community. So we want to say, oh, okay, well, I don't want to do business outside the community. We'll open up why are we only opening up? Why don't we open up corner stores? Okay, so there's the opportunity, right? Well, we need to do it what's stopping us? That's the thing. We'll say, well, we need to do it in our own community. Well, go ahead. Where's the grocery stores? Why don't we come together and open up grocery stores? I know in Detroit at one point you had to drive clean out to miles to even get to a grocery store in Detroit until Walmart and big business came in. So like, and then the only store that you had was that corner mart with bad food, canned goods, that have been sitting there for Lord knows how long, probably have botulism and all kind of stuff. And that was our corner store where the Arabs opened up. So I'm saying is that if we're gonna like be calling each other tethers, we need to like point out what all the tethers, and not just only focus on Caribbeans and people that look like us. We want to delineate. Well, delineate from going to that store on the corner when you get where you get all your products. Delineate all the way. Don't just only delineate from our own people. Delineate from the store, the Chinese restaurant, all these other places that we buy our stuff from. What did Claude Anderson says, which they say is the person that started this whole FBA movement, is that the black dollar bounces. It doesn't even bounce once in our community. But we want us to say, oh, okay, well, the Pan African movement is dead, but at least they're trying to like do things and create global business markets and this, that, the other. We want to say we need to do it within our community, but it's been how many years? Since the 60s, we've been saying this. Dr. Claude Anderson did a whole speech called Powernomics. What that was in like 2007 or something, or well, I don't even know whether 2005 or. And he said that this whole thing that's happening right now was going to happen in 2012. It ended up by now we're in 2024, and everything he said that would happen happened, and nobody did nothing about it. We listened to him tell his speech, and we and now we want to go back to it and say now we want to do something about it, and now it's too late. So the only option I say is that we listen. It's tougher. I mean, the American is way more expensive to do business here. You're saying that when you go over Africa is more expensive to do it there, but the dollar stretches way further. That's why I was saying, well, maybe we need to be bit global and go into countries that have a lesser, that the American dollar stretches more, so we can like be able to do things on a bigger scale than we could even do them over here, and then funnel that information, money back to America, just like they do over here. They come over here and funnel it back to their country. We should go over there and funnel it back over here. Why can't we think like this? Why are we only thinking small? Oh, we're not capable of doing it. 98% of us can't do it. So that's a lack mindset. People don't even. We need to like change our way of thinking. We need to get out of the victim mentality and always acting like we can't do this and we can't do that. If you get about 3 good people together, you can do. You don't know what you can accomplish. And that's just pretty much what I have to say. 300,000 women lost their jobs in the federal government this year, and we want to talk about like America. Okay, so where are we coming together? Where is those 300,000 people, and whatever the money that they got from that, are they just surviving? When they could probably take like 10,000 that go to Africa, probably do something, do some business there, and funnel the money back. That's all I'm saying. It might can happen, it might not. I'm a landlord. I have 2 properties. I'm struggling right now, and I'm a software engineer. I'm struggling to find a job. I'm a black software engineer in tech. They said we need to get into STEM. I'm in STEM. It's very difficult to find a job right now. So I'm over here, like, as a person that probably you would say that I should be doing pretty good, knowing with the knowledge I know, with the properties I own, I should be doing well. No, I'm not. I'm struggling. And that's all I'm saying. I'm thinking about taking some money and probably trying to do something else because I did it here. I've opened up businesses here. My business is 25 years old as a software engineer. So it's not like I'm just talking out the side of my face of something that I haven't tried or done before. I have several LLCs in America. So, all right. Well, that's all I have to say.
Shout out to you, DJ Genesis. Thank you. I appreciate you joining the show. I really do. Thank you. This is your first time too, right? I think it's your first time. MJ and Jalen. I'm gonna let Josh go, and then I'm gonna let y'all finish up. Oh, here she go.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you was.
Let it go.
I didn't know how it goes. I thought that you get all.
Don't leave. Hey, man, don't leave.
I was just saying this was your first time, right? Joining the panel.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the panel. Thank you so much. And I definitely want to see if I can review this on my panel. I asked you in the back chat. I want to review it.
Yeah. You can't just tag me. Just ask everybody to just tag me, please.
I had a question for you, man. I had a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a unique name. I would have never thought you were in STEM. Why'd you pick that name?
Well, I was a DJ, and I always wanted to be like like to like kind of create like a. It was me trying to like create like love and harmony, and when people listen to my music when I was DJing, to kind of get them to come together and like for couples and stuff like that. So I chose Genesis because I felt like that was like a thing of beginnings and whatever. It was like some old deep esoteric thing. I just kept the name, but I actually am a Ifa priest. So
a what?
Well, it's a long story, but yeah, I'm a priest in Ifa. Yeah.
Oh, you're.
I practice
I'm
African.
about to describe your channel. You interest me now.
Yeah, you're gonna find a lot of stuff on there. I have like over like 2,000 videos, so you'll see a lot of different stuff on there. So
I tell you what interests me about your name.
Rob, we're trying to close out the show, Rob. You trying to holler? Just
I ain't trying to holler. I already got my eye on somebody. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Genesis, thank you, Genesis. I'm
you pay $61, you don't get $61 worth no more. I swear to God, you don't.
What? Listen, Genesis. Thank you, Genesis. And yes, you can. By all means, you can react to the show. Just tag me. That's all. Just tag me.
I definitely, and I invite you to come over and check us out. So.
Most definitely.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, sis.
All right, peace, guys. Thank
peace. I'm gonna go to Josh, and then I'm gonna go to the ladies. Go ahead, Josh.
Good, because I'm not gonna be so nice. So my problem here is it's the concept of outsiders. To oversimplify this as just doing business with other people, and that's what it's all about, is incredibly dangerous. These people, and I do mean outsiders, non-Americans, are a threat to your culture. They're a threat to your family. They're a threat to your existence long term. You either have a choice. You can either allow them to assimilate to your culture, or you can allow them in and hope to God you do not assimilate to theirs. You do not want to be outnumbered by foreigners. We've got a long history of different countries allowing outsiders in that just does not end well. And you people are just going to like basically say, oh, well, let's all get together and sing Kumbaya. They will breed you out just as fast as anything else. And if you think that it's just this concept of, oh, we all have the same skin tone, doesn't mean you have the same culture, doesn't mean you have the same ties to your own families. They will mess you up if they outnumber you. And it's always been this way with any nation within the last 7,000 years. I hope we do a second version of this, and I will come back with some receipts and show you some examples. Or I'll show you some outside threats actually active within the United States. Y'all take care.
Shout out to you, Josh. I appreciate you every time. Thank you, man.
No captivity.
Don't leave, Josh. Don't leave.
Hold up. He got to go. I'm closing up the show. Closing up. Let me go to Jalen. Go ahead, Jalen.
I think we should all go to Cash Kids Village and buy up the real estate there. Whatever dirt road he live on, we should go to Cash Kids and just buy all the property. Buy all the property in Tanzania. I'm sorry, I can't let that shit go. I can't let that shit go.
That's it, Jalen.
Yeah, that's it.
Shout out to Jalen, man.
No captivity.
And then there was two. Shout out to my sister MJ. MJ, what you want to leave us with? What's your final thoughts, MJ?
Yeah. Final thoughts is we're American, okay? We are American. There's nothing wrong with being American. There's nothing wrong with being African from certain African countries, Caribbean from certain countries in the Caribbeans. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I think from what DJ Genesis said, we should be looking at anyone who is willing to take from us and not able to fill our cup. I completely agree with that. We should be looking at all sides, not just one side. And we should try to do that at the same time, simultaneously, right? But we got to stop acting like people who look like us have good intentions for us, because that is where we failed. That is where Pan-Africanism failed, because we was under this assumption that they all had good intentions, they all was goodwill, and they all cared and loved us the way that we showed love and showed out for them. When it came out down to South African apartheid, if it wasn't for Black Americans, they would still be in apartheid right now. Okay? Liberia, I think it was Liberia. I'm sorry. Liberia is literally founded on Black Americans going back to the motherland, and is one of the poorest countries on the African continent with the highest rates of rape and scamming and killing and stuff like that out of all the countries in the continent. You can go ahead and look it up. I'm not making this up. My thing is that there should not be a problem with us identifying who we are as a sub-ethnic group. We are a sub-ethnic group. We respect others' ethnic groups. Ours should be respected, especially since ours is cosplay the most worldwide, even around people who are not even racially like us. Our culture is cosplay, and they have been able to make money off of it. They have been able to build their countries, build their families, and we have not been able to do that for something that we have created. So my thing is, you know, I don't think it's a bad thing, and I don't think it's division. I think that we need to start advocating for ourselves, and there's certain things that we have to advocate for ourselves for, just like every other group. And we should not be shamed. We should not be mocked. We should not have xenophobia thrown on us, because it's for our best interest. We're 43 million. 43 million of us are not going to Africa. Wouldn't even assume even 3 million of us get it over there. And if we are able to go over there when it comes down to extra money, extra investment, finance and stuff, yes, let's go ahead and do it. Do the business. Business was never off the table. But there's things that we need to protect. And we also need to protect the majority of our ethnic group here. And I landed on that.
And shout out to my sister MJ, always cooking.
No captivity.
Listen, this was an excellent show. Excellent show, man. It went way. I knew it was gonna be good, but this show went way better than I thought it was gonna be.
Super chat.
Shout out to Elite Belezo for the $10 super sticker. Thank you, sis. Thank you for the $10. Elite Belezo, thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Shout out to my sister.
No captivity.
Shout out to Elite Belezo. If anybody wants to get their last minute support in, or any comments to be read and highlighted, you can do so at this present time. Let me see. It's time for the benediction, y'all. It's time for the benediction. And shout out to the new subs and the people that hit the notification bell. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Listen, I got Captain Tazariak's number. I got Captain Tazariak's number and Sanetta's number. We're gonna try to get them over here real soon. I actually got their number. So we're gonna try to get Captain Tazariak over here real soon. And Sarnetta TV over here real soon. Shout out to them brothers, man. I got Captain Tazariak. Did y'all hear me? I got Captain Tazariak's number. And hold on, let me do this again because I forgot that I mute myself. Okay, here we go. Call back in, Robert. Call back in, Robert, if you want to get your final thoughts in. I got Captain Tazariak's number and Sarnetta TV's number. So I'm gonna try to get these guys over here to the No Cap crew as soon as possible. Very excited to talk with both of these guys. They're legends in the game, especially in the conscious community. Sarnetta is very well known in the conscious community, and Captain Tazariak very well known in the Hebrew Israelite community, but he has mixed in with the conscious community too, doing a lot of debates. So shout out to them brothers, man. And shout out to them brothers for allowing me to react to the video, the live stream from earlier today. And shout out to those brothers for having me on their show earlier today too. Let's get it, man.
No captivity.
Rob, if you're trying to come in, if you want to do your final thoughts, Robert, let me know. Let's see.
Super chat.
Shout out to my sister Andrea for her $10 super cap. She said, great show. I thought so too. Shout out to you, sis.
No captivity.
Shout out to my sister Andrea, man. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Here we go. Shout out to the last minute support, man. Shout out to my brother Kelvin Cook for the $2. He said freezy. He got the freezy emoji. Shout out to you, bro.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Kevin Cook, man. Thank you, man, for the last minute support. Anybody want to get the last minute support in? Send it now. I'm going to read them. I'm reading them. I'm reading everything. I don't think Rob is coming back up. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Robert Watkins, man. I appreciate you, Robert. Let me see. Here we go, y'all. This is 1 Peter 2:9. 1 Peter 2:9. First Peter 2:9 says, but you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. You are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of his darkness unto his marvelous light. You are his chosen people. Remember that. If anybody understand what that means, you understand what that means.
No captivity.
Shout out to all my brothers and sisters.
Super chat.
And shout out to my beloved sister, Kimberly Johnson, for the $10 super cap. She said, blessings. I receive them, sis, and I give them right back at you.
No captivity.
Shout out to Kimberly Johnson in the building. I will be loved, sis. We just love Kimberly. Shout out to Kimberly. Ashe, I would try to reach out to David. I don't know how to get in touch with David Walker, Ashe. I don't know how to get in touch with David Walker, but I'll try to look him up on Instagram, Ashe. Shout out to everybody that contributed to tonight's show. Elite Belly Zoe for the $4. Freezer Mr. Cooler for $5. Living Humbly, $2. Ashe, the $2, thank you. Mr. Fantastic, $20. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic.
No captivity.
Becoming one of the sponsors of tonight's show. Shout out to my sister, Conversations with MJ. She was a sponsor of tonight's show.
No
Shout out to
captivity.
Conversations with MJ. Make sure y'all subscribe to MJ's channel too. Conversations with MJ. One of the mods, if you can't, put her link in the chat. Conversations with MJ. Shout out to my sister, Conversations with MJ. And she gave another $20 as well, which made $40. Shout out to MJ.
No captivity.
Shout out to Conversations with MJ. Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe again. Let me see if I get. If one of the mods can't find it, I'll put it in the chat. Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe. Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe again for the $3. That was a $10 one. Another $10 one. Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe.
No captivity.
Shout out to Elite Belle Zoe. Shout out to my sister Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kelvin Cook for the $2. Andrea had the $10. I'm sorry, I forgot to call it out. And shout out to Kimberly Johnson for the $10 as well. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters.
No captivity.
And shout out to all the super caps. The super caps. Let's see. Shout out to Red Bull for the $20 cash cap. He was a sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Red Bull. Got recognized Red Bull. Shout out to my brother Red Bull, man.
No captivity.
And shout out to Robert Watkins. Robert Watkins was also an official sponsor of tonight's show at one time. Shout out to Robert Watkins, man. We're going to give Robert Watkins the big light as well, man. Shout out to you, Robert Watkins. I appreciate you, bro. Much love to you. And last but not least, shout out to our sister, TMKC, who's going to finish out the show. Looks like she's going to finish out the show as the official sponsor of tonight's show. TMKC with a total of $71. Let's go. No cap. Shout out to TMKC. She has finished out tonight's show as the official sponsor of tonight's show. And we're going to celebrate our sister like none other. So y'all get up out y'all seat and let's celebrate our sister, TMKC. Let's get it.
Wanna be a baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get laid tonight. Push a roll, I got spray vodka in the highway. Making money to fly away. But there's gotta be a better way. Better way, yeah. It's fun, it's love, it's everything. No, it's a face all day.
Shout out to TMKC for being the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $71. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Much love to you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Living Unbelief, for putting MJ's link in the chat as well. Shout out to Conversation with MJ. She know. Listen, y'all, hit that link and subscribe to our sister's channel. And make sure y'all hit the notification bell over there as she does do the Law and Order content. I know a lot of y'all like that Law and Order content, and she does it well. Shout out to Conversation with MJ. Thank you, Fear No Motors. I appreciate that. Fear No Motors, we're reminding y'all, we do have No Cap Bible Study every Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. In our Discord, the No Cap-tivity with Freezy Discord.
No Cap-tivity.
And on Sundays, we have the No Cap Mental Health Workshop, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time every Sunday at the No Cap-tivity with Freezy Discord.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Fear No Motors. Fear No Motors is a sweetheart. Shout out to Fear No Motors. Yeah, there it is. She put it in there to the Mental Health Workshop as well. So make sure y'all join our Discord, all right? And listen, also, shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their VIP passes, which is a channel membership every month. Shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their channel membership every month, which is, we call them the VIP pass over here. Shout out to the VIP crew. Our next VIP show, which is our membership show, is tomorrow. Well, later on tonight, Wednesday. The only way you can watch that show is if you have a VIP pass or a channel membership. And I'm telling you, it's distinctly different from our public live streams, uniquely different. And we have fun and we keep it real and we get real. So shout out to everybody that's going to be joining us on our VIP live tomorrow, or well, later on today. I do have to appear on DJ Hamp's show Wednesday night, tonight, Wednesday night at 9 o'clock. So I'm probably going to do the VIP show a little earlier. I'm going to do the VIP show a little earlier that day. So y'all be looking out for it. Listen, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. Okay? And this was an excellent show. Excellent show. And y'all know what I always say. What do I always say? Huh? To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Love y'all.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy.